What is going on, good people? We are here doing it live, talking about these two gentlemen right here. Look at these two marvels right here. JSN, go get him now. I'm going to tell you why in a second. Breece Hall, go do it live. These are undervalued monsters, league-winning monsters right in front of your face. And why is Kadarius Toney maybe also a guy that's completely undervalued, flying in under the radar practically? Kadarius Toney can win you a league. JSN, Breece Hall, Kadarius Toney, doing it live. The Fantasy Football Show begins right now.
Live from the FantasyFootballShow.com studios. It's the Fantasy Football Show. Live! Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Smitty is also live whenever news breaks.
From the FantasyFootballShow.com news desk, here is your breaking news.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We're here talking about two players that I absolutely can't stop drafting. Two players I absolutely can't stop buying low on. Two players that I believe the entire fantasy football world as a whole is overlooking because they're not going extremely high. These are not first drafted players, second drafted players, your third drafted player. These, ladies and gentlemen, are players you're taking as your maybe fourth, but sometimes fifth drafted player. Number 5, sometimes 4, probably 4. He hasn't fallen into 5 as deep as we've wanted him to fall because there's so many positive reports out, and then you have me out there shoveling out, get Breece Hall, don't listen to the haters. This is a top 5 to 10 running back in fantasy football. I don't care what anybody thinks. I don't. This is how I feel. This is my channel. This is how we do it. And I'm telling you, I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all about Dalvin Cook. This man is a top 5 running back. I wouldn't be shocked if he had such a good season in 2023 that he's going number 1, 2, or 3 overall in 2024 fantasy football redrafts. That means I'm buying them in Dynasty everywhere I can, and I'm beefing up my Breece Hall shares walking into the final week, 2 weeks, week and a half of drafting. And in existing drafts, I'm trying to buy low. I'm getting creative. I'm saying, hey, I've got Jacobs. He's a second or third rounder. He's reporting. Somehow you auto-drafted on Jacobs because you didn't listen to me. And now you can trade Jacobs for Breece Hall and something. You could go get these two. I would take these two for Jacobs. And you can balk at that. You can roll your eyes at that. I don't care. I really don't. I care about you guys, the people watching that aren't keyboard warriors, but the hating Hector out there, or the upset Unger, or the tumultuous Timothy that is out there trying to just make waves and cause problems. You can come at me all you want. These are sleeping giants. They both happen to be also a part of a little crew that we like to talk about a lot here called the Revenge Tour. Well, Midseason Monster Tour. I'm sorry, Midseason Monsters. These are your midseason monsters, ladies and gentlemen. Breece Hall, JSN, Herbert, and Flowers. Soon to be 1 or 2 or 3 more additions to the midseason monsters. What are the midseason monsters, you might ask? They are players that will be playing at Moonmen caliber capability by at least midseason. That doesn't mean they can't be there at week 2, week 3, week 4, meaning this guy's overlooked by everybody, Breece Hall, and he comes out and fires off in week 1 and is a top 5 running back from the jump. Midseason monsters, ladies and gentlemen, are players that at least by midseason will be an absolute monster, Moonman monster, Moonman extraordinaire. And then I also got a little bit of let's see here. We got a Revenge Tour scene to play for you because Breece Hall is coming for blood in 2023, and he's a part of the Revenge Tour group.
It's time for some revenge right now. Revenge Tour, Revenge Tour. Revenge Tour, Revenge Tour.
Get ready, get ready, get ready to rumble. These are the midseason monsters right here. These are a part of the revenge tour right here. And really, he could be a revenge tour candidate in a sense because he got injured and everybody's already putting him in the 7th and 8th round. This was a guy that climbed into the top 5-6 round territory. He was going at round number 5.5 to 6.5 before he broke the bone in his wrist, and now everybody's running away from him. And I'm just ecstatic about it. I'm ecstatic about the fact that he is now an 8th round pick. You can get him in round number 8. Does anybody understand how amazing that is value-wise? Does anybody get that this is league winning? It's not just a great piece to throw on your bench. Maybe it'll help out. JSN as your 8th drafted player. That is 5 plus 3 equals 8, Mom. I used the mathematics from college. Look at me. 8. This is why you went to college. He is your 8th round pick. Maybe 7. Whatever you got to do to get it done. But this man walking into your wide receiver 3 will win leagues, and it's crazy. This guy in round 5, you might as well just sleep at the bank tonight. So when it opens at 9 a.m., you can go get your advance, show them your team, write it on a napkin, and slam it up against the glass. Say, this is my team. This is my team. Can I get an advance? Can I see a banker right now? Can I sit down with the banking portfolio specialist that deals with fantasy football conglomerate teams? Can I see your fantasy football banking specialist, please? Because I've got a team that should get me an advance right now. I'm going to sleep at the bank at the little doorstep. Just wait with my pillow and say I've got Breece Hall in round 5. I've got JSN in round 8. Who's stopping me? The answer is nobody. Nobody's stopping my fantasy team if this is what I'm cooking up. Now, round 4 is still win a league potential for Breece Hall, and I still take him there. Do I like Kenneth Walker over Breece Hall? Probably when push comes to shove, but I'll be honest with you. I want both of them. And I might rotate between leagues and say, look, I might miss K. Walker. I might miss the Skywalker situation here, but I got to own enough shares of Breece. And unfortunately, we had a real short-lived amount of time where we could take Walker in 4 and Hall in 5. But sometimes Walker still falls to round 5. So if you get lucky, you could take Hall a little bit early, I suppose, in 4, and then at the top of 5 get Walker and smash. Get Walker and smash. Go wide receiver, maybe go the double. Anybody knows what the double-decker sounds like? You want me to show you a little double-decker action? Anybody wants to know what a double-decker looks like in fantasy football? Here it is.
The double-decker, pronounced double-decker in academic circles, is drafting both Amon-Ra St. Brown Garrett Wilson back-to-back in rounds 1 and 2. The double-decker.
Why don't you double-decker that? Double-decker it. Go Amon-Ra St. Brown. Go Garrett Wilson, or rather Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra. Whatever tickles your fancy, whatever you can get to work out and pan out in your draft. Then coming round number 3, Jahmyr Gibbs is sitting there. You smash old Jahmyr Gibbs. Let's go ahead and Smitty approved these moves. Garrett Wilson round 1. Amon-Ra St. Brown round 2. Or Pollard. Jahmyr Gibbs round 3. Breece Hall round 4. Oh! You're going to go with a potential, I mean, if you go wide receiver, a double RB right there, Smitty. That's interesting. So Garrett Wilson 1. Amon-Ra St. Brown number 2. Number 3, we're going to go Breece Hall, first running back. Jahmyr Gibbs, first running back, round 3. Breece Hall, round 4. Kenneth Walker, round 5. That's right. I just said it. Gibbs 3. Hall 4. Walker 5. RB. Anybody doing the 2 wide receiver double followed by the triple RB stack? I'll do it. Give me T-Law round 6. Championship if I've ever seen it. In fact, let's map that out real quick one more time for those that are late and unaware of how to create an absolute conglomerate right here. Gibbs round 3. T-Law will put him in round 6. Okay, Kenneth Walker will put him in round 5. If you can pull this off, you are a magician. You are a magician. You are somebody that is absolutely capable of magic in your fantasy football draft. And where's our Garrett Wilson and Amon-Ra when we need him? We might have to just imagine this for a second. Where's Garrett Wilson and Amon-Ra? Let me see if I got graphics for him somewhere. Garrett Wilson, please report to the front stage. Garrett Wilson, please report to the front stage. I don't think I have a graphic handy. We can get it from the Moon Man list. Let's go take a look at the Moon Man list anyway. Or the Mars Man list.
He's on a shuttle to Mars. Mars Men.
Look at these monsters.
Loads dropping and spinning aimlessly in space.
There's such an amazing group of individuals right here. Let's see where Garrett Wilson is. I have to grab Garrett Wilson. Where's my Garrett Wilson? Here it is. Okay. So let me grab both of these guys and let me carry these over, and we'll carry the 1, divide by 5, boom. Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, like magic. Okay, Magic Man right here. You draft this, you might as well go straight to the bank. I don't even understand it. I've seen it happen. This is a unicorn. This is a unicorn draft right here. The unicorn draft of all drafts, right in front of your face. Look at it. Absorb it. Take it in. Garrett Wilson, round 1. Amon-Ra St. Brown, round 2. Jahmyr Gibbs, round 3. Breece Hall, round 4. Kenneth Walker, round 5. T-Law, round 6. Not the easiest thing to do. Not the easiest thing to do. Someone said Garrett Wilson's right behind Derrick Henry. Look at your eyes, bro. Look at your eyes. You're correct. That right there is another Garrett Wilson. This is a parallel. Look at him. You're right, bro. There he is. Look at those eyes, bro. Okay, we got to get rid of him. This is too confusing in parallel universe. This right here is magic. Magic Man. And let's say you don't get Kenneth Walker here. Okay, let's say you get screwed out of that. Smitty, I can't get that. Okay, crybaby, stop crying. Go get Fields in 5. Okay, go do that. Are you going to be that upset if this ends up being the team you get to deploy? Crying Caleb. Do it live. This is magic right here. Magic Man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hit that like button on your way in the door. Draft him. Draft him. Don't hesitate. Stop listening to other analysts that are out there brainwashing you about ACL injuries. Let me tell you about ACL injuries. Don't worry about somebody that's just getting into the fantasy space that even has medical background. Your boy's been looking at this for 20 plus years professionally. I'll tell you about ACL tears. You don't need to listen to anybody else. Okay, this man is running 23 miles per hour. He's on Hard Knocks, speeding around the field so quick that Robert Saleh's going, he's fast. Did you see that? He's on the sideline in Hard Knocks going, look how fast he is. He's fast. That guy's fast, Smitty. Robert Saleh loves him. You don't run 23 miles per hour when your knee is still in a vulnerable state. The only thing he's been working on is the trust factor between his knee and his brain. Because when you tear your ACL, and I have torn my ACL, so I have experience not only firsthand from this, but I also been covering it for 20 years. Here's a knee model for those of you in the back. On the back of the knee model, you can see in the inside of the knee, the ACL is not in the back, genius, but it is in the middle of the knee, and you can see it on the back of the model. The PCL and ACL cross, and they're responsible for keeping that knee joint on its shelf. Okay, you lose your ACL and your PCL, this knee's sliding back and forth off of the joint. It's like standing on the top of a ladder. When you tear your ACL, the best way I could describe the feeling personally was if you've ever stood on the top of a ladder, and at the very, very top, you shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. I landed on my head. I couldn't move for 2-3 minutes. My mom was vacuuming. I was about 14 years old. I stood on the top of the ladder. I was trying to get the basketball hoop up because we'd broken the pole, you know, to put the hoop up. So like an idiot, I go out there, stand on the top, very, very top of the ladder. I unfolded it and everything. I'm on the top of the ladder, and I sit there, and I grab it, and I start pushing up on it. And I'm pushing up, and the ladder comes out from under me. I land straight on my head on the concrete, and I couldn't move. It was the scariest moment of my young life. I couldn't move for about 2 or 3 minutes. I was just going, Mom. She's vacuuming in there. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. So it was so scary. Anyway, back to my point. Standing on that ladder of instability and having it come out from under you. When you tear your ACL, it feels like someone severed your entire knee in half, took the 2 joints apart, and just set them back together and then sent you on your way. It is the craziest feeling. When you cut, you feel like your knee's just gonna slip off and break off. There is such a trust factor between your brain and your knee. You're also severing this ligament, the ACL ligament, the AC ligament. You're severing this ligament. And when you sever a ligament like that, there is a severed connection between your brain and your knee. And you have to literally tell yourself to cut. And for the longest time, it took me weeks. And Breece Hall's way beyond this point, but it took me weeks to where I was sitting there walking, and I'd want to go right, and I'd say, okay, cut. My brain would say cut, and I wouldn't, and I'd keep walking straight. There's a time frame of explosiveness, getting your knee on track, trusting that your knee's gonna not break on you and snap in half, trusting it. Breece Hall is so far beyond all of the actual surgery, recovery, scar tissue, breaking through the scar tissue, worried about the other ligaments, the atrophy in the quad that makes the knee vulnerable until you build the quad strength back up. These are all things that Barkley and J.K. Dobbins were suffering through as they walked into week number 1 of their recovered seasons. Breece Hall is light years ahead of where Barkley and J.K. were. Light years ahead. Javonte's now light years ahead of both of them as well. And Javonte's a little ahead of Breece Hall. But the important factor here is that Breece Hall and Javonte were kind of like this, and Breece Hall was slightly ahead of him in the recovery process from all accounts. And in a month's time, Breece Hall or Javonte just skyrocketed in terms of health and responsiveness and quickness and trust in his knee, swelling, all that stuff. You're going to have that initially. Breece Hall is a little bit behind him, but at the time of the Dalvin Cook news, when they were bringing Dalvin Cook in, when they were contemplating signing Dalvin Cook, I'm coming for the super chats in a minute. That was where you could say the amount of time ago was where Javonte was when Breece Hall was ahead of him. So the fact that we still have about 2 weeks left, where he could be in a week and a half, 2 weeks, could be miles ahead of where he was 1 month ago or even 2 weeks ago when the Dalvin Cook situation was brewing. 2 weeks ago, Breece Hall's miles ahead of 2 weeks ago. So, and Dalvin Cook hasn't been able to practice. He's the one that's been missing practice while this guy's out there on 11-on-11 drills between the tackles doing work. This guy's out here doing work, and it's Dalvin Cook that couldn't practice. And everybody's talking about this guy not being ready for week 1. It's absolutely asinine. And I'm not saying Dalvin Cook was a great signing for Breece Hall's workload, let's say in early weeks. But if you think for a second that this guy's not going to fend off Dalvin Cook and grab a hold of the starting workload over Dalvin Cook once he's on his horse, which could be week 1, it could be week 2, it could be week 4. If you don't believe this man's better than Dalvin Cook to the tune of grabbing a hold of with a kung fu grip onto the workload, the starting workload, you don't believe in Breece Hall. Don't tell me you believe in Breece Hall for 2024 if you don't think he can grab the starting job away from Dalvin Cook even by week 5. And if we learned anything from last year, what did Breece Hall do from week 4 on, from week 4 to week 7? Dominated the league. Even if Breece Hall were to, and I'm not saying he will, even if he were to start off slow, weeks 1, weeks 2, weeks 3, and gets unleashed in week 4, he was on pace to be running back 1 or running back number 2, even with the slow start in 2022. What on earth makes you guys think, any of you doubters out there at least, that this man can't do the same damn thing in a better offense with a better quarterback who loves throwing the football to his running backs and turn them into mini wide receivers? What in the hell makes somebody think that this guy Breece Hall can't even start off, not even playing a game? And he will. I'm just saying hypothetically. He didn't play week 1 that much. Week 2, week 3, he got eased in. Week 4, he goes nuts. Who is to say he won't be running back 1 or 2 even with the slow start? Not prorated, not extrapolated data. I'm saying you include weeks 1, 2, and 3, and he finishes as running back 1 or running back 2. I just think people get a little bit crazy on this whole notion that he's got an ACL tear. All ACL tears are avoids their first year back, Smitty. That's just the way of it. It's not the way of it. You let me decide what the way of it is, okay? Because the way of it is, what's your preparedness? What is your age? How old are you? How prepared are you? What's your situation look like? Do you have a lot of room to navigate in the gaps? Are you going to be hitting 8-man fronts from the beginning? If he was in a Raider uniform, if we throw Breece Hall in a Raider uniform facing 8-man fronts with Jimmy Garoppolo, I would be petrified of his year 1 recovery process. I would, because he'd be facing 8-man front after 8-man front, swelling in the knee, overworked, not a lot of room to navigate. This man let's say he's not 100% until he really won't be truly 100% until his next year. But that doesn't mean that he can't be 95%, 97%, 92%. And even 90% in week 1, 92% in week 2, 94% in week 4, 97% by week 10. And my point is, this man at 95% in an Aaron Rodgers-led attack that's spread out, that has a bunch of amazing dump-offs and screen passes to Breece Hall, who caught 100 yards in one game as a rookie last year. Might I remind a lot of the negative Noahs in the chat right now. This could be arguably, maybe not this year, he rebounds fully to the potential he could be in the PPR game initially, at least in the beginning of the year. This could be entering 2024 drafts thought to be the number 1 or number 2 receiving back in the National Football League. And if you want to doubt all this, doubt it. Tell your friends, tell everybody, tell your grandma, tell everybody you can that this man is going to fail you. And tell everybody you can that you avoid ACL tears. Smitty, I watched on a very mundane, boring fantasy show yesterday where the guy said, yeah, Bob, you just avoid ACL tears the first year back. It's just the safest thing to do. Yeah, Steve, that sounds about right. I mean, you look at Saquon Barkley, even though Smitty says it's an entirely different situation, it's case by case. Yeah, I agree. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Bob. This is a real mundane show. Interruptions aren't allowed. Neither are screaming and yelling. Yeah, I think Breece Hall, it's just safer to avoid him and not take any risk for the biscuit in 2023, Al. Much better to just go with the Josh Jacobs, who's had almost 400 touches, is facing 8-man fronts and will never sniff the end zone. Yeah, Jacobs is the leading rusher from last year. Let's copy and cut and paste that over to 2023. And let's just tell everybody not to go over to that thefantasyfootballshow.com. Yeah, and especially not the youtube.com/thefantasyfootballshow. They are two different things, you know. That's the conversation you've had, that you've watched over on the other channel. But you're not getting that here. Breece Hall to the straight up moon, baby. Doing it live.
The Moon Men, dropping loads in outer space.
Space Monsters.
And the last thing I'll say before I get to the super chats, then we'll open phone lines in a little bit here, is that, yeah, Bob and Steve would do a good show. Maybe we do a Bob and Steve show once a week. I'm writing that down. That's an excellent idea. Who said Ethan? Ethan, good idea.
Breece.
I accidentally hit that button. That was fate. We'll do a Bob and Steve show. Bob and Steve show. That's an amazing idea, Ethan. We're going to do it. We're going to do it live. Buy. Draft, buy, trade, glory, it's all right in front of you. It's your decision. You know, your decision. Could I be wrong? Could he suffer a setback and get injured again? Anybody can get injured. But is there league-winning potential in the 4th or 5th round draft selection of Breece Hall? You bet your bottom dollar there is. And is JSN a monster? Absolutely. Do it live. Do it live. Wins leagues. Super chats are here. Let's get to them. We've got a couple $20 haulers that have come soaring in, and I am excited to answer every single one of your super chats. We got Bryson dropping a monster right here. Let's put Bryson's super chat. Actually, let's go in order in which they're received. So let me put this one. First of all, $20 haulers are going to get shouted out first. It's an unfair world, Buttercup. I'm sorry about that. So we're going to go to Deckard first. Deckard, absolute glory of a super chat right there. $10 hauler. That one looks fantastic. Mystic dropping a $10 hauler. I'm coming for that one very, very soon. You just wait. Bobby, we were talking about Bobby just a minute ago. Bobby, appreciate you with your super chat, my buddy boy. I'm coming to you in a second. Sick Nasty dropping a $5 on the screen there. We're coming for you in a second. Davis has been a pretty solid super chatter lately. I can't thank Davis enough for coming in here and helping this channel grow and helping this channel keep the lights on. Appreciate you, my guy. This one's from Western Campus. Appreciate you, Western Campus. Nathan dropping a $2. I'm putting that in the corner there. Garrett dropping a $10 hauler. I'm going to give you your moonshots and your flowers. Riff dropping his $20 hauler. We're about to do a standing ovation for all my $20 hauler people in a second. TM42 with the $10. I'll give you your moonshot in a minute. Carrie with the $20. Carrie, I'm coming for you next. All my $20 haulers are next, and I'm filing on through. Mikey, appreciate you. My boy Mikey. Big red rod is what I call him. Big Rod, appreciate you dropping yours. I'm coming for you. Riff, I don't know if that's another one, Riff. I believe that is. You're an absolute monster. Crash coming in with the $20 hauler. We've got Scotty Boy. I got you. Juice coming in with the $20 hauler. Good Lord, you people are amazing. These $20 haulers are piling up. We've got Rav with a $5 and Bryson with the very first super chat of the day. I'm going to put that in the corner. Bryson, first of all, first super chatter gets a standing ovation.
Mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy.
Bryson, appreciate you, my boy. My boy. Because Bryson was first, let's start his and then go to the 20s. Smitty, quick question. Should I give JT and JK Dobbins for Chubb or nah? That's a tough call because if JT gets traded to, let's say, the Eagles, we're going to start talking about where in the second round we're drafting him. Chubb's in the second round, very, very even. I'd probably say give me Chubb right now, but that could change. I want to warn you, only because JK's still hurt and we don't, like, what if he goes and gets a physical, doesn't pass it? Like something comes out on that and it's like he get traded, but he's not ready till week 4. Like we don't even fully know what's fully going on there. So that's why I say give me Chubb, and I don't really love J.K. Dobbins that much. Let's get to these $20 haulers. Great question, and thank you, Bryson, for being first in the building. Now, we got a $20 hauler from Juice. Juice is getting the $20 special.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Juicy, my boy Juicy. 12-team PPR Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, Olave, Watson, Javonte Williams, Dotson, Pickens, Flowers, McKinnon. Look at this squad. What trade offers can I make for Breece Hall, or should I make any moves at all? Thanks, appreciate you. No, Juice, I appreciate you. The thanks is all on this side of the table. Juicy, I mean, your team is fire. Bijan, Gibbs, you almost have one of those teams where it's like you almost can't have Breece Hall too. And I don't blame you for wanting them. Let's see if we can make your dreams come true, though. Okay? Christian Watson, fantastic. Dodson, fantastic. Pickens, fantastic. Very underrated wide receiver room. You got Olave leading the way. I love that wide receiver room. I love it. And I love your RBs. I love your quarterback. And I love Javonte. And part of me doesn't want to make a trade because I love Javonte so much. But if you were to go after Breece Hall, I mean, it does come down to how much do you want to overpay. Because if you have to give up Dotson or Pickens, you're giving up maybe a top 15 surprise wide receiver. And maybe that's worth it to you to get Breece Hall. I don't blame you, but there is something to say about Javonte and Pickens, Javonte and Dotson being worth more than Breece Hall just because of how good all of those guys could be. They're all moon men. Look at the moon men list.
The moon man.
You know, it's like asking me what child.
Loads in outer space.
It's like asking me what child do I like more. Of course I like Hall more than Javonte, but Javonte could give him a run for his money.
Space Monsters.
These were both the two biggest predictions of last year. Both suffered their ACL tears. Both are absolutely coming back like monsters off their first year recoveries. And then you've got, you know, Pickens, Dotson. It's a really, really tough call to say, hey, give Javonte and Dotson or Javonte and Pickens for Hall because they're all moon men. And well, let's let the chat decide what you should do. Does anybody in the chat believe that he should be given up of that? Decker dropping one more. Decker, I'm going to put that over here. Bella, check yourself dropping a super chat. I'm putting that over here. Nathan's in the $20 holler club. He just dropped him right here. Nathan, I'm coming for you. Give me a second to get around to this one. I'm going to put this one over here and get to you next. But can I get a vote in the chat? Can I get a vote from everybody in the chat as to whether they believe that Juicy should be giving up Javonte and one of those wide receivers, or would you just rather roll with what he has? Your team's fire. I love your team. I'm halfway jealous of your team. It seems like a Smitty built team that you just injected a little bit of fantasy football, you know, heaven into, on top of what I want. So you pulled it off, bro. You pulled it off. You did absolutely amazing. Juicy should hold according to Riff. He says hold. Who else has an idea here for Juicy? Okay, Deckard, thank you again. And Juicy, thank you. Crash dropping a $20 hauler. My boy Crash crashing in live with a 20 spot.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Crash. My boy Crash. Thoughts, improvements, 12-man PPR, QB, 1 QB, what is this? 1 QB, Joey, Cigar, Smoking Burrow, 2 running back, wide receiver, tight ends. Okay. Bijan, Gibbs, Olave, George Pickens, Hawkinson, Rashad White, Herbert, Jamison Williams. I love this team. The only thing that I would maybe look to do if you want to make moves at all, it's a fantastic team. I mean, Bijan, Gibbs, Joe Burrow, Olave. You can't really get better than that. You get a Pickens, you get a couple of the other monsters in there. The only thing I would consider doing is trading Hawkinson and going after, you've got, what other tight end do you have? Go after, you know, Kincaid and Okonkwo. Go after a very, you know, light-seeming tight end room that you believe in that could maybe rival Hawkinson. Remember, every single year, a tight end outside the top 10 climbs up into Hawkinson's level. It happens almost every single year. The question isn't will it happen, it's what player will be that player. And you could sit here and twiddle your thumbs and say, I don't know, sir, what do I do? Or you can go grab destiny by the balls and say, you know what? I believe it is Okonkwo and Kincaid and Cole Kmet and Laporta and Luke Musgrave, combinations that'll get me where I need to get. And you can trade Hawkinson and potentially, I don't know, upgrade maybe Rashad White into a player like Tony Pollard. Upgrade Rashad White into a flex option like St. Brown to add to this combination. Those are the moves that I look to make. It's really the only play here unless you trade just Rashad White and Romeo Doubs and you get lucky and you get a Breece Hall and somebody's sleeping at the wheel type of thing. That you might be able to do. Or you get a wide receiver that's like Calvin Ridley using Rashad White and Romeo Doubs because someone gets excited about Romeo Doubs. You know what I'm saying? Those are the kind of things that I'm looking to maybe do. A $10 hauler by Mason. I'm going to throw that in the corner. Dominant dropping a $4.99. I'm going to throw that in the corner. Appreciate you. Vampy dropping a $20. I'm going to put that right here, Vampy. I'm coming for you guys next. So thank you so much for dropping that super chat, Vampster. The Vampmeister, thank you for moderating and being a monster. Big Rod dropping another one. Travis dropping a $10 hauler. I'm going to throw both of these in the corner. I'm getting to you. Don't worry. The super chats are flying in. And it is, we can tell this is like the beginning of it. This is the beginning of the intense live streams that sometimes go 4 hours. I can already feel it. This is like show one of the buildup from like when things kick into, you know, full high gear. We got 443 people in here. Punch the thumb up button. That is a disrespectful number of 132. That's a rookie number. We can get that pumped up at least double. We got 443 eyeballs. If you're new, subscribe because we go live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern every single Monday through Friday. 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm live whenever news breaks. That means when something happens and you're like, I wonder what's going on with this. What does this mean? JT just got traded. I'm live. I'm live. That's where you go. You don't go home. You don't go over here. You don't go over there. You come here. This is your home when news breaks. And starting probably next week, I think we're going to start off probably Sunday night. I'm live. Just think of it when football kicks off. Thursday night football is opening day of each week, right? Or Thursday night football is opening day of each week. So Thursday night game is the first game. That's when my graveyard show is. Then I go all the way through to the last game of the week, Monday night. So Thursday through Monday, I'm live at 1 a.m. Eastern every single Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Unless I'm sick, we cancel very rare shows of this time slot. This time slot almost never gets canceled. And I'm live whenever news breaks. So I'm here more than anybody. You'll never find a show that's live more than your boy. Appreciate you all. Gravy dropping a $2 hauler. I'm trying to keep track of these so I don't miss any. And I'm throwing them over in the corner here. G-Man dropping a wad right here. G-Man, appreciate you. And I think I've got all of the super chats in order and accounted for right here. So if you don't see your name, I'm coming for you. Riff is next with a $20 hauler. Riff, appreciate you. Riffy, my boy Riffmeister, doing it live.
Alert. Super chat alert. Alert.
Riffmeister, we got a Dominic $10 wad that I got to throw in the corner here, Dom. Just hang tight. Appreciate you. Riffmeister says 12-team PPR, double flex. Rodgers, Pollard, Walker, Tyreek, Evans, Andrews, Breece, JSN, Charbonnet. Look at it. Marinate in it. Absorb it. Riff is doing good things here. I love the A-Rod starting quarterback role this year. Go A-Rod and Love. And if you want to go like crafty QB shopping, Aaron Rodgers is going to eat 32, 33, 34 touchdown passes probably. He's going to be a pretty like sleeper like monster. Ghost says, what happened to the money gun? It broke, bro. We just fired it off too many times. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Riff, appreciate you. This team right here, Pollard, Walker, Tyreek, Evans, Andrews. Andrews is fantastic. Breece Hall, JSN. You did it perfectly. The only thing you could possibly do, I would say 8 out of 12 teams. Draft grades put me at 8 out of 12. Good. Because they don't see Pollard coming. They don't see Walker having the year we think he's going to have. They don't think Breece Hall is going to bounce back. They don't give Charbonnet or rookies like JSN any love or flowers. You're going to be fine. This is a great team. The only thing I even considered doing is maybe selling Evans and like a potential player on your bench. I don't even know that you have anybody that you could really couple with it, like Evans and somebody to try and upgrade Evans slightly. And I don't know that anybody's going to be buying flowers yet. You almost have to wait. This is one of those teams where I like everybody in place, you know, and you can't really move Evans without doing something weird. You could use Evans to upgrade Rodgers if you wanted to go after Fields. That would be something I would Smitty approve. Not everybody's going to like that move, and I love Aaron Rodgers, so I'm not saying you need to do that, but you could use Evans to upgrade Aaron Rodgers into Fields or a Hurts or a Mahomes or someone like that. That would be a move that I would Smitty approve if you wanted to do something. $20 hauler from Carrie, dropping it, doing it live.
Alert. Super chat alert. My boy Carrie,
$20 hauler, 1 QB, Dynasty, Breece, ETN, Mixon, McKinnon, Algier, Amari, Watson, Bateman, Sky, Elijah Moore, Tank Dell, Kincaid. Was thinking to try and get Garrett Wilson for ETN and Amari or Dotson or for Mixon. So Dotson for your Mixon. So I look, I think you could get a little more than that. Mixon's going around 4. Not something I approve, but he's going at 4. So I kind of feel like you can get more than Dotson. So if it's Dotson, I don't want Amari. So I like trading him away. ETN I love, but Garrett Wilson I love more. So yes, I Smitty approved both of those trades. And I would say I'd even consider maybe going down the road of Kenneth Walker, who you don't have, using potentially Mixon and a player. Like Mixon and a player for Kenneth Walker might be very hard. In a league like this, Dynasty, I'd give up first rounders to get some of these moves done too, because you're not going to have an easy time trading Mixon out for Kenneth Walker. But you give someone a first rounder, sometimes it clouds their judgment, and they say, they're in a weird moment, and they go, yeah, I shouldn't have did it. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's done that. So just throw out a lot of offers, but Mixon and a first rounder might be required. Mixon and Amari and a first rounder for Kenneth Walker. I would do it. For Gibbs, I would do it. You know, and I don't necessarily trade ETN away, but if you're trading ETN away to get Garrett Wilson, I like it. You know, ETN does have some long-term concerns comparatively to a Garrett Wilson who's going to play 10 years at an elite level. So, or St. Brown. So I do see the value in trading ETN in a dynasty format. I Smitty approve all those moves, but I do go after Kenneth Walker, and I do use first rounders. Riff dropping another $20 wad on screen. Riffy boy.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Riffmeister, appreciate you, Riffy. Riffy's my boy. 12-team PPR, double flex, Rodgers, Pollard, Walker, Tyreek. Did I already get to this one? This looks very, similar. Okay, Riff, appreciate you. Thank you, Riff, appreciate you. I think I might have thrown that up twice, but I don't care. Riff's been in here doing magic. Magic Man, just like Mystic Mac right here. The Mystic Man. Let's see here. Did I get everything put on screen here? Okay. Ron says, missed the SLOL. Have said Smitty is on fire tonight. Thank you. Appreciate you, Ron. Ron, prayers up for Miss Navy. Everybody. Mystic, appreciate you. Smitty, you got to stop selling people on these guys. If you're here, you should know and listen to Smitty. We have to get over some of these topics. No, we don't, JCIM. Because there are a lot of people that, look, we got 464 people in here. This is getting going. The season's getting going. There's still a lot of people that are just getting back into fantasy. I'd say 30% of everybody watching right now hasn't been here all year long like some of you have. So we unfortunately have to talk about these things. And honestly, the values have changed. I don't just come out, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I don't just come out and start talking about Breece Hall the same way every time. I don't just come and say, okay, I haven't done a JSN video in a while. Let's just repeat and rinse and repeat. There's new information. His ADP's in the 8th round. New information. Breece Hall, he's still getting doubted. His ADP's fluctuating. Drafts are closing in. You have very little time to draft him, and you're about to go into a draft tonight or tomorrow, and Breece Hall is sitting there. In a very good, when I say bad, I mean very good for you ADP spot. So it's not like I'm repeating something, or like you could just say, get Breece Hall, and that's the end of it. There's always reasons why. So thank you, Cole. Thank you, 33. I got you over here. WRM, I got your super chat right here. Mystic, I got you right here. Hang tight, guys. I'm coming for you. This is Deckard with a $20 hauler. My boy Deckard doing it live.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Deckard, my man. Deckard, 12-team PPR, 1 QB, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Fields, love it. Fields, love it. Love as your second quarterback. I couldn't love it more. no pun intended, Hall, Javonte, Khalil Herbert, Charbonnet, Foreman, Amon-Ra, Olave, London, Dotson, and Kelsey. This is what I'm talking about when I say use draft Travis Kelsey in round 1 strategy this year. Use it. It's one of the best strategies ever. Like, there's never been a better year to draft Travis Kelsey in round number 1. Ever. Last year, forget about it. The year before, forget about it. Doesn't matter. People won last year. It doesn't matter. I think so many people, if he stays healthy, he's getting older, that is a concern. But if Travis Kelsey stays healthy and has one more baller year before we start worrying about him, there will be so many championships won off the back of drafting Travis Kelsey round 1. Because it's the one year, we've never had a year like this before, where Travis Kelsey built teams don't look like Travis Kelsey built teams. They look like teams that took Garrett Wilson in round 1. They're unbelievable built teams. Look at this team. This team has Fields at quarterback, Breece, Hall, and Javonte. You know, some might say is thin, but I still love the crew. And you got Khalil Herbert to kind of hold, you know, afloat for a while. And then you got wide receiver 1 capable Olave, Amon-Ra, round 1 capable Amon-Ra, London, Dotson, and somehow, some way, you have Kelsey still. And that wasn't something you could say earlier in the year. Top super chatter of the night so far, and Mario L dropping straight fire. Mario, you are next, young man. Appreciate you, Mario. Coming in for you in a second. This, you cannot say this about teams in previous years that draft Travis Kelsey. Normally, you look at a Kelsey team and you say, this team looks pretty good. Oh, you got Kelsey. That's why. Kelsey to the moon. Absolutely love it. Now I like it. I didn't see Kelsey. Now I see Kelsey. The team looks good. Now I'm going, great team. And you got Kelsey? What in the hell is going on here? How many grandmas are in this league? Deckard, this is a phenomenal team. Bijan went in the second. I think I can get him, but what would I trade for? Love you, Deckard. Appreciate you. I mean, you got to give up probably Javonte. You can't just not give an RB. So Javonte in London, you know, Javonte and Dotson. Dotson's got a whole lot of value right now. So that's something I would strongly consider. That's probably what I would do. But you don't even need to force Bijan on this team. Don't go destroy or dismantle anything. Don't give up. I mean, you could give up Hall in one of those guys. I wouldn't be opposed to it because Bijan's that important. You do that, you probably win a league. I would try and do it without giving up Hall because I'd love to have you have Breece Hall and Bijan on that team. But Bijan and one of those, or Bijan for one of those wide receivers and Hall or one of those wide receivers and Javonte, I would, Smitty, approve that at the end of the day.
You've just been
Very good team. Mario dropping a $25 wad. He's the top super chatter of the night. There have been a lot of $25 haulers, but Mario is the highest.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Mario, $20 hauler from Cody. I'm going to put you right here and go for you next. Then I'm going to the rest of these $9. Oh, Vampy's got a 20 up here. I got two 20s up here. Mario says, I'm drafting this weekend. I have the number 1 pick. Who should I get? Maybe looking for a wide receiver. And how do I work around it? If you want a wide receiver, go Jamar Chase or JJ. And I don't like to push people in one direction or the other because they're both absolute, you know, almost tied monsters, bro. And if it's a 3 required wide receiver league, it probably is the smart move. Punch that thumb up button. We got 485 in here and only 189 thumbs up. Cody, I really think if it's, oh, I'm sorry, Mario. I really think if it's a 3 wide receiver mandatory, the smart move is to go Chase. And then when you get to round 2, you're looking at maybe potentially an Olave, and you could go Olave and Gibbs, you know, back-to-back second, third round, you know, drafting. And I don't hate Gibbs that early in the 3rd round. Don't take Gibbs in the 2nd round, take Gibbs in the 3rd round. But that is a fantastic start. You could go Bijan if you really wanted to. If there's any sort of running back advantage, if running backs get scooped up left and right, I go Bijan. And I don't hesitate, and I could care less what Bob or Frank or Sam or Jody or Aunt, Aunt Elma, or whoever the hell's in my draft. I could care less what they think. Let them golf and just like chuckle and say, oh, that's a real nice ski mask, and tell stupid jokes and throw peanuts all over, in their face like Jim Carrey. This is not about them. This is about you, Mario. And if you believe in Bijan Robinson like I do, you won't hesitate if you need an RB. But if this is a 3 wide receiver mandatory and you want to go wide receiver, you do better yourself. You know yourself. I don't know your drafting style and what you cater to and what makes you a monster. So many people out there, these other shows and analysts will say, go blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to tell you to go anything, because what if you are better at drafting running backs later? Not to mention, this is the 1 year where Walker's sitting in 4-5, Gibbs is in 3, Breece Hall's in 4-5, Pacheco's in 6, Swift is in 6. We got running backs for days. There's no dead zone. Stop with the dead zone, everybody. Stop with the dead zone. There's no dead zone. There's no quarterback dead zone. There's no running back dead zone. There's no wide receiver dead zone. There's no tight end dead zone. There's no dead zone, period. Not in 2023. Maybe positions dry up. That's just drying up. That's just running out of inventory. You get to round 7 or 8 and running backs aren't there. They dried up. There's no dead zone. This is the year to dominate the dead zone, traditional dead zone areas with guys like Walker who could be top 10 overall players. Guys like Ridley in the 3rd round. In the 2nd, if you're on underdog, he's going 2.12 to 3.1. Ridley's a 2-3 turn guy on underdog. In mom and pop leagues, in your grandma's league, in your Aunt Edna's league, you can literally get him in the 3rd round, and people don't even think he's worth that. It just depends where you're drafted. Thank you, Mario. Appreciate you. Thomas dropping the $9.99 hauler. Appreciate you, Thomas, doing it live. Thomas, thank you so much, my guy. Thoughts on this trade? Pickens, I think I got that one. Okay, Thomas, I pulled it on screen. Anybody else to super chat? If I haven't pulled it over yet, I will. Megan, I got yours. I threw it over here. Cody, appreciate your $20 hauler. I got it on screen here. Mario L, appreciate your $25 hauler. I think I'm caught up on at least getting them all organized on the screen. We're opening the phone lines in a little bit. I know some of you are trying to call in. I do have the line open, but I'm not answering phone calls right now because I got to get through these super chats. Cody, Smitty, here's my team, 12 team. First of all, Smitty's got to give you a little standing ovation.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You guys are amazing. You're absolutely amazing. Cody, Smitty, here's my team. 12-man PPR, QB, Cousins, Goff. Running backs are Aaron Jones, James Cook, Herbert, Charbonnet, Hill, Amon-Ra, Ridley, Pickens. Love it. I need a running back. Trade ideas. Okay. I don't love Aaron Jones or James Cook as your starters. I agree with that. I love Amon-Ra, Ridley, Pickens, Tyreek Hill. And your quarterbacks, they'll get by, okay? Because those guys are playing. Goff is very underrated. Cousins is always underrated, even though I always tend to lean not to draft him as my starter. I always want one of those big dogs that could be the number 1 overall scorer. That's my MO. My MO has always kind of been from the beginning of time when I was a little tyke and my dad came up to me and said, hey, what do you want to do today? I said, draft QB1. Draft QB1. I didn't know what it meant yet. I didn't play fantasy yet, but I literally came out of the womb defending early quarterback, and that's just my nature. I want the quarterback 1. That's why I go after Fields. That's why I go after Burrow. These are guys you get in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round that could be QB1 overall. That's just how I feel. It's how I'm wired. It doesn't mean that these QBs are bad. It doesn't mean that Goff or Cousins, you'll probably get it wrong each week, to be honest with you, though. It can't be QB7, QB6. I mean, it's possible. You could rotate it perfectly and actually get QB 5 or 6 if you rotated it just perfectly, but it is a hard decision each week. Sean, thank you for the super chat. I got it over here in the corner. Cody, I'm going to say this isn't my favorite team because of the balance. It's really out of whack. Ayuk's got some trade value. You got a Okonkwo. Hawkinson's where I start. Aaron Jones and Hawkinson, or Hawkinson and James Cook. Maybe keep Aaron Jones as your crafty running back 2. I like that. I love Aaron Jones as my running back 2, especially with those wide receivers. And maybe you let it ride with the quarterbacks and you say, I'm going to play positions or matchups and dominate the position through intelligence. Okay, you can do that. But if you trade Hawkinson, throw a Conquo in, trade Hawkinson and James Cook and go get a Kenneth Walker, you already have Charbonnet. That becomes an 8 out of 10 team in my opinion. You know, that's the move I make. That's the move I make. I do it live. If you can get more, try and get more, Cody. And obviously Gibbs. Gibbs, 8.5. 8.5. Try for Gibbs. Try for Walker. Do it live. Trade Hawkinson straight up for Breece Hall. As you go down a little bit, try and give up less and less. But that's how you do it. That's how Dad did it. That's how America does it. And so far, it's worked out pretty well. So I appreciate you very much. Eric, I threw yours over there waiting for you. Overcome, thank you for the $20 hauler. I got to get Vampy's out of the way. I just have Vampy's and Nathan sitting there. Nathan, appreciate you. Yours is right here, Nathan. Overcome, your next. Vampy is up. Vampy, appreciate you, Vampmeister.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Vampy, my boy, how is the patellar tendon, or the kneecap? How's the patellar doing, bro? Vampy tore his, I think he dislocated this. I don't know if he tore it. I think he just dislocated the kneecap off like Mahomes. There's a little shelf in there. What Mahomes did is your kneecap fits right into this like crevice, and it can slide out like this and not tear. And you literally have this, you know, your patellar tendon. Let me move this out. Let me move Vamp out of the way and show you guys. So Mahomes literally did this, and you can see a shelf in there. It's like a shelf. It's like a little crevice here, a little canyon. And they got to literally go like this. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and it slides right back into the shelf. And so that's what Mahomes did. But when that happens, you're stretching the patellar tendon, right? So it has a little bit of lax in it, and then it can happen again and again and again. That was the concern with Mahomes. And I would say that concern is still a little bit like on the table. Because if he stretched the patellar tendon out even just a little bit, and the average person, when this moves, it's not coming out. It's fit tightly. God made it so that this thing is perfectly, the tension's perfect, and this thing can slide around. You can take your kneecap if you have your legs straight right now and relaxed. You can move your kneecap back and forth, right? Kind of move it around. When you're tense, you can't, but when you relax your kneecap. So if you pull on that and stretch it out, you got to tighten that patellar tendon back up, or you're going to continue to have that slide out. So Mahomes just rested it, but it probably tightened back up naturally. It could be 100%, but there's still concern that like someday he steps wrong and he's got just enough tension in there that instead of going like that and not going out, it'll go like that and go out and snap out. And then the more you have it done, the more, you know, the recovery time increases. But Vampy, hopefully you're doing well. Vampy had that done. 495 people in here. We got 5 more and we're hitting 500. We're at 503. 503 live congruent viewers.
Mashed potatoes!
Subscribe if you're new. Subscribe if you're new. Hit that thumb up button. Appreciate every single one of you. Vampy, $20 hauler. QB, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, flex, 1 tight end. Anything I can do to improve. Josh Allen, Bijan, Javonte, Swift, Herbert, Charbonnet, CD, Ridley, Watson, Dotson, Jameson, tight end Kincaid, Laporta. Thank you. Thank you, Vampy. Bijan, Javonte, Swift is very crafty. Okay? Very crafty. You have Charbonnet. That makes me lean toward let's go get Walker. CD, and why I say that is because a lot of people that have Walker are pissed off that you stepped on their toes and took Walker. So they feel incomplete right now. They feel like, okay, I'm vulnerable right now. They may potentially give you Walker because they can't sleep at night. Or you go to them and you say, I'll give you Walker. And here's what really gets a Walker, a Charbonnet-less Walker owner. AKA an owner that drafted Walker and failed to execute on cuffing him to Charbonnet because they got cute in the 95 to 115 territory. And they said, he'll be there. He'll be there despite me telling you, take a lap for not listening. Never, ever assume that Charbonnet is going to fall the extra mile. It's not going to happen, okay? We got a $10 hauler from XDS. I'm going to put you right in the corner there. I'm coming for you. Don't you worry. So you've got a lot of potential to make a trade, Vampy, for Kenneth Walker. So I'm going to say that's probably your target. Ridley, CD, Watson, Dotson. Your potential entry point is Javonte or Swift. One or the other with Dotson to try and get Walker. I believe the owner will be vulnerable. But here's what I was going to say. Here's what gets the Walker owner all riled up and upset. You tell him, look, I've got Charbonnet. I either get you Charbonnet because they belong together. They should be cuffed together. Or you give me Walker. I'm fine with either. But you might be left holding the bag while I'm out there raking it in if Charbonnet gets in there. So you can hold it over his head and either sell him Charbonnet, go to his team, see what you can upgrade using, let's say, Charbonnet and potentially Watson or Dotson, who I don't really want you to trade. I love those guys. Or Swift and upgrade them into a different player. I.e., he has Breece Hall. You give him Charbonnet and Swift, or Charbonnet and Javonte, you get Breece Hall. Or you go ahead and upgrade maybe, I don't know, Watson or Dotson into an Olave using Charbonnet. Those are the things that I would do, but I certainly would try and get a Walker deal done for sure. Nathan with the $20 hauler. Nathan, appreciate you.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Nathan, thank you for waiting patiently. Three home team drafts this week, 7 and 8 spot. If no Bijan or Kelsey, where are you going? I love that you're picking up on those are the two best approaches from that spot. So well done. Well done, Nathan. Well done. You've been paying attention. Where am I going? Honestly, it's Tyreek Hill or it's Garrett Wilson. And honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to splitting it. I wouldn't be opposed. Maybe in a league where Hill's already gone, it makes it easier to go Garrett Wilson. But I want Garrett Wilson. I want Garrett Wilson. I don't care if it seems early to a lot of people at 8. It's not to me. The thing is, I think you'll have Bijan or Kelsey there at the 7. And so maybe this is the one you save for the 8 pick. I don't know that you'll get one at 8. You could. Bijan falls to 7, I'd say more than 50% of the time right now. But that's about where he goes, 7, 8, 9. So maybe you get lucky and you get Kelsey and Bijan in one or the other. Maybe you're left with one or the other at 8, and you got to decide to go Bijan here and hope that Bijan falls, or 7, and go Bijan. Maybe Bijan, I go here, or you go Kelsey at 7, and you hope Bijan falls to the draft in the 8 spot. I don't know which one's first, but I love the idea of the Wilson and St. Brown double stack. For those that don't know what the double stack is, now you will know because I'm playing it for you right now.
The double-decker, pronounced double-decker in academic circles, is drafting both Amon St. Brown and Garrett Wilson back-to-back in rounds 1 and 2. The double-decker.
Do it live. Nathan, appreciate you. Nathan, I hope you're still here and you waited a long time for that. I'm sorry about that. Nathan, you are the man. The $20 super chats, I can't thank you enough, guys. The ability to, I mean, this show is that I think we even hit maybe 21K while we were live right now. We've been growing so fast, and I have only you guys to thank. I work for you. 800. We got 20,863 subscribers. That means that maybe by the end of this show, we might be at the 20,910 mark. And so by this time tomorrow, we might be at 21K, growing about 1,000 subscribers in like a week period. So appreciate you all. Overcome, Dak, Chase, Wilson, Olave, Dotson, MT, Tony, Hall, White, Madison, Charbonnet, Kamara, and Andrews. Oh man, you just like add that to that. Are all disposable for victory. What trade opportunities? Quite honestly, bro, Chase, Garrett Wilson, Olave is absolutely out of this world. Dotson, MT, Tony, Hall, Madison. I'm trading Madison, Rashad White together, and I'm even throwing in, MT, whatever, to slightly upgrade. I love that you've got Kamara. I love that you have Breece Hall. I want you to have Walker. This is the same thing with Vamp's team. You have Charbonnet. Go to that owner overcome and literally tell them what you're going to do. You're either going to tell them, you can be aggressive about it, you can be confident about it, you can even telegraph what you're doing because you're in a unique situation where you have Charbonnet. Okay? And you can literally say, either you need Charbonnet or I need Walker, but guess what? You need Charbonnet because it doesn't do me any harm at all to wait on Charbonnet. I got him cheap. But you, my friend, you either need to come get him or you should send me Walker and get it done. And Madison, Rachaad White is a great way to do that. I'd even consider trading Andrews away if you feel like you could secure up the backup tight end spot or your new starting tight end spot off of waivers in a very secure fashion. I'm not saying I would necessarily do Andrews for Walker straight up because Andrews has a higher ADP. I'm just saying I could explore that because you have Charbonnet, because of what you think a Conquo could do if you could get your hands on a combination of tight ends that you feel comfortable with. I don't know what the free agent tight end market looks like or what tight end he has to throw back. I would try to not go that route. I think Rachaad White, Madison, and let's say MT, or Rachaad White, Madison, and Dotson, or Madison and Dotson, or Rachaad White and Dotson should get you Walker. Given the threat of not having Charbonnet, you can buy him at a discount because he's petrified. Because you got Charbonnet and he's pissed off about it. I know he is. He probably going to call in a minute and say, Smitty, I'm in a league where a guy took Charbonnet, completely stepped on my situation. Heating Up podcast with a $4.99 hauler. I put that over in the corner. Mason with the $10 hauler. I put you in the corner there. Appreciate you. I'm getting to you in 1 second. I got everybody dropping these in here. Joseph Vargas, appreciate your super chat. I got you in the corner. I've got everybody's super chat, I think. And if I miss you, just let me know. I will certainly circle back around and take care of your super chat if I miss anything. And we got Guy McFly over here. So let's go through the super chats that we have over on this side of the screen. I'm going to move these over. Appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you so much. So let me move these out of the way and start with the first come first serve peeps right here. Let's see. We got that. We got that. We got that. We got this. Okay, right here. This one's from a $5 hauler, 14-team PPR. Burrow, Bijan, Dobbins, Garrett Wilson, Watson. Very, very good team suggestions. J.K. Dobbins and potentially Madison, J.K. Dobbins, and Love. If for any reason somebody's got weak quarterbacks, you could try and exploit that using Love because he looks really good. Dobbs looks really good right now. Dobbs and J.K. for Walker. Dobbs and J.K. for I'm sorry, Dobbins. Yeah, Dobbs and J.K. Dobbins for. Let me look at a list of wide receivers and come up with something here too, because I don't want to just throw the same names out, but those are a lot of the great players to go get. So it's not like it's me regurgitating some of the same names. These are the guys that are on the Moonman list and the guys that I want you to acquire. But I would say at that level, you're talking about with J.K. Dobbins and Romeo Dobbs, you're probably capable, and you could throw London and JK in if you had to, and we'll go through that. So London and JK would be a Devontae Smith upgrade or a Olave upgrade or a Tony Pollard upgrade. JK Dobbins and London, or JK Dobbins and Watson, that would require at least an Olave or Pollard, I think. But if you're gonna go JK and potentially just or Madison, how about Madison, Dobbs, and JK? All of those guys, wide receiver wise, Calvin Ridley, Olave, Waddle, Devontae Smith. You know, Deebo Samuel's an interesting player to go get for this team right here. Even though you need running back essentially, right? You could just say, I would give up Dobbs and Madison for Deebo. I would give up JK and Dobbs for Deebo. And then you can still do other moves. Debo's very underrated. But for running back, which is what your real need is, Breece Hall. Breece Hall is attainable using Madison and Dobbs, or JK and Dobbs, or Madison and JK and Dobbs. Honestly, quite honestly, I would do that for Walker or for Breece Hall. Najee might be attainable. Sometimes he's a third or fourth rounder. Dameon Pierce is very cheap if you wanted to go Dobbs, Madison for Dameon Pierce. That's not crazy. Aaron Jones, that's not crazy. Those are the early things I would look at there. WRM with a super chat says T-Law, Cup, JT, Ingram, Breece, Ridley, Mike Williams, James Cook, Addison. Any suggestions? Not really, man. Mike Williams, and I mean, again, you've got Charbonnet without Walker. That's clearly a piece I want to connect, a die I want to connect. Cooper Kupp scares me. I would probably look to just see what you could get for Cooper Kupp. If you could get a Garrett Wilson and get something, I do that. I go to the Walker owner, see what they have. This might even be a case where you get Walker, you give this individual James Cook, and that's not a fair trade. So what wide receiver can you downgrade into? Let's say they have Garrett Wilson. Maybe you get Garrett Wilson for their Cooper Kupp. You're quote-unquote downgrading, and you're upgrading James Cook to Walker. WRM, that's where I go. I try and take Cooper Kupp along for a little 2-for-2 ride and get that Walker action going. Mystic with a $5 hauler says, forgot to mention in my previous super chat, I have Khalil Herbert, Laporta, Okonkwo. It's a 3 wide receiver, 2 running back, 1 tight end, 2 QB Superflex league. Thank you, Mystic. Appreciate you. I don't think that changed anything, to be honest, in terms of the advice. Let me see. Mystic super chat was trade Richardson. Wait, did I not get to that one? Oh, I might not have gotten to that one yet. That's why I didn't. Yeah, not $10 hauler from Mystic. Dynasty Keeper, trade Anthony Richardson, Rashad White, and London for Love, Ridley, and Akers. I think I would say no way, bro. Anthony Richardson, Rashad White. I don't mind trading Rashad White, but London and Richardson for... I like Love a lot, bro, but Ridley's older. Akers, I don't believe in. No way. No way. Absolutely no. Yeah, it didn't affect it. Didn't affect it. No. Not doing that trade. Not doing that trade. Look, I love Calvin Ridley, but no thank you. No thank you, broski. Not doing it. Sign me up for the opposite side of that. And I got some other super chats rolling in. I'm going to get to those in 1 second. Let me get these off my plate. Laporta and Jaxon Smith-Njigba for Pearson Dulcich. No thank you. Give me Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Well, actually, you know, that's a tough one. If you need an RB, Pierce is probably better than JSN. If you need a wide receiver, I know it doesn't feel this way now, but I don't want to get rid of JSN if you're in need of a wide receiver. So you got to let your decision be determined by your need, because Pierce is going to actually have a really good year, I think. This is a $1.99 hauler from Gravy. Thoughts punting QB all the way to get to the 8-9 for Watson. You know I don't like Deshaun Watson, man. He's looking like garbage. And you know, I'd rather draft Love later. I said this on like 2 weeks ago on a live stream and got roasted in my own chat about it. I'd rather start Love. Love's gonna outscore Deshaun Watson. Mark my words. I don't like Watson. I don't mind you punting for Aaron Rodgers and Love, or Watson and Love, or Watson and Aaron Rodgers, so you have a backup plan. But I am an early quarterback guy. I tend to always have Fields, Burrow, Hurts, Mahomes, Josh Allen, or you know, all the big guns, or T-Law, or Aaron Rodgers and Love, or Aaron Rodgers, Anthony Richardson. That's about as far as I go. That's just the nature of my drafting and my building, and how I like to build my teams, and how I believe in early quarterback, even middle round quarterback before late quarterback. I don't care the bargain. Like Watson's going, so I could care less. I'll get a steal in round 8 at a wide receiver running back position. I'm not worried about it. You know what I'm saying? Travis, $10 hauler.
To the moon.
Gets a moonshot, my boy Travis. Travis, appreciate you. Travis says 12 team. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. 12 team, 1 keeper. Jefferson, Josh Allen, Gibbs, Breece Hall, London, Connor. I don't like Connor. Mike Evans and Connor. Trade those two. Maybe B. Robinson. Brian Robinson, Mike Evans, Connor. Go get Walker. Go get honestly, with your running backs, Gibbs and Breece, I like that with Khalil Herbert. I mean, I know some people might be scared of that. You got Charbonnet, so I'm trading Connor and Evans for Walker, or I'm trading Connor for Debo, Connor and Evans for Debo, Connor and Evans for Calvin Ridley. Easy, Travis. That's where my mind goes immediately with that team. G-Man with the $2 hauler says PPR redraft rank Waddle, Olave, Ridley, Devontae Smith, Debo. I'm going to be a little bit controversial here, I think, but I'm going to say Olave. Waddle, Smith, Ridley are all really close. I think Ridley could outscore Waddle and Devontae Smith. Would I draft Ridley ahead of them? No. Yes, it depends. Like I did in the Marsman draft because I got Waddle in the 4th because everybody was sleeping and I drafted Ridley ahead of him. So yes, I would in the right context, but like in circles where Waddle's going in round 2 and I get him like at the bottom, a top of 3, and Waddle deserves to be in the top of 3. Just because I don't like Waddle at 14 overall doesn't mean I don't like Waddle. I like Waddle at 3.1 all day long. My 3rd drafted player, I love it. But like Ridley quietly, I think could be a top 5 wide receiver. I have a video on it. So like my gut tells me how it's going to finish is Olave, Ridley, Smith, Waddle, tied, Debo. Smith, Waddle, Debo, tied. Smith, Waddle, Debo, tied. But like you've got to account for the ADPs. So you can't just be like, oh, I'm going to draft Olave, Ridley, Devontae Smith, Waddle, Debo like that. You got to account for the ADPs. But push comes to shove, trade value wise, get something extra wise, go after Olave, Ridley, and Debo and Smith, like and let Waddle be a bargaining chip to get more, because I think all those wide receivers are really close. They're all neck and neck, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if they were literally like 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight, all ranking together. Big Rod dropping a $2 rod on screen. I forgot the question, just wondering your thoughts. Okay, I'm going to look Big Rod for that. I don't know if you dropped that somewhere. I'm going to have to look for it. Dominant with a $5 hauler says Bijan, T-Law, Bijan, St. Brown, Olave, Watson, Pacheco, benches, London, McKinnon, Khalil Herbert. Absolutely good team. Bigsby, making you proud. You are making me proud, big dog. You're making me real proud, Dominant. Bijan, St. Brown, T-Law, Olave, Watson, Pacheco. Nothing to trade really here, bro. Let this marinate. Let it go out there and fire off and let it gain value and let the trade offers come to you. Mason dropping a super chat. Mason, appreciate you. $10 hauler gets a moonshot. I don't know if you asked the question anywhere, Mason. I'll have to go hunting for it later because it's not attached here and I've got so many things on screen, but I will put it in the corner so I remember. This right here, Bella, check yourself, $2 hauler. Killed my dynasty draft, love my team. Bella, check yourself. I'm very anxious to hear it or see it, so drop your team. Give me the marker board treatment, bro. Deckard, I think we already took care of your question, so I'm sorry about that, but I'm trying to get through these. But Deckard, maybe we have another one we can put on the marker board. Smitty, drafted 10-man, T-Law, Bijan, Pollard. Bijan and Pollard are fantastic. I love it. Ridley, London, do it live. Schultz, I'm lukewarm on Schultz. K9, do it live. Pickens, Mike Evans, JSN. This is a 10-man league. Looks like at least an 8. McKinnon, Deuce, any tips? Yeah, get the money in advance because they're probably not showing up to pay up at the end of the league. Love the team. Ridley, London, K9, Pickens, Mike Evans. Maybe you trade Mike Evans and potentially like, I mean, you could, in a rare Smitty recommends getting Andrews and getting a big name tight end. Maybe you trade Evans and Schultz and, you give up, I like that you got all these, like McKinnon, and you could get the Pacheco owner to bite on McKinnon potentially, maybe see what they got. But Pickens or Evans, even though I don't want to trade Pickens or Evans, with a potential Schultz to get an Andrews might do the trick for you. Past that, it's like, can you trade Mike Evans in London or Mike Evans and Pickens to get a top like 14 overall player that's a receiver like St. Brown or something like that? Past that, I mean, this is a really good team that I think a lot of risers are here and a lot of guys proving themselves. So you kind of wait until week 1 passes before you really, I think, get traction on trade interest, because I bet you a lot of people are just like, I don't know. They don't know what Pickens is going to be. They don't necessarily know what all those guys are going to be. So you kind of got to wait on that. $10 hauler from Scotty Boy.
To the moon.
Scotty, appreciate you. I'm going to get to the other $10 other super chats that have come in the last like 5 minutes. I haven't dragged them all on screen yet. I'm trying to clear this off. Grade my draft. Fields, Goddard, Chase, Amon-Ra, Addison, Tony, Hodgins, family, ETN, Walker. Man, ETN, Walker, Chase, Amon-Ra, Fields, unbelievable. This is a good team, bro. Kamala, I think you mean Kamara. Javanese, I think you mean Javante. Big Buy, I think you mean Bigsby. What are we doing? These are new nicknames, Scott. I've never seen these before. Javanese is a different language for Javante. Kamala is definitely a I would say a bad draft selection, but I'd say this is Kamara, I believe. Okay, so Kamara. Content. Love the content, even though you hate my Niners. I don't hate your Niners, Scott. Scott, you misunderstand me. I talk about Debo all the time. I've pumped up Trey Lance for a while, and he got ruined by your coach. I don't hate the Niners at all. Brock Purdy looked amazing the other night, to be honest with you, considering I think you guys are a top 6 to 8 team in the National Football League. So, Scott, don't misunderstand my Shanahan doesn't know what he's doing in terms of personnel decision-making or him not being an offensive savant. We got a $20 hauler from Michael coming in hot. Let me put Michael's on screen here. Michael, I'm coming for you, pal. I'm going to put you right here and answer you. All $20 haulers get bumped immediately in front of the line. Unfortunately, the world is unfair, but I get to everybody anyways. I take care of everybody. Big Rod, $10 hauler. What's up, Smitty? So I did a thing in my Superflex League. My 2 QBs are Mahomes and Allen. You did a thing. That's for sure. Got Walker and Breece, Hall, Ridley, London, DJ Moore. What is this? Come on, bro. This is one of those free leagues on ESPN. Got to get out of here with this. Dobbs, McKinnon, Algier, Kincaid. What are you going to do with this, Big Rod? You can't even upgrade anything. You can't even upgrade. DJ Moore, London, Ridley, Breece Hall, Walker, Superflex, Josh Allen, Mahomes. You did a thing in your Superflex, you mean? You mean highway robbery, Big Rod? Phone lines aren't open yet. Hang tight. As soon as the phone lines are open, I will answer. And I think I saw Rock Out calling. Rock Out, hang tight. Phone lines will be open. I go immediately to you. You are a Marsman extraordinaire, but I can't open the phone lines till the super chats are cleared because it will put me behind about 3 hours. Okay, would you start Breece this week or in week 1? Wait and see. You got to wait and see, but of course I'm hopeful that that's going to happen, my guy. $10 hauler from TMT going straight to the moon.
To the
TMT,
moon.
my guy, the man, the myth, the legend. 468 of you in here. Punch that thumb up button. We got 246 thumbs up. If we get to 300 thumbs up on any show moving forward, I will give away a 2023 thefantasyfootballshow.com membership at every time we hit another 100 mark. So every 300 likes, we give one away. At 400 likes, we give another one away every single show moving forward. So 246 likes, hit that 300, and I will give away a membership. So appreciate you all. Appreciate you all. You guys absolutely rock. We'll figure out how to give that away in a second. TM, because I know we'll hit 300 likes here in a second now. Fields, Goff, Love, Bijan, or not Bijan. Where did I get Bijan? Gibbs, Hall, James Cook. I trade James Cook. That pops up right away for me. Chase, Garrett Wilson, Devontae Smith. Look, London and Dotson, JSN on the waiver wire. You got to pick up JSN. Holy crap, bro. Maybe what you do, TM, is do a 2-for-1. Okay? The fact that this is a 10-man league and JSN's on waivers, it makes me feel like it's a 6-man league. Do a 2-for-1 and do it now, because imagine in this trade, TM, listen to what I say. If you don't listen to another thing I say all year long, listen to this. Any trade you do right now, picture they're giving you JSN. Put JSN on the other side of the trade, because that's what you're doing. Okay, so you have a rare opportunity to overpay to an extreme degree. Yes, you're helping their team out, but you can give up a potential Devontae Smith right now and another player like James Cook to do a slight upgrade, even a tiny bit of an upgrade at wide receiver if you want. Or go get Bijan Robinson or something. James Cook and Devontae Smith for even a potential Tony Pollard and say to yourself, I'm getting JSN in return. It's an absolute home run. This is a rare opportunity. And I take it, I snatch it. I don't let JSN get scooped up before you get something like that done. $10 hauler from Garrett.
To the moon.
Appreciate Garrett with his $10 hauler. Garrett, I'm coming to you. Let me get Michael's $20 super chat taken care of real quickly because, like I said, all $20 haulers move straight to the front of the line. Unfortunately, the world is not fair, but that's okay.
Alert. Super chat alert.
This one here from my man, Michael. Matt dropping a 20. He's coming in hot next. I got Matt coming in with a $20 hauler. Moves to the front of the line. 14 team, full PPR, 1 QB, 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, 2 flex. Fields, Love, Breece Hall, Pacheco, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Luke Musgrave, Dotson, love it, doing it live. Jameson Williams, any roster moves. So you have Fields, you have Love as your second quarterback. It's 1 QB, 14 team, by the way. Just if anybody's looking at this roster and not taking it, absorbing it, and understanding and appreciating the Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Fields, Love, Breece Hall combination, it's epic. You got Charbonnet. You listen to me. You listen to me well. Your expendable players are not Garrett Wilson, not Amon-Ra, not Breece Hall, not let's see here, not Fields. Pacheco, did I say Walker a minute ago? I didn't mean to say Walker. I meant to get Walker. Pacheco, expendable, but like him. Dotson, expendable, love him. JSN, expendable. I don't know that you're going to get enough for him to move him. So I guess I would try, because you have Charbonnet. Again, I know this is something I've repeated a couple times here, but it's the number one play. If you've got Charbonnet, you got the other Walker owner by the balls. And you literally get to walk over and say, either I trade you Charbonnet, or you cry like a little baby every night, cry yourself to sleep in fear and petrified, looking over your shoulder until you crumble and release Kenneth Walker just to get rid of the feeling that you have right now, shaking in your boots because you didn't draft Charbonnet. I did. I'll give him to you, but I'm going to ask for a Pacheco up to so-and-so upgrade. I'm going to ask using Pacheco, Dotson. I'll give you Charbonnet. You give me a potential Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra type player. Go after Tony Pollard. It depends on what this owner has, or you give that person Charbonnet, and you get Walker, and you give him a very reasonable Pacheco and 1 wide receiver like Dotson. That's a very reasonable trade. Like in some might say you're giving up too much. You could say give him JSN and Pacheco and Charbonnet for Kenneth Walker. But that is the main move to make. You know, Pollard, trying to go after Pollard using Pacheco and Dotson. Dotson's very, very valuable right now. He might increase in value. And Michael, I'll tell you, you don't necessarily need to make a move right now because your players will gain value every single day. Every single day you move up, okay? So don't think this is a move you have to make in entering week 1. You can make it after week 1. And remember, everybody, no one's going to do buy low, sell high better than this show right here. Better than we do it. We'll do buy low, sell high better than anybody. And that is the most glorious time of year, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when everybody's freaking out about their nervous Nellies, their nervous Nelsons. They come in here, they're scared Scotties, they're petrified Peters, they're worried Williams. They walk into our live stream and say, what do I do? What do I do? St. Brown caught 40 yards and no touchdowns in week 1. Is he a bust? I knew it. I knew it. Romeo Dobbs caught a touchdown at 50 yards and Watson had 70 yards and no touchdowns. What do we do? Are we panicking? Do we sell Christian Watson? We're going to be buying low and selling high like no other channel coming out of week 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we're doing it live, okay? 12-man full PPR Fields. This is a $20 hauler, by the way.
Alert. Super chat alert.
This is my boy right here. My boy, Matty. T-Law. No. Quarterback T. Hill. What does that mean? Oh, Fields at QB. Sorry. It was the way it looked. QB T. Hill. Okay. Fields at QB. Sorry. T. Hill. Tyreek Hill. Garrett Wilson. Unbelievable wide receivers. Fields, Garrett Wilson, Tyreek Hill is unbelievable, bro. 15 more thumbs up, and we're giving away a 2023 fantasy football membership at thefantasyfootballshow.com, which is my content site. Year-round rankings, bold predictions, you name it, we're giving away in just 14 more thumbs up, and we're giving away one of those. Then if we hit another 100 likes, we're giving another one away. Let's see here. Kelsey with Watson. Let's see here. Wilson. Okay. Gibbs, Madison at running back. Kelsey with Watson and Hollywood in the flex. It's a really good team, bro. The only thing I try and do is upgrade Madison. Can you get rid of Hollywood and Madison? Can you being offered Godwin and Sanders for Wilson? Absolutely no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Why are you even panicked? You got a really good team, my guy. You don't need to go digging in the trash to try and grab 2 pieces of trash to account for your king that we call Garrett Wilson. There's a reason that we play this every single day, Maddie. Do you really, Maddie, this is a wake-up call, just real quick. Slap yourself in the face real quick, and just so you remember it, okay? Don't trade Garrett Wilson. I want you to go like this, Maddie. Don't trade Garrett Wilson, and just slap yourself in the face one time for me, just so you remember it. You'll remember it. You'll never forget it. Okay, don't trade Garrett Wilson for Godwin and Sanders. Do you really want to watch me play this video all year long? Are you going to be comfortable, Maddie? I'm just being hard on you as a coach. You dropped a $20 hauler. Of course, I love you, pal. I'm not mad at you in any weird way. I'm mad at you as your coach, telling you to go high knees. You can run faster, Maddie. I can get more out of you, Maddie. Do you really want me to play this all year long so that you watch me hit this button and you just go, I don't even want to watch the show today because I don't have Garrett Wilson and this makes me depressed? Do you imagine being in that moment right now? Come on, man. Pick up.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey man, it's Devontae Adams again. Call me back, bro.
In your eyes, the light that hit your eyes, complete your lives.
Maddie says he slapped it good, brother. That's good. Maddie, I want you to remember this. You do not want to be here this year watching us celebrate Garrett Wilson and you go into this like dark place where you're like, Smitty, I traded him. I don't even want to watch the show anymore. I just don't want to watch it anymore. I don't want to watch it anymore, Smitty. The pain's too much. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. And the fly, don't think I don't creep over in the chat while I'm doing all this. The fly, look, I don't know. I remember yesterday the fly and I didn't agree on something. This seems like the type of individual, no offense to the fly, we need you here. Everybody needs flies. They keep the ecosystem going. No one needs to get rid of them. This looked like the bug in my sandwich, by the way, today at Einstein's. I tagged it on my Instagram. This is exactly the bug that was in my Einstein's sandwich. I tagged Einstein's. I said, do better. They messaged me. They made it right. But I just wanted them to know this is disgusting. I opened up my sandwich, I took 2 bites, I swallowed, and I looked down, and this exact thing was sitting inside my sandwich. It was not a good look. They took care of it. They said, we're sorry. But just to let you know that this right there, it disgusts me, the fly. Okay? But I believe I remember you coming into my live stream the other day and us not vibing at all. And I don't mind that. I'm not trying to send you away. But sometimes I do wonder, like, when there's something off between me and somebody, they just come in and they disagree with everything. You forgot to add Jacobs to the live stream title. We're not talking about busts or stay away, fly. We're not talking about flies that are annoying on our face, the fly. We're talking about buy lows, guys to go draft, guys to go get. Jacobs doesn't fit the bill, the fly. He doesn't fit the bill. I love you, pal. I love you, but take a lap. Okay, we are quite behind. Matthew, hopefully I helped you out. Appreciate you. Go do some other moves, but don't trade Garrett Wilson. Megan with the super chat, 0.5 PPR, 12-team league. I have QB, T-Law, Jordan Love, excellent. Great job doing it live. Love the quarterbacks. Running backs, Bijan, Rashad White, Alvin Kamara. Love Alvin Kamara. Don't like J.K. Dobbins. Don't like Rashad White. I love CeeDee Lamb and Debo. If I'm you, I'm trading the running backs. Go find a running back needy team and you say Rashad White and J.K., what do you want? Or J.K. and Dotson, or Rashad White and Dotson for one better player. Pollard, start high, work yourself down. Pollard, even if it's a wide receiver, to be honest with you, because I think Alvin Kamara and Bijan are going to treat you just fine. They're going to treat you just fine. I'm doing it live. I'm trading this, making this team into an absolute winner with one single move. Because this team's maybe a 7 out of 10, ready to become an 8.5 to 9 out of 10 if you land this one trade. Debo and CD, Alvin Kamara, Bijan, T-Law. It's a great team. Dotson, I try and keep Dotson if you can. So Rashad White and JK for one player. Walker for Breece Hall. And you're ready. You're ready to go. You're ready to take your league by storm. Absolutely love the team. Appreciate you. Appreciate your team. It's absolutely amazing. And Michael K. CPA, top super chatter of the day. Michael K. CPA, the only man that has his own song on the channel, by the way. Like a full-fledged Michael K. CPA song, which I gotta find somewhere here. I think I have it right around here somewhere. Michael K. CPA, hang tight while I find your song here. I think it's right here.
He's Michael K. CPA. When you've got bills to pay, Michael K. CPA. He is here to stay.
Imagine listening to your favorite show. 474 in here, by the way. 474 people. Punch that thumb up button. We hit 303 likes. That means I'm giving away thefantasyfootballshow.com membership. Hang tight. I'll tell you how to get it, how to enter for it. Michael K. CPA. Actually, you know how to do it? Go to my Instagram. Okay, go to my Instagram. My most recent post on my grid, it's a reel. I believe it's a catch by Calvin Ridley. The Calvin Ridley post. Go to the Calvin Ridley post at some point today. I'll pick it like at midnight tonight. I'm gonna grab a random person that says that puts put a fire emoji, a couple fire emojis, and say something. But anybody with a fire emoji in their comment of the Calvin Ridley post on Instagram, my Instagram is The Fantasy Football Show. I'm going to choose, and I'll put it on my story so everybody sees me grab the person and reply and say, you win, winner, winner, chicken dinner. If we hit 400, I'm giving away another one. Every single time we hit 300 likes on a live stream, during the live stream, I'm giving away a thefantasyfootballshow.com membership. And that's my content site. It'll be the $35 content only, not the text device included, but the content only 2023 fantasy football membership. I mean, at some point, I might give away the text device package in a live stream. But when we hit 300, I give it away. We hit another 100 on a live stream. We hit 400, I give another away. 500, another. 600, another. I'll give away a thefantasyfootballshow.com $35 content membership every time we hit 100 from 300 on any live stream moving forward. Michael K. CPA, imagine driving down the street watching your favorite show and you hear your song come on while you're watching your own show.
Michael K. CPA. When you've got bills to pay, Michael K. CPA. He is here to stay.
Draft time, stay calm, and draft Mars and Moonman 2023. Appreciate you, Michael K. CPA, for coming in with the $100 wad. $100 wad on the screen. Unbelievable. Love Michael K. CPA. He's an absolute boss. He's an absolute boss. He's a magician. He's my friend. His name is Michael K. CPA. And he, ladies and gentlemen, is here to stay. Okay, let's see here. Garrett with a $10 hauler. $10 haulers get moonshots. I'm really behind on the super chats. I'm going to get to you, I promise you. And this is an entertaining, theatrical show. Okay, so you're not just getting your comment answered. Reed, I think you should maybe go ahead and maybe pick up somebody. I'll see you later. I'm giving you a detailed answer. We're doing it live, and so sometimes we get backlogged. That's why when you come in, drop your super chat early to get it answered as quickly as possible. Got the 11th pick In a 12-man PPR, 6 points for TD pass. That makes quarterback so much more valuable. Going double-decker, I think I need help at the 3-4 turn to 5-6 turns. I think Gibbs and Ridley will be gone at the 3-4 turn. They might be, but those quarterbacks in a 6-point per TD league could consume the top 25 so quickly that you might be shocked that Gibbs is there. But if you got the 11 pick, I certainly would go the double-decker. I think you're not crazy if Kelsey fell for whatever reason to go Kelsey Mahomes, though. You know, just a fun approach. But yeah, double-decker, the double double, the deuce, the double deuce. Do it live. I love it. Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown. For people don't know what the double-decker is, you could insert A.J. Brown as one of those players. You could go Tony Pollard in one of them to do the half double, which is the single, basically. But I love that. At the 3-4 turn, look, Walker, Fields, if he's there. Walker, Burrow. Fields is going to throw probably 30-plus touchdowns. I don't know what kind of world some of you live in with Justin Fields. The disrespect you give this man, the same disrespect some of you gave Jalen Hurts and don't admit to it right now. To act like Fields can't throw 30 touchdown passes and 3,800-plus yards is ridiculous. Buckle up, get ready, because Fields is not some quarterback that isn't in the conversation of being a top 5 monster in 6-point per TD pass leagues. It makes me chuckle. It makes me laugh to think people think he gets like bumped out of the top 5 because of 6 points per TD pass. He could throw 30 touchdowns and run for 10. This is a 40 touchdown total quarterback that runs for 900 to 1,200 yards. So get real. Fields could be QB1 in a 6-point per TD pass league. So that's what I do there. As far as the 5-6 turns, I wish I could give you grand advice on that, but it's so hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, who's going to be there? Would Hall fall? Would Walker fall? We've seen Walker fall all the time to the top of 5. I don't know that it's going to happen. It might. I've seen people get Walker at the tail end of 5. It just depends on the amount of grandmas in your league. But that's how I'd attack your draft from the onset. Pollard is not crazy at that 13, 14 overall territory. If you want balance coming out of rounds 1 and 2. Pick'em Gibbs over 27.5 rushing is free money. Absolutely, Nathan. Nathan, I couldn't have said it better myself, Nathan, but you did it with the $2 hauler, which just gives it a little more authority. So appreciate you. And I'm getting that. I'm doing that higher on Gibbs all day long. We're doing a higher low underdog fantasy promo code Smitty. Underdog fantasy promo code Smitty. Okay, promo code Smitty. We're doing a higher low show this year. A regular weekly show, standalone higher low pick'ems on Underdog. Promo code Smitty, links in the description of every video, including this one. Every single week, I think it might be Thursday, we're doing a higher low show. And maybe you say, Smitty, but I can't do Underdog in my state. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Maybe you haven't tried clicking the link, pal. Click the link in the description. I'll drop it right now in the live stream. Click the link right now in the live stream and do it live. Let me drop the link real quickly. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Smitty. Here's the link. Dropping it live. Click the link. Maybe you can. Promo code Smitty. They give you up to $100 on your first deposit. $100 on your first deposit. Double what you're up to $100. So if you put down 50, they'll give you 50. You do 20, they'll give you 20. They do 100, they'll give you 100. They don't give you 100. They match you up to 100. And Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. Okay? Promo code Smitty. We're going to do this higher low show. And if you think, oh, this isn't going to help me, maybe I won't like that show, boy, could you ever be wrong, because we're talking about projections. Even if you can't play, you want to hear me talk about whether Jahmyr Gibbs is running for over 27 yards. That one is a steal on Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. A steal. To get Jahmyr Gibbs at 27.5, if that's right, what he just said, rushing in week number 1. He could get that on one attempt. One attempt, Jahmyr Gibbs could run for 27.5 rushing yards. So do it live, Underdog Fantasy, promo code Smitty. Unbelievable. This is the best platform. There's a reason I uptalk Underdog Fantasy so much. They're not just my sponsor where I'm forced to come in here and just have a discussion. I absolutely love these guys. They sent me this sign right here. They take care of me. I absolutely love them. The platform is better than any other platform, in my opinion, in fantasy football. They're absolute monsters. And I'm honored to be a part of the Underdog family. $10 hauler from Western Campus. This has been quite a show so far. We're an hour and 44 minutes in, and this one was dropped at the very beginning of the show. To the moon, Western Campus. I'm coming in hot for your question right now. And Western Campus, this is a good one. Thoughts on my team? Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, London, Dotson, Freiermuth, Walker. Love it. Absolutely love it. Javonte, you're a little saturated in RBs. Love the JSN potential savior wide receiver move. If I'm making a trade here, I mean, if it's 2 flex and you're starting Javonte and you're starting Love, is this a super flex? I don't know. Wilson and St. Brown were gone because of a keeper league. Okay. So I guess because you're saturated in RBs, you got Bijan, you got Gibbs, you got London and Dotson, who are phenomenal wide receiver 2s and 3s, right? I'm trying to get rid of Javonte. Again, you got Walker and Charbonnet. Don't touch that. I'm trying to get rid of Javonte, not because I don't love him, but because you have the opportunity to go and get maybe a Olave. Maybe you could get a Ridley. Those would be good moves using Javonte. If you got to give up JMO, you got to give up JSN. I hate giving up JSN, but to get that immediate help right away that is above JSN's pay grade, I think that's important for you, and you smash if you do it. Don't give up too much. Come to me first if you're questioning the trade. Probably the best advice I could give all day is that if you question the trade, if you're wavering that hard on it, don't do it. Wait, come to me and let me know. Thomas with a $10 hauler. Moonshot for you, pal. All moonshots are given to Thomas and $10 hauler super chatters. Thoughts on this trade? I give up Pickens and DK and Khalil Herbert. I give up Pickens and DK and Khalil Herbert. I would get Ridley and Jahmyr Gibbs. Pickens, DK, and Herbert for Ridley and Gibbs. Let me put it this way. As much as I love Pickens, as much as I love DK, as much as I love Khalil Herbert, you are smashing this man to little tiny pieces because every side of your trade is better. And maybe you don't pull this off. Maybe you're sending this out and you're being a over optimistic Oscar on this one, Thomas. But if you pull this off, come back to us. And I know we have the sorcerer of the day somewhere here, I believe. I don't know if I have it here. You're definitely the sorcerer of the day. This would be got him material.
Got him.
Unbelievable, bro. This has got to be just your bright idea that it's not going to work out, but bro, it's a great attempt, and those are the kind of trades I send out. 473 are live in the stream right now. By the way, I may or may not be having a player on the show really soon that's in the NFL doing a little interview. I'm hopeful. They cancel all the time. I've had several opportunities this year that to have a big name player come on, and they cancel because they're really busy right now. So hang tight on that. This is going to be a good one if it happens. Got Fields. Should I trade Jalen Hurts, Goddard, Charbonnet for Breece, Etienne, or Komet? Should I trade Jalen Hurts, Goddard, Charbonnet for Breece, Etienne, or Komet? Who's your quarterback, Davis? Okay, since I don't have that information, I got it, and I'm not going to necessarily see it unless it's a super chat coming through until I get back to the phone lines and look at all the questions being asked right now. I am keeping an eye on the chat, and there's so many of you that have super chatted that I got to pull on screen, so don't think I'm forgetting about you. It's just we're backlogged a little bit. Super chats, get them in now versus later. I got Fields. Fields. I'm sorry. Idiot. I just read that. I got Fields. Should I trade Jalen Hurts and Goddard? Why do you have both of those guys again? I think I remember you telling me this. Like, Fields was in the 6th round. You couldn't pass up on him. That's what it was. So Jalen Hurts and Goddard and Charbonnet for Breece, Etienne, and Komet. I probably would do that. I'd try and leave Charbonnet out. I'm sorry, bro. I missed that Fields part when I was reading it off. I'd probably leave Charbonnet out and then I would do it. Yeah. Because if you have Fields and you took him in the 6th round, that is a great value. Essentially getting Breece Hall for that alone, you would have just drafted Breece Hall. But you're able to trade Fields, who you took in the 6th round because he fell, and get Hall, who's a 4th rounder, and get Etienne, who's a 3rd rounder. That's a smash. And honestly, give up Charbonnet if you have to. Like, if you think it's going to, he's going to pull the deal. If you don't do it now, do it live. Sick Nasty with a $5 thank you. What are your thoughts on giving 1st round picks in trades, and who are some players worth straight up 1st rounders? Olave's worth a 1st rounder. Christian Watson's worth a 1st rounder. Breece is worth a 1st rounder. Breece is worth probably 2 1st rounders. Honestly, maybe 3. Walker's worth at least 2 1st rounders. Single individual 1st round picks. I mean, Watson's a beautiful, move. Honestly, if you can win now, Ridley's even tempting because he's got 2 or 3 years left. Quarterback upgrades. I tend to use 1st rounders in upgrades. Like, I'll give you a quarterback like, a little bit above Dak or something with the 1st rounder to get Fields or T-Law, which might be just, out of reach. Bijan, Wilson, Gibbs, Ridley, Walker, Fields, Christian Watson, Pickens, Dotson, JSN, Ingram, Charbonnet, Kincaid, Bigsby, 10-man league, Grandma moves, Tony, Chigakonko, AR-15 are on waivers. Yeah, you probably got to pick up Anthony Richardson for sure, just because he's going to have tremendous trade value. People will be excited about him. He's a player you can definitely move. I don't know if you drop Bigsby, if there's somebody else you could drop. I like Bigsby a lot, so hopefully you have somebody else you can drop. But this running back room and wide receiver stable is unbelievable. This team is absolute monster, and you don't need to even do anything. This team, I let it ride. You got JSN, Dotson, Pickens. At some point, maybe you try and consolidate like Ridley and Dotson, or Ridley and Pickens, or Ridley and JSN, or even Ridley and Watson for a Jamar Chase type. That's the only move to make, Bobby. That, like, this is, you might even need to let them marinate and gain some value before you do that. Mystic, $10 hauler, Superflex Dynasty, keep trade Richardson, Rashad White, London for Love, Ridley. Akers already got to this one, and I said absolutely no. Just absolutely no. There's no way I'm doing the Akers side. No thanks. Jack Solomon, $10 hauler. Appreciate you, Jack, dropping the super chat on the screen, my guy.
To the moon.
My boy, Jack. Jack says, trying to get Charbonnet because I have Walker, but missed him in the draft. Who should I try and trade for him? I have Gibbs, Walker, Chase, Olave. None of those guys. Obviously, you're just giving your team. Unfortunately, bro, like, you're going to have to go down the avenue of London or Pickens to get Charbonnet and somebody, but what are they going to give you back? I'd have to know who they have. There's no way he's trade. I mean, you could try Tony with the news today, which we didn't really touch on too much yet, but there's news that Kadarius Toney is potentially, I haven't even got to the news yet. This is crazy. I think the news is right here. Kadarius Toney is potentially going to play week 1. The optimism is that he's playing week 1. This came from James Palmer and retweeted by Schefter, I think, or Rappaport, one of the two. Chiefs Kadarius Toney, who has missed all of training camp with a partially torn meniscus, which was, it's been healed at this point. It's just getting back into safe shape and, not tearing it again. It actually will play. There's optimism that he can play week 1 versus the Lions. There's some optimism, according to James Palmer and Schefter and Rappaport and all those guys. So maybe you can gain enough value that you could trade Charbonnet and Toney straight up. I just don't know that I want you, like McKinnon potentially. That's a really tough trade, though, because McKinnon's a potential league winner. So, I mean, those are your moves. I don't like the idea of trading London or Pickens unless you're getting something back that would be like London or Pickens, that you just undervalue. So it's a tough move to make, but I think I need a little more information to help you fully, but to go in those directions at least and come back.
To the moon.
Moonshot to this man right here, this marvelous Guy McFly. $10 hauler, 12-man PPR, Burrow, Higgins, Garrett Wilson, CMC, J.K. Dobbins, I'm trading away. Dotson, love him. Pitts and J.K. are vulnerable to be traded. Pickens on the bench, you get Pickens into your lineup. J.K. and Pitts for Andrews. J.K. and Pitts for, and then you put a different tight end in your lineup. Go find a Conquo, go find Cole Kmet, Kincaid, go get the boys back together. Figure out how how to get Laporta in there. Luke Musgrave's very, very sneaky. So JK and Pitts for maybe a Olave. JK and Pitts for a Walker or a potential Breece Hall. JK and Pitts for Breece Hall. JK and Pitts for Walker. JK and Pitts for Ridley. JK and Pitts for anybody in that like Ridley wide receiver territory. I don't know if Christian Watson's enough. I like him a lot. I think it could be, but I'd reach a little higher. That's a really good squad, and you only have one move to make, and you just like separate yourself from everybody. Okay to draft Breece and Garrett Wilson? Absolutely. Don't even hesitate. Thank you for that super chat, by the way. Just in case, I went over that so quickly. Let me put that back on screen. Alex Hagan, thank you, my guy, for the super chat and the long wait. No question about it. I'm not hesitating on drafting Breece and Garrett Wilson. They're in entirely different positions, just like St. Brown and Gibbs aren't a concern for me. They're potent offenses, the Lions and the Jets, to the point where there's a lot of footballs to go around every single week. There's going to be 1 week out of the 17 where they don't typically like go nuts as a team. $5 hauler from Joseph. Hey Smitty, I just got a trade from my Burrow for Gibbs and Hopkins. My backup QB is Cousins. Burrow for Gibbs and Hopkins, you got to take that. Unfortunately, I hate trading Joseph cigar smoking Burrow, but maybe you can flip Cousins and another player. You know what I mean? Like go to the Pacheco owner with McKinnon and Cousins. Go get Jordan Love on the cheap. Maybe Love's on waivers. This is one of those moves where I kind of am tempted to go Jordan Love. Let it ride on Jordan Love. Go get Aaron Rodgers, or just ride with Cousins. If you like Cousins more than A-Rod, there's nothing wrong with that. Cousins proved himself last year. Geno proved himself. Goff proved himself. Like, there's no reason you can't start a Cousins if you're getting Gibbs and a potential Hopkins into your lineup. Now, if you can't start like Hopkins, then it makes it still a decent move, I suppose. But I've definitely tried. I personally would rather have a Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love Cousins combo, so that if, let's say, things don't go well in one direction or the other, whether it's Love not living up to expectation or Cousins, or whether it's Goff or whoever you end up getting. So appreciate you. Mason with a $10 hauler, 16 team. Oh, here's this right here. Mason with a $10 down here and a $10 up here. So Mason to the absolute moon. Mason, I can't thank you enough. Appreciate you. 16 teamer. These are rough, bro. 1 QB, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end, especially with the deep lineup. It's not like it's 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. It's 3 mandatory wide receivers in a 16 teamer. You've got Fields and Love. I guarantee you have probably the best quarterback room in this league. Breece Hall, McKinnon, Bigsby, and Wilson. That's not Amon-Ra and Garrett Wilson, or is that? I think that is. I don't think that's like Jeff Wilson Jr. at the end of the Bigsby line, because you don't have a slash. I'm pretty sure that's Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Pickens, Dodson, Chigakonkwo, Breece Hall, sleepers, McKinnon, Bigsby, Fields. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. You were offered Gibbs and Ayuk for Amon-Ra, McKinnon. No. As much as I love Gibbs, St. Brown is a top 12 pick. Don't do it. Try and get Gibbs another way. Another way being you trade, I don't know, Pickens or Dotson with potentially, Pickens or Dotson, maybe Pickens and Dotson, and then you give McKinnon for Gibbs. Like, that would be a lot. You give them a lot, but you'd be getting the best player in the deal. That's the only thing I'd even consider. I got a lot of super chats coming in. I'm going to throw them all on screen so you will not be missed. Please, if anybody in the chat, especially my mods, see people saying, where's my super chat? I'm coming for them. Just hang tight. Mason says double decker. I love that, Mason. Drop the deuce. Drop the double deuce. This channel is a big advocate of double deckers, upper deckers, all kinds of deckers. Put them in the top of the tank. Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, double deck it, do it live, okay? We're not scared of it up on this channel. 10 team standard, 4-point bonus for yardage or 40-yard plus TD bonus. Josh Allen, Bijan, Breece, Kamara, love the running back room. Herbert, Waddle, Keenan Allen, Lockett, Evans, Kelsey. I like it a lot. The only thing I'm considering doing is Keenan Allen and Lockett for one better wide receiver. Just slightly better. You know, Olave, St. Brown, Ridley, if you dare. Ridley's going to be a monster. And you got Kelsey. Smash. That's the only move I make. That's an absolute amazing team. Thank you for the super chat. Heating Up Podcast. Grade my PPR team. Danny Dimes, not in love with that. But, you know, Russell Wilson. Running backs are Bijan, Gibbs, love it. Akers, I'm trading Akers. Spears looks pretty good, to be honest. I keep telling you he's got one ACL. Avoid him, but he keeps looking really good. You know, not Dynasty. I don't love him in Dynasty because of the one ACL, but for redraft as a fill-in, if something happened to Henry, he might start and do well for like 4 games. You know, who cares if he doesn't last? Garrett Wilson, Deontay, Dotson. Love Dotson, love Wilson. I'm trading Akers and Deontay for one player. That is my sole focus over the next week. Trade Akers and Deontay for a Walker. Akers and a Deontay, probably for a wide receiver if you can, like Olave. You've got Wilson already. So Deontay and Akers for St. Brown, not going to probably happen. Olave, maybe. Ridley, doable. That is a smash. It puts you in a driver's seat position. And the only other trade I'd even consider is if you were to go commando and just ride it out with the Dulcich. You know what I'm saying? Go commando is what we typically say to getting rid of your tight end and just going wild at tight end. That's what going commando is on this channel. Maybe go commando and get Andrews into a potential, I don't know, upgrade Danny Dimes, if you will. Maybe somebody out there got freaky and drafted a T-Law and Fields, and you can go get Fields using Andrews. I'd maybe go commando. I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why anybody wouldn't at that point. Thank you, Heating. Appreciate you. And $10 haulers. Appreciate you guys dropping those $10 haulers. And this one, too, from KDS. KDS is $10, Smitty. 12-team PPR. Internet went out middle of the draft. Auto-picked Dalvin and Jeff Wilson, but came away with Bijan, Breece. Love it. Javonte, love it. Charbonnet, love it. Dalvin, I don't mind Dalvin. A.J. Brown, Ridley, Quentin Johnson, Chark, Mims, Herbert, Goddard, trades. That's fantastic, bro. There's nothing really to do here because I love your wide receiver, your 2 wide receivers. Quentin Johnson, you got to have gain value before you can trade him. None of those guys are really tradable below that. Breece Hall, Bijan, I don't want you getting rid of. Who's your quarterback? Who's your quarterback here? Came away with, I don't know who your quarterback is. Did you even say Jeff Wilson? Okay. I don't know who the quarterback is, but maybe you're using Khalil Herbert if you gain some value to upgrade Javonte. Maybe you're just starting Javonte. Maybe you're using Dalvin Cook. Oh, no, you got Breece Hall. Keep him. A.J. Brown, really. I like your wide receivers. I love your running backs. You're just kind of waiting and seeing if you can use Khalil Herbert or Quentin Johnston as trade pieces. Goddard, too, if you wanted to go commando at tight end and trade him away, because some people value Goddard a lot, and you could trade Goddard and Quentin, or Goddard and maybe Javonte to just get a slightly better player. You know, maybe it's Walker because you have Charbonnet. That works great. Javonte and Goddard for Walker and something. Not for everybody, and I certainly would get more. You're probably better off going Herbert and Goddard for Walker, honestly, unless you're going to get something back significant. Because Javonte could be as good as Walker. Like, you got to keep that in mind. Javonte could be a top 12 running back. He'd be a top 8 to 12 running back. $5 hauler. What do you think? I kept on getting sniped. T-Law, Cup, Sutton. I'm trading Sutton if people are even high on him at all. Flowers, I like. JSN, I like. Jacobs, I don't like Jacobs. Walker, I love him. Breece, I love it. Pacheco, Chigaconquo. Where's Charbonnet? Where's Charbonnet, Eric? You got sniped on Charbonnet.
Get Charbonnet. Pop open a nice bottle of Charbonnet.
Gotta have Charbonnet. Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, love it. T-Law, love it. Cooper Kupp, look, I don't hate it, but I definitely would consider trading him high. And that might be a way for you to get into like a Olave, you know what I'm saying, and then getting an additional player using Kupp. So if you were to get, like, let's call it, you trade Jacobs and Kupp, and the guy's got Olave and another running back like Pollard, you know, I do that to get out of the Jacobs situation. But that's me, you know. Maybe someone's got JT would be an interesting trade for you, you know. JT on the cheap. Jacobs for JT, I probably would do that. And you might be able to get that done because Jacobs is coming back. JT's still in the obscurity territory, unless he got traded while I was live, which, quite honestly, I'm so behind on some of the messages. Wouldn't shock me at all if I'm a couple hours behind on some of this. Let's see here. No, Kadarius Toney's the last report really that really hit news wires hardcore, and I've got that already broken down. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your super chat. And then now I'm gonna get to the next super chats that are in line here. Full PPR. We got 465 people in the building. 344 thumbs up. Go and hit that thumb up button. And if we get 400 likes on this channel or on this video while we're live, it has to be while we're live, I will give as soon as we hit 300, I'm giving away the fantasyfootballshow.com membership. And then when we hit 400, I give another one away. Every 100 after 300 and at 300, I'm giving away a membership. Let's see. Full PPR. Danny Dimes, Barkley, Mixon, Lockett, Sutton, Andrews, ETN, White, Addison, Michael Thomas, Kadarius Toney. I have to say, Cole, I'm not extremely excited about this team, and this is why you come here. Barkley, Mixon, I don't like Mixon. Lockett, I know he's underrated. I hear it every single day. Smitty, you're down on Lockett. I just don't love Lockett. I don't like Sutton. I like ETN a lot. There's a lot to be desired here, and this is just me as your coach talking to you. It's not that I want you to feel bad about the team, but I don't know where to go from here other than to trade Mixon away at his 4th round value, try and get a 5th round Walker and something in return. I like ETN a lot. Andrews, I might trade Andrews to get myself into a potential Gibbs and Dotson or something, like try and maneuver that, even if you have to throw in a wide receiver. It's lacking about 1 or 2 players, which could be attainable using a Mixon trade, using a Lockett and Mixon for one better player, and that leaves you light. But then you divide Andrews up into 2 players, and you maybe you do your 2 players for 1 in the Mixon Lockett upgrade, and you do your 1 for 2 players in the Andrews to get back some of that depth. That's just probably where I take this, but that's just me. I don't like a lot of those players. Some people love Mixon. And I understand why. I disagree, but I get it. I understand why people think he could have a good season. We got this super chat here from Official. So I'll get to that $10 hauler here first. I'll put that in the corner here. Appreciate you. We got this $10 super chat from Kevin. I'm going to go to that one next. We got this super chat from Jedi. Jedi dropping a $10 hauler right here. I'll put that over here. I appreciate that, Jedi. Thank you so much. This one's from Overcome. This one's from Eduardo. I want to put this one over here. Eduardo, thank you, my guy. We got a Michael $20 hauler. This is the 14 team. I think I got to this one already, right? This is a 14 team, 1 QB, 2 wide receivers. Fields, Love, Breece, Hall, Pacheco, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Musgrave, Dotson. I think I got to this one. If I didn't, Michael, I think I did. Dotson, JSN, Charbonnet, Mitchell, A-Chain, Tank, Bigsby, Tank, Dell, Jameson, any moves. I think I did. If I didn't, my advice still probably is the exact same. Is I look at these wide receivers and I say amazing. I see Dotson, JSN. I see no Kenneth Walker, and I want Kenneth Walker. I think that was my advice, saying that you got Charbonnet, you go to him, you say you either give me something for Charbonnet and you upgrade that Dotson or that Pacheco, or the other way around. And the option for you would be to give up Pacheco and Dotson, to give up JSN and Pacheco, to give up combinations of those guys. I'm not giving up Breece Hall though. Not doing it at all. Okay, let's see here. We're open on the phone lines in just a little bit, so hang tight. We got this super chat from I don't know how to say that name. Big T. We'll call you Big T. We got Luke dropping a super chat. We'll put that over here. Thank you, Luke. We got Sean dropping a $2 hauler. We're going to put that one over here. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. We've got a $10 hauler from Matt. I think I took care of this one. It was a T-Law, Wilson, Gibbs, Madison, Kelsey with Watson and Hollywood as my flex, being offered Godwin, Sanders. Yeah, I said no to that. Told Matt to slap himself. and so that he remember it. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you. Landon with a $10 hauler. I'm going to put that one right over here. Landon, hang tight, Landon. I'm coming for you. This one right here is from Darius. Darius, I'm coming for you, pal. Hang tight. Overcome with another $2 hauler. Appreciate you. Michael K. CPA, again, dropped a $100 hauler on screen. Michael K. CPA. I'm going to hit that music for you.
He's Michael K. CPA. When you've got bills to pay, Michael K. CPA, he is here to stay.
And when I say Michael K. CPA is here to stay, I mean he's here to stay. He's absolute a genius, a madman, unbelievable, a monster. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've got that one. Dirty dropping a super chat. Thank you, Dirty, for dropping your $6.99 hauler. I don't see a message with this. I'll try and go look for it later. I'm going to put you in the corner to try and remember, but you didn't attach a message to it, so I don't have anything in front of me, but I'll have to like search and try and find something. Chase dropping a $10 hauler. Appreciate you, Chase. Ian Atwell dropping a $20 wad on screen. Mad Dog dropping a $20 hauler on screen. Just seeing these right now, so give me a second to drag them on screen, and then we'll do a little make it rain session here. Ian, thank you. $20 hauler from Mad Dog, thank you. Matt Felton with the $5 hauler. Gonna put that right here and get to you in 1 second. Matt, appreciate you for dropping that. My screen is just getting consumed with messages. I can't thank you guys enough for keeping this show afloat. And let me just say, if anybody watching right now doesn't know, the 471 of you, we're going live on opening day about 1 hour or so before kickoff. And it's how long can you keep me live? I'll go live almost guaranteed 24 hours unless I get sick or something. I got the flu last time and I only lasted 18. But if you guys keep me live with a moderate super chat goal, which at the rate we're going now, we're gonna hit it. It's $100. If we hit $100, we go another hour. We hit $100, we go another hour. How long can you keep me live over 24 hours? Opening day, 1 hour before kickoff, we watch all the games together. Clearly, I'm not going to have it on screen here. I can't do that, but I'm going to be watching and reacting to football the entire time through all the morning games, the afternoon games, the evening game, and then YouTube makes you start like every 8 hours differently, so I got to end the stream and restart it right away to do another 8-hour show because they make you do it in 8-hour blocks or 7.5 to be safe, or 7-hour blocks. So I'm going to end the show right in time to start the waiver wire show. We're doing the week 2 waiver wire show live on that Sunday evening inside that 24-hour live stream. So get ready for that. It's going to be unbelievable. I can't wait to do that with you all. So thank you, Mad Dog, for dropping that super chat. Thank you, Van Dam, for dropping yours. Tiger dropping a $5 hauler. I'm coming for that. I'm putting all your super chats on screen. Just hang tight. We're going to open the phone lines if we even have time at the end of this. Benjamin with the super chat here. Appreciate you, Benjamin. Thank you so much. Rhodes, appreciate your $10 hauler. Rhodes, I got you in the corner here. Hang tight. We're going to get to it here. South, appreciate you, South, dropping it right here. Joel, appreciate you dropping it right here, dropping it like it's hot. Dan, the Grim Reacher, with a $10 hauler. Appreciate you, Dan. Got you in the corner. Mason with the $4.99 hauler. Let me put this in the corner. Actually, Mason just got a nice comment. I'm just going to read it. Been following you since the Fantasy Football Extreme days. You're the man. Appreciate you, Mason. I didn't know that you've been with me since then, Mason. That's amazing. That was back in 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006 probably. Something like that. Spasm says, my super chat get missed. I don't know because YouTube app crashed. Let me look for it real quick. Spasm, appreciate you, Spasm. You didn't send a super chat. I just searched for it. I don't see one, Spasm. So no super chat came through. Your YouTube app must have crashed. You got to drop it again. Sorry, pal. I just searched. I did not see one. Not from you, pal. But that's okay. Doing it live. Thank you, Mason. We got Matt Estes with a $10 hauler, which I'm going to get to. I put in the corner there. Matt, appreciate you for dropping the super chat, doing it live over in the corner there. Thank you, Matty boy. We got Vampy. Appreciate Vampy. If you sent a super chat, he will get to it. Says Vamp, this is true. Please be patient with me. I'm trying to go through them, but I give you the most detailed and animated answer you're going to get, and it's worth the wait. It's like going to a really nice restaurant where there's a little bit of a wait, but once you get to the table, it's worth it, pal. I'm telling you. This one here is from Dirty. Says on the clock. Who you taking? Pollard, Stevenson, Gibbs, Walker. I'm just gonna get this one out of the way. I'm gonna say give me Pollard. And then 3-player keeper league. I have AJ, CD, B, Hall. Yeah, I'm gonna say give me Pollard of that crew. But I love Gibbs. If it's Dynasty, I'd probably say Gibbs. If it's Dynasty, but if it's not, there you go. Thank you for the super chat, Dirty. Appreciate you. And $10 holler from XDS dropping another one. He's dropped one earlier. Can't thank you enough for dropping that, my guy. Thank you so much. Okay, let me put these over in the corner. Let me get through these $20 haulers. This first one is from Mad Dog. Mad Dog, my man.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat.
Mad Dog, Madcap, 16 team, 0.5, third pick, T-Law, Ridley, Pickens, Bijan, Gibbs, Komet, Freiermuth, Judy, Lazard, Hubbard, Derek Carr. So, and don't take this offensive, but the other guy that had a 16-team league, when I looked at his team, I'm like, how the hell did you get this? This is kind of what your 16-team league is going to look like normally. That guy was drafted with grandmas or corpses or whatever. Heating Up Podcast dropping another one. Acres for Charbonnet. I look, considering what your situation is and you didn't get him, I would say I would take that, even though it's painful. You know, it's painful to do. Like, what if Akers is a top 12 running back? He could be, but I probably would take that. I'd try and get more if you can. Thank you, Heating. Appreciate you. Mad Dog, I would say, like, in terms of your team, Ridley, Pickens, Bijan, Gibbs, this is a really good squad. This is very fitting, though. It's not like you crushed the draft, but you absolutely have the team you should have in a 16-teamer. This is a very deep format, and you did really well. T-Law, Ridley, Pickens, Bijan, Gibbs. The only thing you can do, you can't even really trade. Your Bijan, Gibbs shares, your Ridley shares, your T-Law shares, your Pickens. All of those guys are undervalued, and probably you are the worst ranked team in your draft, only because they're not going to respect those guys until after week 1, 2, 3. So there's not a move for you to make. And so I'll just pat you on the back and say, be patient with this team. It's going to do well. Okay. It's just, you're not going to have much trade value because people don't see what we see with those guys in the draft format. The platforms don't either. The formats are going to, the platforms like Sleeper and ESPN and Yahoo, those draft platforms are going to give you horrible projections. Ian Atwell with the super
alert. Super chat alert.
That's my boy Ethan doing it live. Ian with a $20 hauler. Smitty, my 10-man full PPR team is Jalen Hurts, CeeDee Lamb, Watson, St. Brown, Walker, Breece, Komet. Bench is Kamara, Swift, JSN. You're loaded. Charbonnet. Unbelievable. Like everybody else getting Charbonnet and Walker, you're listening. It's vital. It's important. You have to do it. Feeling iffy on my team. You shouldn't feel iffy on your team. You have Hurts. You have CD. You have Watson, St. Brown. Your wide receivers are off the hook. You have 2 top 12 overall players as your wide receivers. You have number 1, number 2, or number 3 quarterback potentially. You've got Breece, Hall, and Walker, 2 top 10 running backs, one of which could be top 5. You're absolutely stacked it on the bench with Kamara, Swift, JSN. I don't even know what you'd upgrade, to be honest, unless you were to trade Watson, which could be a mistake because he could be a surprise 6 to 10 wide receiver. So unless you're getting a Bijan using Walker or Breece by trading a Swift or Kamara or combination of bench players, then I'm just sitting and waiting. This team is full of depth. You're ready to rumble. Kamara is going to come in and be an RB1 for you in your flex spot. Swift has the potential to do that. JSN can step in later for any one of your wide receivers. You're unbelievably set up to win. And Tony's going to gain value. Quentin Johnson might gain value. I don't even really touch this team, to be honest, because in order to do it, you'd have to get rid of upside guys. And I don't know that I want you to do that. Jason Lynch dropping a blank super chat, but I appreciate that. And I'll try and remember to go look for like an alternate message or something that you might have attached to that. I'll put that in the corner here. Thank you so much. Oh, he did drop a question right after. So Jason, let me put your chat on screen here. Thank you. $20 hauler from Jack Blanco coming in hot right now live.
Alert. Super chat alert.
That's my boy Jack. Jack coming in. Ray with the super chat. Ray, I'm going to put you right here. Thank you for the $5 holler. Michael K. CPA again. Thank you for that $100 holler. Let's give Michael K. another little play of his music.
He's Michael K. CPA. When you've got bills to pay, Michael K. CPA. He is here to stay.
This is good, by the way. This strawberry watermelon, I think, Gatorade, fast twitch, very, very good. Michael K. CPA, when he comes in and drops, like, I don't know if you heard the words of the song that I made for him. When you got bills to pay, Michael K. CPA, he is here to stay. This guy comes in clutch all the time. And when he's dropping $50 and $100 wads, I can't help but play that song like the entire live stream. My league laughed because the team is young, but I'm laughing to the bank. 10-team PPR: Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, Walker, Charbonnet, Dobbins, Garrett Wilson, Watson, Pickens, Dotson. Send a message to my league for me, please. I'll record it. Let me tell you something, Jack. You record this right now. 419 people in the live chat right now. So if your league comes in and they think we don't know what we're talking about here, if they say, hey, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, why are 419 people live right now watching me roast your league for allowing you to slip by them and grab probably one of the best teams I've seen drafted in the last week or two? Okay, out of all the teams, you've seen all the teams I'm looking at right now. Jack Blanco literally smoked you guys, and he tells me you're laughing because you don't know what time it is. It's all fun and games until somebody gets punched right in the mouth, and Jack Blanco is coming for you. He's got 11 jabs to dish out, or I don't know, maybe this is an 8-man league. He's got 7 jabs to dish out to the 7 of you in this league, because this can't possibly be anything but an 8-man league, or all of you don't know what you're doing. And Jack's taking you to Jack school, if you know what I'm saying. Jack is literally roasting you guys to pieces. He's got Garrett Wilson. He's got Watson, Pickens, Dotson. You don't even know what you're looking at. Jack smashed you to pieces. To pieces. And if you don't see it coming, just get your popcorn ready. Kick your feet back. Enjoy the show and start making offers, because Jack has all the cards. Unbelievable. Jack smoked you. You're playing with you're playing with 6 grandmas max. There's no way that's even a 10-man league, Jack. You can't fool me, Jack. There's no way. There's no way that's a 10-man, even more than a 10-man league. It can't be. That's not even an 8-man league. 415 of you in here. Punch that thumb up button. We hit 400 likes. We're at 374. We will be giving away yet another. I got a lot of you calling on the phone line. The phone lines aren't open. I got to get through these super chats. I'll open the phone lines once we clear it out. 10 half PPR. I also have an individual I was supposed to do a draft call with. We're clearly going to go over. I'm going to see if he's going to let me potentially talk to him on the phone line here, because there's no way I can end the show. We got so much to do. Let me see if I can find him here. Who was it, by the way? I got a draft call scheduled with this guy here. Let's see here. Let me see if I can get him in here. There it is. There he is. Okay. Let me see if I can leave him a message here real quick, guys. Hang tight while I just leave him this message. Here he is. Hey, bro, Steve, my show's going long here. If you don't mind, I'll call you on the live stream if that's okay with you and help you. But I can't end the show right now. We're crushing it. 410 people in here right now. We can't end it, Steven. But if it's okay with you, I'll dial you up live on the show. Okay. Jedi, $10 hauler, half PPR, Anthony Richardson, Chase, Devontae, Ridley, London, Gibbs, Ramondre, Kittle, Kamara, Swift, Christian Watson, Jahan Dotson. Unbelievable team. Suggestions, I mean, quite honestly, Chase and Devontae, Ridley, and London, you can't really get better than that. Gibbs and Ramondre. Kamara's great on the bench. Swift is great on the bench. Watson, Dotson. You got so much, you got just a saturation of talent that I'm trading those bench guys to get Richardson into Fields, and Fields is very undervalued. So I think that's a good move to try and use that depth to upgrade Richardson. But you could let that ride, and you could say instead, I'm going to go upgrade potentially Ramondre into a Bijan. And doing so, it wouldn't be that hard, honestly, I think, to give up a Watson or a Dotson or a Swift Watson Dotson or a Ramondre and Dotson and Kadarius Toney. Like there's definitely options to do that. Okay, let's see here. 10 half PPR Anthony Richardson. Yeah. That's where I'm headed with that team, bro. You got too much depth. Use it. Powell with the $4.99 hauler. I'm going to put you right here. Appreciate you, Powell. Appreciate you. Let me see if I got any others. Ray, did I put Rays? Question, I did put Rays over to Blanco. I got Blancos. I got Lynch's. Appreciate you. Eric Powell, thank you. All right. Overcome with the $2 hauler. Overcome. Dak and Chase, too much for T-Law and Ridley. No. Dak and Chase for T-Law, Ridley. Yeah. Too much. I'm going to say no to that. It's tempting because how much we love T-Law, but because there's no guarantee that T-Law is crushing Dak, I mean, I believe he will, but that's probably not worth it. I probably want to. If it was Fields, I would do it. You know what I mean? If it was Fields, I would do it, but other than that, I'm not going to do that. Sean, super chat. Thank you, Sean. I'll look for your. I don't think you attached anything. I don't know if you added something else later. I'll go look for it at the end here. Luke, appreciate you. 10 team 0.5 drafted 1.9 Mars band team. Bijan, Gibbs, Wilson, Olave, Fields, Hawkinson, Pickens, Dotson, Pacheco. You're in the same boat, bro. Same boat. I might have already addressed this one, but you need to get. You got Wilson, Olave, Fields, Bijan, Gibbs. You're only missing Walker or Hall. And that's what I'm working to do. And especially because you have Charbonnet, you go after Walker. Or you go to the Walker owner and you say, I'll give you Pacheco and Pickens for your elite wide receiver, and I'll give you Charbonnet. Or you maybe look to do a Pacheco-Dotson combination trade for a wide receiver that is, or a Pollard, for example, or a wide receiver like Olave. You already got Olave, but like Olave, a St. Brown, even a Deebo Samuel would be very interesting for this team using like a Dotson and Pacheco. I just think it would be worth it potentially for you to do that. Aaron Rodgers is crafty, underrated. Luke, I like it. You did an amazing job, and you don't even need to make a move necessarily until week 1 is over too. Like, don't force it. Fields, Garrett Wilson, Christian Kirk, Eckler, Kenneth Walker, Hawkinson, Mike Williams, Charbonnet, McKinnon. I love this team, my guy. Garrett Wilson and Kirk. I would probably get rid of Kirk on the high value if it's me. I love Fields. I love Wilson. I love Kenneth Walker. I probably let it ride on Eckler, even though I'm worried a little bit about Eckler's health. I would try and take Kirk and maybe a Mike Williams, a Kirk and McKinnon, maybe even a Kirk and potential like Hawkinson, and go tight end shopping. Go commando at tight end. Go get a Charbonnet. I'm sorry, a Chigakonkwo. Go commando at tight end, which just means get rid of your big name tight end and go a little loosey-goosey with the tight end's position. You know what I'm saying? Just, go free. Just go free, bro. Go free. Just live life. Use Hawkinson and Kirk to get yourself another Garrett Wilson type wide receiver. That's probably what I would do, Ray, to be honest with you. I'm not saying Hawkinson's not good, but he feels like the kind of guy that could maybe do really well, but also maybe not earn what you think he's going to earn when a Okonkwo or a Kincaid-Okonkwo combo can really get it done. And so I would just be tempted to go commando. London, Burrow, Gibbs, Miles Sanders. I'm trading Miles Sanders. Waddle, London, Kelsey, JSN, Herbert, Burks, Bigsby, Dobbs, and Miles Sanders for a tiny upgrade. That's my move, Jason. Miles and Dobbs for a tiny upgrade. I mean, it doesn't have to be huge. It could be a player that's ranked really, really close and alongside. You know what I'm saying? Really close and alongside of that ranking. And players that come to mind, if I pull up the Underdog Fantasy rankings, Miles Sanders is coming in about, let's see, running back. He's coming in at 70 overall. So right around that territory. You're talking about Kenneth Walker. You're talking about Aaron Jones, Breece Hall, Najee Harris, ETN. And I don't know if you're getting that using that. So you might have to even below Javante's below Miles Sanders. I'm feeling more comfortable with that. Kamara is even entertaining. Miles Sanders for Kamara. I'd rather have Kamara. Even out 3 games, I think Kamara is going to be a league winner. So I wouldn't give up both for Kamara because he's coming in lower. And real quickly, I got these super chats filing on in, and I'm throwing them to the side here, compiling them. I got to make this call real quick. This is a draft, or not a draft call, just a 10-minute ordered call from somebody, and you can order those on thefantasyfootballshow.com if you ever want to order a call. And I scheduled it with them. This one's going to be hard to pull off because the time frames that he was available, it happened to be during this show and kind of around it, so there wasn't really a way to do this. So I told him I'd give him a call while we're live. So let me call him right now. This is what's going on, broski? Let's call you Bob, just for keep it anonymous if you want, or if you don't care. But you're live on the show.
I'm not sure if I don't know if they're watching or not, but I appreciate the anonymity. But,
okay, all right. What's up, Bob? What's your question? You're live on the show. 413 people in here.
All right. Well, I guess my main question is, I got a couple trade offers. I'm trying to map out my draft, but I have this team with an excess of keepers. I'm in a keeper. So let me back up. 10-team, 3-keeper league, half PPR. We start 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex, 1 quarterback.
Okay.
So I mean, people aren't declaring their keepers until the day before, so some of them are being mysterious about it. But I got a team who's been hounding me for Devontae Adams. He wants to trade me. He doesn't want to keep Adams. He's trying to trade me Adams. I pick 4th. I have pick 1 and 2 are going Bijan and Wilson.
Okay, Garrett Wilson.
Pick 3, yeah, Garrett Wilson. Pick 3, I think he's going Gibbs based on just feeling him out, you know what I mean? Like talking to him. He doesn't really have good keepers. I think he's going Gibbs.
Okay.
So it's like, why would I trade a pick for Adams when Team 3 told me he doesn't want Adams, he wants Gibbs? So, but the problem is, if he trades for Adams, he can double me up. He could steal Adams, pick Gibbs.
I'm not huge on Adams this year though. I don't really love Adams. So what other player, what are you missing out on if you trade this? So if you're trading a pick for Adams, what would the pick get you without taking Adams? Like, who's left? Because if you're trading that pick for Adams, I'd rather just pick a new player. Because Adams is not in a great situation.
So if Adams was on the clock and I didn't even trade for him, you would pass on him? Because I'm looking at
depends on who's
Josh
there.
Josh Jacobs.
No.
Jalen Waddle.
I'd rather have Waddle over Adams.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Adams is not in a good situation. Jacobs is not in a good situation. Adams is not in a good situation. They're gonna have a tough time. This is just my take, but they're gonna have a tough time, I think, replicating last year with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. Now O'Connell gets in there, maybe things change, but how long does that take? And so, Adams, Jimmy Garoppolo does not throw a deep ball. And so Adams survived going from deep ball, laser locking Aaron Rodgers to deep ball, laser locking Derek Carr, air yard monsters, both those guys, to Jimmy Garoppolo, 5 foot, 6 foot passes downfield. I don't know how Adams is going to even get close to the end zone on the regular. There's no way he's replicating 12, 13, 14 touchdown receptions. So I definitely don't like the idea of trading for him and missing an opportunity of maybe getting Gibbs. Maybe he's there. Maybe getting a wide receiver like St. Brown or someone like that. I personally think Olave is safer than Adams this year. I just yeah.
I've been trying to get Olave. He won't. I made offers. He rejected it. I don't know what he wants. He's not really countering, so I think he's keeping him. And you're right. I was looking at Olave. The team with Adams is probably keeping Chubb, Amon-Ra, and I think Najee Harris because he's a Steeler fan.
Yeah.
So I think he's trying to get rid of Adams and Jacobs. He doesn't want the Raiders, and he would rather have Najee than Waddle.
He's probably watching this show. He's probably watching this show. He's like, I don't want the Raiders. And I could be wrong in the middle of the season, and I'm admitting that. If O'Connell goes in there, I don't really know how it's all going to change. O'Connell could be a diamond in the rough. He really feels like he could. But again, how long does it take for him to get in there? Is it 7 weeks? And then you literally are too far behind to catch up. And what good is it if Adams gets to form or Jacobs gets to form like week 7 or 8 and you've got 3 wins? So I'm just not going near that. But hit me with another question, and then I'm gonna give you another free call just because I can't go too long on this show, but I wanted to at least get you taken care of a little bit tonight, and then maybe tomorrow we can set up a call. What time's your draft?
Well, my draft is this next weekend. It's
okay.
Saturday.
So maybe tomorrow or something we set something up. Okay.
So you're saying don't even trade for Adams because I have Ridley as my third keeper. I have Taylor, Lamb, Ridley.
I mean, Waddle is better than Adams to me. So right there, that by itself, I'm going to say if you're giving up Waddle for Adams in this trade, doesn't make sense. Like, can't you keep
Waddle too? So, I mean, but I could just stay where I am and just pick his guy without giving him anything.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't make sense to give up a pick if you can just stay where you're at. If you're giving up a different pick downstream a little bit, like a couple picks downstream or one pick downstream, that's different. But like he's literally getting something for nothing here because he's, I don't like that. I don't like. Well,
that's why he's so desperate.
Yeah, we'll work it out. We'll work it out tomorrow. We'll come up with a different plan. But I appreciate you being patient with me here, and like I said, I'll call you tomorrow. No problem. All right. All right, Steve. Tune into the channel. We're live right now. Later.
I'm on.
Okay. All right, Steven. Appreciate you. Let me get back to these super chats. Let's roll through these and then open the phone lines. God, we have so many amazing people that have been dropping super chats all night. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. Saeed dropping one right here. Saeed, thank you. I'm trying to get to the phone lines and open the phone lines, but I want to help every single one of you as fast as I can without jipping you on my response time or TLC that I'm offering here. It's tender loving care from a fantasy football perspective. Rich, appreciate you, Rich. Got your super chat on the screen. This one's from XDS, appreciate you, my boy. Pick up Mims, Dobbs, MVS, or Rice. Thoughts on Juwan Johnson? Dobbs. You got to pick up Dobbs. All those other guys aren't even close to what Dobbs' value is right now, even in trade. So Dobbs for sure. I like Juwan Johnson. If you need a sleeper tight end right now, he looks like he's Carr's guy. Taysom Hill still could be utilized and be crafty, especially in best ball. But Juwan Johnson looks better in redraft non-best ball right now. $10 hauler. Justin Herbert. This is a moonshot. All $10 haulers get a moonshot. My boy. QB was Justin Herbert for last dono. Okay, great. You have a good QB then. Also had fourth pick in a standard TD premium, leaning toward Bijan, even if Chase falls in a TD premium. Even if Chase falls where it is appropriate to take Gibbs in that kind of format. Top of third, you could go like very bottom of 2. If you're the 4 pick, I don't want to condone that. You could go him in the second round. He's going to score 12 to 14 touchdowns. So he's a very, very good pick. I got a lot of you guys still calling on the phone line. Phone lines are not open yet. I have it open, but I'm not answering. So hang tight. Full PPR, T-Law, Bijan, Kenny Walker, Garrett Wilson, Kincaid, Madison, Bench, Herbert, Deontay Johnson, Zay, Algier. I need Charbonnet. Would Herbert for Charbonnet and Dotson be a good deal? Khalil Herbert for Charbonnet and Dotson? I don't think you could get Dotson for Herbert straight up. So I don't think that's a good deal, Matt, for that guy. If he does it, bravo to you. We're hitting that veto police button. The veto police need to be called if you do that. We'll hit the got him button if you can do that.
Got him.
Part of me thinks you dreamed it up though, and it's not going to work out. But please let me know if you land that. That's an amazing trade. Dallas with a $5 hauler, 14-team, 1 flex PPR. Bijan, Hurts, Gibbs, Watson, Drake, Pickens, Dotson, Algier, Okonkwo, Smitty approves. Bijan, Hurts, Gibbs, Watson, Drake, Pickens. Yeah, I mean, look, not going to lie to you, Dallas. I'm always going to give you guys my honest feedback. This team feels like so Hurts, Bijan in round 1, Hurts in round 2, Gibbs in round 3, Watson round 4, Drake 5, Pickens and Dotson 6. You literally have a great player for every round to be accounted for. Super chat from this guy right here. Appreciate you, my boy. Appreciate you, my boy. I got you right here and you're queued up. Okay, so hang tight real quickly. Appreciate you for dropping that super chat. I don't so in that Rockout dropping a super chat. Appreciate you, Rockout. $10 super chat from Rockout. I'm gonna put that in the corner. I'm coming for you, Rockout. Don't worry. I don't want you to think I'm saying this team is bad. This team is very, very good. It's not like you have like 2 second rounders, unaccounted for. Like, how the hell did you pull this off? A guy slipped. You have an appropriate player for every single round. That's how I dissect and reverse engineer a team. When someone says, how did I do? Give me a grade. I'm looking at it and I'm saying in my mind, and I can do it really quickly because I've done this for 20 years. I can literally go, Bijan, okay, first rounder, Hurts, second rounder, Gibbs, third rounder, Watson, fourth rounder, Drake, fifth rounder, Pickens 6, Dotson 6. Your advantage is you have 2 6-rounders instead of having like a 6th and a 7th rounder. Like in my mind, I love your team that way, but you didn't blow anybody out of the water. I don't know that you have any opportunities for trades because, like all the Moon Men, they're on the rise. Nobody's giving them the respect they deserve. You got probably graded the worst team in your draft. Understandably so, because no platform or analyst or show out there is going to give Bijan his flowers yet, unaccounted for. Gibbs his flowers yet without doing it. Watson, Drake, these are all on the rise players. But I will say, you are one move away from being a conglomerate, from monopolizing the fantasy football player market. You're one move away. One move away for sure. It's not there yet, but there's nothing you can do until these guys gain value. The other problem is I want every one of these players. Unless you got some bench player I don't know about, like Kamara or McKinnon, and you got some potential value later, but there's nothing to move there because none of them have gained their value yet. What's up, GOAT of fantasy football? Thank you, Joel. Appreciate you, Joel. You're my guy. $2 hauler. Zach, 12-man PPR. Anthony Richardson, Tua, depending on the matchup. I don't mind that. That's a good combination. JT, Ramondre. Okay, those are both risky players that have kind of like good situations potentially, but also kind of confusing situations. We're 1 like away from giving away another membership, and if you guys go in, I'm giving away two thefantasyfootballshow.com content memberships from thefantasyfootballshow.com. The rankings, the bold predictions, the text advice isn't included in this giveaway. I'm giving away the $35 2023 membership to 2 random people in my last Instagram post. So go to my Instagram, thefantasyfootballshow.com, and right here, the most recent will be a post that I have will be a Calvin Ridley reception. In that area, in the comments area, put a couple like fire emojis. Anybody that drops a fire emoji with the comment, I will be picking 2 random people. So far, if we hit 500 likes, we'll do another one. 2 giveaways for the membership for hitting the 400 likes on the live stream. Appreciate you all. 404 likes, 400 people in the live stream doing it live. Appreciate you. Let's see here. JT, Ramondre, Lamb, Amon-Ra, Pitts, Dotson, bench, Cook. I'm trading Cook. I'm trading Cook and Ramondre. I'm trading Cook and potentially, like even Lamb. I'd trade Cook and Lamb to get Chase or JJ. I'd trade Cook and Lamb to maybe even get Garrett Wilson. I know Lamb's close. I know Lamb could outscore Garrett Wilson. I get that, but I'm thinking like that. He's a bench player. Give me Cook. Let me trade Cook to get Garrett Wilson. But Chase or JJ, boom, do it live. Ramondre and Cook, Ramondre and Dotson to try and get maybe Bijan. Ramondre, downgrade to Gibbs if they even feel that's a downgrade. Downgrade into Walker to get an additional piece. Maybe you could do a 2 for 2. Maybe you could say, I'll give you James Cook and Ramondre, and I'll downgrade to Walker, and you give me I don't know. Maybe there's a Christian Watson involved. Something like that. Would I upgrade JT into Bijan using James Cook or Dotson? Yes, I would. Those are the things I'm doing, Zach. The team's good, though. Or AR or Tua up into Fields using James Cook. That would be a phenomenal move, too. Maybe you go ahead. Bill Slot, I see you calling Bill, and I'm not answering phone calls right now. I've got to get to these super chats. But Bill, go drop a fire emoji like this in the Instagram live stream to get that membership, all of you. Actually, Bill, just eat. I'll give you a membership. You fed me at your steakhouse. Like, Bill, you don't. I don't mind you entering for that, but Bill, you ride free on the fantasyfootballshow.com this year, so I'll send you a message on that. But anybody else wants to jump in and get a membership, that's what you got to do. Go drop a fire emoji on my last Instagram post. Jack Blanco, you're a legend for that clip. Please say the date and time right now so I can vault that clip and show them at the end of the year. On August 28th, 2023 at 8:05 p.m. Arizona time, that is 11:05 p.m. Eastern, I anoint Jack Blanco a knight of the Fantasy Football Show, which I think we're going to start. Let me write this down. And I'm going to start giving away night ships. Okay? Night ships here on the Fantasy Football Show. I'm going to give away a rare number of them. You can't be knighted unless you do something amazing. I am knighting Jack Blanco right now. Jack, repeat after me. I, Jack Blanco, will serve the Fantasy Football Show community to the best of my ability and help spread positivity and take a lap whenever needed and make others take laps for their own good here on the show. And I will train as many other people as I can by schooling them in fantasy football and blasting them to pieces and letting them know what time it is. That it's the rise of Bijan, it's the rise of Jahmyr Gibbs, the rise of Garrett Wilson, the rise of Justin Fields. You are a knight. Knight number 1, Jack. Slap yourself so you remember it. You are now the Fantasy Football Show knight. Appreciate you. And your league is going to be so petrified. All of them. All 8 of your other league mates, because it can't be more than an 8-man league. All 7 of the other grandmas in your league are going to be, how did you go ahead and draft such a team, Jack? Do you have the Gray's Book Sports Almanac from Back to the Future, Jack? Because you saw Garrett Wilson, Gibbs, and Bijan coming from a mile away, Jack. I was at bingo. I must have missed the show. CJ with a $10 haul. Appreciate you, CJ.
To the moon.
The man, the myth, the legend. What do you think about my team? 12-team PPR. Fields, Bijan, Robinson, Breece Hall, Amon-Ra, Debo, Watson, Kincaid, Dillon, DeMonte. I think you schooled everyone in your draft, Rhodes. I think you're playing in an 8-man league, not a 12-man league. And if I'm you, I'm standing pat on all of your starting lineup is phenomenal. Bijan, Breece Hall, get out of here. St. Brown, Debo, get out of here. Christian Watson, wide receiver 3, get out of here. But Monty and Judy's was going in round 4. Absolute mockery of fantasy football valuation. Round 4, get out of here. Monty, Judy for one player. Do it live. What player? Pick your moon man. Pick a moon man. Do it live. I mean, obviously, don't go for a guy that's ranked lower than Judy's ADP, but maybe Monty and Judy gets you hell, it could get you a Walker. It could get you a potential Debo to Garrett Wilson upgrade if you wanted. And I don't know that I'd even do that. I like Debo a little bit. Maybe you just beef up that flex or bench spot that Monty or Judy's playing, if they're even playing a role in your lineup. But you trade both of them for one slightly better player. You know, Ridley comes to mind. Judy and Monty for Ridley. I'd probably do that, but just work that magic right there, my guy. That would be the best way to go. What do you think of Fields, Gibbs, Pacheco, Camaro, Rashad White, JJ, Garrett Wilson, AJ Brown, Dotson, Ingram? I think you crushed it. I think Fields and Gibbs is phenomenal. Pacheco's crafty. Make sure you get McKinnon. If he's out there, you got to have McKinnon. If not, trade Rashad White and maybe Pacheco. Rashad White and Dotson, Pacheco and Dotson for one, Walker, Breece Hall, Maybe I don't know if you could start Ridley. Pollard would be amazing. I don't think you're going to get it. Kamara's going to get into the lineup anyway, so you could literally say I'm going to ride like light at running back 2 if you could get McKinnon, Pacheco, McKinnon, and then trade away Rachaad White and Dotson for one player that's slightly like Olave. That would be a phenomenal move. Ridley's tempting, but you want to make sure you get enough. This one right here, 10-man PPR: Fields, Cooper Kupp, Amon-Ra, Damian Pierce, Alexander Madison, Kincaid, Ridley. Very good squad. Love. Okay, what are the suggestions? 10-man. Okay, so Fields, Kupp, Amon-Ra, Pierce. I trade Madison. I keep Ridley. Madison, Rachaad White, Flowers, Madison, and Pierce. Pierce and Rachaad White. Pierce and Flowers to upgrade. And all you do, my guy, is look at a set of rankings like I'm doing right now. Who is ahead of Pierce? Okay, it's as easy as that to construct a trade. I'm looking at underdog ADP, and I'm saying to myself, okay, Pierce is ranking in at 60 overall. What players are above Pierce? Walker's above Pierce. Breece Hall is above Pierce. Najee's above Pierce. Etienne's above Pierce. Jahmyr Gibbs is above Pierce. So Pierce and Rachaad White, try it. For all those guys, same thing, wide receiver. I said Pierce was what? Running back or 60 overall. 60 overall. Wide receiver, who's around 60 overall? At 60, exactly around 60 is Godwin. So let's go up. So we want a potential Christian Watson. We want a potential Deebo Samuel. All those players are worth it in my mind. I like Pierce a lot, but would I take a Deebo? Would I take a Ridley? Would I take a Olave? Would I take a Waddle? Absolutely. And Rachaad White should get it done. And Flowers should gain value. Addison had a lot of value earlier. It's kind of died down. Maybe you don't force it, though. If you can't get the right deal, you wait for Addison to gain some value, Flowers to gain some value. Then you have some potential wide receivers to throw in with Rachaad White, who could get a lot of volume in week 1, and maybe you sell high. I can see Rachaad White being a panic if he doesn't do anything in week 1 and shares half the carries with Sean Tucker and people just jump ship entirely. But I could also see him having a lot of volume and being a sell high candidate coming out of that kind of, I think, spotty offense. 10-man PPR: Fields, Chase, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Walker, Swift. Bench is Javonte, Madison, Dotson, Kincaid. Anything you should do. I love the starting lineup. Your wide receivers and quarterback combination is off the hook with Chase, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Fields. Your Walker. I don't see Charbonnet. I hope you have him. Swift, Charbonnet, or Swift to Walker. You need to get Charbonnet. Your bench, Javonte. I mean, look, there's nothing to do here. Unless you're trading Swift and Madison, or Madison and Javonte, Madison and Dotson to get like a Breece Hall to add to this mix, to get a potential Waddle, a potential Olave, a Ridley, even DK using like Dotson and Madison. I would do Dotson and I'd try and keep Javonte, and I'd trade Dotson and Madison for one of those players I just named. Even Deebo. Deebo's such a good player for you to get in that role right there. I like Dotson a lot. Dotson could outscore Deebo, I mean, honestly, but I think Deebo's a great player to get. He's got that like 4th round value that feels like he's maybe late second potentially. $10 holler from Dan the Grim Reacher.
To the moon.
Appreciate my boy Dan. Danny boy. After many moves, I traded my Hurts, JK, London for Fields, Pollard, Juju. Absolute smash, I think, at the end of the day. While London's great, JK could be good. Pollard and Fields is a home run. You didn't get sent on a lap. I like it. London's your wide receiver 4. You have Fields, Gibbs, Pollard, Walker, Charbonnet, Chase, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson. No, there's no lap being sent on this one. I would have done that trade even before you told me your lineup.
You've just been Smitty.
That doesn't mean that I don't love London or anything, but that is the move to make. You did great. More super chats are coming in. Just hang tight. Tiger, 10-man, 5-keeper league team. Fields, Jamar, Diggs, Eckler, Javonte, Ridley, Hawkinson, London, Akers. I'm trading Akers away. I like your team, by the way. I'm trading Akers away. I'm trading Akers and maybe Hawkinson, and I'm going commando at the tight end position. I just feel like Hawkinson's too good of a value in a trade right now. People freak out after the draft. They say to themselves, you know what? I should have got a better tight end. and you say to yourself, maybe I shouldn't have took Hawkinson because now I missed that guy, it's a great swap. People are looking for Hawkinson right now in droves. Half your league would trade for him, I think. And so Akers and Hawkinson together, and you look at Hawkinson's ADP and you say he's 54 overall. You look at Akers' ADP. Akers is coming in right around 71 overall. So you go to the ADP ranks and you say what running back is in the 30s or 40s. JT, Gibbs, ETN, Najee Harris, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. Boom. Those are guys I would take for Hawkinson and potentially Akers. And same thing for wide receivers. Wide receivers, you're looking at an amazing potential move here. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see here. You could go after Olave. You could go after Ridley. You could go after even the Debo move for Hawkinson and Akers. That would serve you well. Van Dam coming in hot. Hey, Smitty, super flex, two running backs, 3 wide receivers, and a flex. Running backs are Hall, Akers, Monty, James Cook. Akers and James Cook, I'm trading. Monty, I'm trading. Akers, James Cook, Monty, I am trading. I'm trading every single one. You got Monty twice. You got P. Ryan. Okay. Olave, Ridley, Watson, Dotson, you're solid at wide receiver. Who should I trade for? Dameon Pierce. You could trade Dotson straight up. You could trade Christian Watson straight up if you wanted, but I probably value Watson more. If it's me, I'm keeping Olave, Ridley, Watson, and I'm probably trading Hollywood and Monty. Hollywood and Akers. I probably try and keep Dotson, but I would trade him if need be. Hollywood and Akers, Hollywood and Monty, Hollywood and Cook, Cook, Monty, and Hollywood all for one player. And when you think about it, you could probably get a Walker or a Hall for that. You could probably do that. And if you threw in Dotson, maybe Dotson and Monty gets you even a slightly better RB. You know, maybe you get a scared JT owner to bite on that and they take a huge lap. It happens all the time. I don't want people saying they're never going to get that. You could. I see it all the time. I see it every day. You can't get it until you try. All it takes is one guy in an elevator who had a bad day, looking at his phone, gets an offer. He's in a bad mood. JT's not traded yet. He's in a bad mood. And he just hits the button and regrets it instantly. It happens all the time. Ramondre Stevenson, maybe. I'd go after Walker personally. I'd use Monty, Cook, Akers, and Hollywood to try and get Walker, Hall, or Ramondre. And I do it live. Thank you, Van Dam, for the super chat. Matt dropping a $5 hauler. Matt says 10 team. QB, Hurts, Hall, Walker. Love it, love it, love it. Javonte, love it. Sanders, I'm trading. Hill, Garrett Wilson, love it, love it. Ayuk, McLaurin. Ayuk's got good trade value. McLaurin did. Good luck trying to trade him now. Goddard's got good value. You go commando at tight end, pick up on a Okonkwo, a Kincaid, a Komet. You do a Laporta, a Luke Musgrave combination. Just go light. Go commando shopping, okay? Be free. Be free. I think Sanders, I'm trading Sanders, and I'm trading Ayuk. I'm trading McLaurin. I'm trading Goddard. I'm trying to get myself into a potential. You don't necessarily need a running back. You got 3 really good running backs. I hope you got Charbonnet. I hope you listened to me, Matt, and got Charbonnet at all costs and didn't go Elijah Moore and then got sniped. You're like, why did I take Elijah Moore over Charbonnet? I hope not. I hope not. But you go after a Deebo Samuel. You go after a Christian Watson. You go after, young man, a Calvin Ridley, and you're going to the moon with this team. It already is potentially going to the moon, my guy. Chase dropping a $10 hauler. Appreciate you dropping that $10 hauler moonshot, my guy. Rate and name my team 10-man full PPR. Burrow, Gibbs, Walker, JJ, Amon-Ra, Chiga Okonkwo, B. Hall, Kamara, Pickens, Swift, Dotson, Kincaid. You don't even need to make a trade. You don't need to make a trade. That's a very, very good team. The fact that you got, I'd call you the cigar smoking commandos is what I would call this team. The cigar smoking commandos. There's just too much going on here. There's too much glory sitting right in front of me. The fact that you have Amon-Ra, JJ, Gibbs, Walker, Burrow, there's nothing to do here. Let it ride, let it marinate, let those Swift, Dotson, Pickens shares build value, and then maybe you do a trade later in the season. But that's not a team I move. There's too much going on that's going to be of value later. New to Underdog, use code Smitty. Thank you very much. Anybody else wants to get on Underdog, use code Smitty. and get up to $100 bonus match, dollar for dollar on Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. We're drafting tomorrow night. If you guys want to draft tomorrow night, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, hit that code, do it live. Can you explain, once you draft a team, is it the whole year? Yeah, it's 1 year, one and done, no waivers, no trades, no ad drops, nothing. So you got to plan accordingly, and your optimal lineup gets set for you. If you click the info button, it'll tell you 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a flex, a tight end. And so if you draft 2 quarterbacks, it's going to put the highest scoring one in there for you. Sometimes it's advantageous to have 3 quarterbacks in case, like Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, and Fields, they can rotate having 35-point games and you score a bunch of points and they start them for you. You draft 4 running backs, 2 of them are injury prone, you might get screwed and lose the whole thing because you didn't have depth. It's a touchy balance of everything. How many tight ends do you draft? I like to draft 3 tight ends, 3 quarterbacks, and somehow try and fit the running backs and wide receivers just perfectly for bye weeks and injuries. You got to account for all of it, and it's an art form. It's an art form in what format. It's half PPR, but you hit the info button, it tells you everything in there. And it's just, you got to get used to it. Every tournament's a little bit different too, where it's like the weeklies, it's every week you get paid. The first place person gets a 20K, second place 10K, 9K, 8K, 7K, all the way down. And week 2 has nothing to do with week 1. There's no week 17 prize. There's no Super Bowl. It's 17 individual weeks. It's like 17 leagues with the team you draft in one sitting. That's why the weeklies is the best tournament, because you don't have to necessarily account for some of the long season plays. You're trying to win any one of the individual weeks with the team you draft. And you can draft Henry and not really be scared about injury, CMC, not really be scared about injury, Eckler, because even if they lasted 6 weeks in the weeklies, you got 6 chances to win 20K each individual week. Appreciate you, and just practice and do them, but hit the info button and read the information on it, and it'll tell you about the league. Hey, Smitty, can you rate my team? Fields, Walker, Bijan, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Kincaid, DJ Moore, Love, Charbonnet. There's no moves to be made here. Swift, London, and Watson. Come on. Come on, bro. That's a smash.
You've just been...
I mean, you see this kind of stuff and you're like, what were people doing during your draft, bro? What were people doing to give you those RBs while you had those top 12 overall players that are your 2 wide receivers? You got potentially the number 1 overall quarterback. You're able to cuff Charbonnet. You got DJ Moore, who's going to play ball with Fields, pitch and catch all day long. Jordan Love, crafty backup. DeAndre Swift and London and Watson can't even play on your team. Maybe you trade all those guys for one. You know, maybe you go for JT using Swift and London, or Watson and Swift, and just have a home run sitting there on your bench, or you just let it ride, gain some value. You don't need to do a thing. That's a home run team. Thank you for the super chat. $10 hauler from Landon.
To the moon.
Landon, appreciate you. Landon coming in hot. Landon says 10-man PPR with a super flex and 3 wide receivers. Got Hurts and Rodgers, Saquon Hall, Alexander Madison, Javonte Williams, Adams, Watson. Would you like an upgrade, Mike? Any ideas? So yeah, super flex, 3 wide receivers. I mean, your 2 QBs are out of this world. Don't trade Hurts or Rodgers. Saquon Hall, I like a lot. Madison's expendable. Javonte, I probably hold. Devontae Adams, look, if you like him, stick with him. I'm a little bit hesitant on him, but I'd rather have like a St. Brown or a Garrett Wilson, and I certainly would give up like a Mike Williams to do that. So I know you're trying to upgrade Mike Williams. I'd give up Hollywood Brown with Adams to do that. I'd give up Lockett with Adams to get a Garrett Wilson or a St. Brown. Personally, that's just me. Lockett and Mike Williams, Lockett and Madison, Mike Williams and Madison, all for potentially the Walkers, the Halls, the Ridleys, the Debos. Those are all the players I would throw at you and say, go get them and do it live. Devontae Smith potentially, as far as running backs go in that same wheelhouse. Najee, Breece, Walker, Hall, and that's where it kind of runs out. Kamara straight up using Mike Williams would be crafty. Landon, thank you for the super chat. Your team's amazing, and don't be afraid to let week 1 play out before you force something. You don't have to complete all the moves you need to make before the kickoff. We got 2 YouTube. We got 423 likes, so that means we're giving away the Fantasy Football Show membership. Just go to my Instagram and put a fire emoji in the comments if you want to. This is old news. Jacob sending one. Where is this? Right here. Go ahead and go to thefantasyfootballshow.com. My most recent Calvin Ridley post. You've got to be in the Calvin Ridley post. Put a couple fire emojis in a comment, and I will pick 2 people because we hit 300 likes. That qualifies for 1 giveaway. 400 likes. That qualifies for another content membership giveaway. We're at 423. If we get to 500 likes, I will give away another one. And what I'm giving away is the content membership to thefantasyfootballshow.com. Year-round rankings, trade calculator, articles, bold predictions, and more. Thefantasyfootballshow.com. Doing it live. Appreciate you. This one's from Doug, or I don't know. We'll call him Big T. Big T. Zero man full PPR. What does zero man full PPR mean? 1 QB, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex. Fields, Tyreek Hill, Garrett Wilson, Olave, TJ Hawkinson, London, Walker, Herbert, London, Swift. You got London a couple times here. Eli Mitchell, Kadarius Toney. Thoughts? Maybe he means 10 man. Fields, Tyreek, Garrett Wilson, Olave. Fire. TJ Hawkinson, London. I love London. Love Walker. I'm not as fond. I like Swift and Walker, but I would love to see you get like Hall using Hawkinson, ETN using Hawkinson, Pollard using Hawkinson, and potentially, like a Swift. If you could get like go get Pollard using Swift and Hawkinson. Go get a Ramondre maybe on the cheap using Hawkinson. Hall, Ramondre, I love Walker. You need Charbonnet. I don't see Charbonnet on here. That's where I'd take this team, bro. Just upgrade that RB a little bit. With using Hawkinson, go commando. That's what I would do. I really, really like using Hawkinson to upgrade. Not that I don't like him, but I just think you can, if you hit the tight end position properly, you can get it done. 13th team, PPR, T-Law, Bijan, Gibbs, Walker, Amon-Ra, Christian Watson, JSN, Dotson. Amazing team in the 13th team. Chikakonko, any suggestions? No, man. I mean, this is a let it ride team. T-Law, Bijan, Gibbs, Walker. Your running backs are phenomenal. T-Law is awesome considering Amon-Ra, Christian Watson, JSN. These are all guys I love, so there's no real player to trade here. You don't have value yet for most of these guys. I bet you're ranked in the bottom 6 teams because they just don't respect the players that are about to explode, and that's the badge of honor you wear when you draft a team that we talk about. Trade to stack Cook and Hall. Yeah, it depends on the trade, but I definitely feel like Hall and Cook is an important stack. It's not as important as Charbonnet and Walker and McKinnon and Pacheco potentially, but it's right up there for sure. Smitty, 3 keepers, 8 teams, 2 QBs. Thank you, Overcome. 2 QBs. I have Jefferson at 2 and Jamar at 8. Confused? Breece at 7 or Kelsey at 3. I'm confused. I don't know. You're confusing me now. 3 keepers. So 2 QBs. I have Jefferson at 2, so that's round 2, I believe. Jamar at round 8. Breece at round 7. If that's the case, and Kelsey at 3, you got to take Kelsey, Jamar, and JJ and throw Breece Hall back because you could probably draft him back easiest. And that's the easy way to determine it. Like, who can you draft back the easiest? So those are the choices. Even though it's a keeper, Kelsey's got amazing value in keeper because it's not dynasty. So give me Jamar, Jefferson, and Kelsey, and you're pretty much guaranteed a championship if you even draft anywhere competently. Rock out with a $10 hauler. My bad. 14-team league QB. T-Law, Love. Bijan, Walker, Charbonnet, McKinnon. St. Brown, Kirk, Zay Flowers, Dell, Kincaid. Draft was a reach fest. Yeah, so maybe I trade Kirk. You got Walker, Charbonnet, you got Bijan. You're good at running back. You're good at quarterback. McKinnon I like a lot. Maybe I'm trading Kirk. And I don't know. Shoot, this is hard because you can't break up anything, really. Maybe you just let this one ride. There's no real trade to make here. I don't want you trading your running backs. I don't want you trading St. Brown. Unless you're trading St. Brown for, like, Ridley, and you can upgrade potentially, like, Kirk into a Watson. Or not even... I mean, Kirk could be near as good. I would say, like, Kirk to Olave... in order to trade Kirk to Olave, in order to trade Yeah, I don't know. If you like, let's say, okay, what I was saying was if you trade St. Brown down to Olave, and you get maybe you get somebody like Hall for Kirk or something. That's the only thing I can think of. So if you go to like the Olave owner, go to the Ridley owner, and maybe a couple other wide receivers that are right there, the Debo owner, see what St. Brown down to Debo, down to Waddle, down to Ridley, down to Olave could upgrade your Kirk. And if it's a running back, that's okay, right? That's the only move I can see here. Other than that, you kind of got to stand still. But those are two really good ideas, I think, for your team. 12-man PPR. Thank you, Rock Out. Hurts, Gibbs, Hall, JJ, Adams, Dalton, Watson, Deontay. Get rid of Deontay and Adams for a St. Brown. Get rid of Deontay and Adams for a Garrett Wilson. That's what I would do. Gibbs and Hall are fire. Hurts is fire. JJ's fire. Watson's fire. You could trade Adams straight up for a Walker or Hall and not straight up, but get something else in return. You already got Hall. But Walker, I would take Walker and something for Adams. I'd take, you got Gibbs already. I'd trade Adams straight up for Pollard. I'd trade Adams for Olave and something significant. Because you deserve it, because Adams has got potentially higher ADP. Go Ridley and something significant for Adams. Maybe an upgrade somewhere. Maybe it upgrades Watson. Maybe it upgrades Hall. I don't know. I don't think it will, because I love Hall, but maybe it does. That's a good move for your team. Official $10 hauler, appreciate you. Rate my team.
To the moon.
Rate my team. 12-team PPR 2 flex. I got Milkman, T-Law, Chase, Ridley, Gibbs, Christian Watson, Addison, Evan Ingram, Antonio Gibson. Gibson's got good value right now for some odd reason. I'd trade Gibson away. Antonio Gibson. Not Gibbs. Antonio Gibson. T-Law, Chase, Ridley, Gibbs, Watson. There's nothing else to really move here. Ingram's great. I don't think you're going to get good trade value for Ingram, so you hold that. It's like Gibson and Addison for Kamara that's suspended for 3 games. Gibson and Addison for Dotson, Antonio Gibson and Addison for Pickens. Like, those would be moves. Other than that, you kind of got to wait. If you could trade Evan Ingram and Addison, Evan Ingram and Gibson for like a Kamara or something, you put a Conquo in, I'm fine with that. Those are moves that I would potentially make, but there's not a lot of movement you can make. You have a good team, though. $10 hauler here from Kevin. And again, I appreciate that super chat to that previous super chatter. Thank you. Appreciate you. 10-team PPR, 1 keeper team. Love JJ, Ridley, Watson, Moore, Hopkins, Dotson, Pickens, Pollard, Gibbs, Kamara, Swift, Javonte Bigsby, tight end Kincaid. What are your thoughts? Smitty, also show is fire. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you. 432 thumbs up. 391 people still in the live stream. 10-man PPR, 1 keeper. Okay. 1 keeper. That doesn't change a lot for me. The other super chats have almost cleared these out. Then I'm going to throw the new ones up. I don't know if we're going to even be able to open the phone lines tonight. We'll see. 10-man PPR, 1 keeper. Love JJ, Ridley, Watson. Okay. Love's an interesting play, and I don't mind it. It's really crafty if you build the team and stack it a certain way. And I think you have. Your wide receivers are off the hook. You've got a little excess too. Dotson, Hopkins, Pickens, DJ Moore. Those are expendable potentially, but Kamara, it's a one-man keeper, so you're not worried about Kamara's long-term value. Gibbs is probably your 1 keeper. JJ's probably your 1 keeper anyway. So it's like you can't even keep Gibbs. So you're not worried about keepers at all. Gibbs and Kamara, Swift, Javonte, absolute fire. Kincaid, I would maybe try and pull together like a Watson or DJ Moore, Hopkins or Dotson. One of those guys with maybe... Oh, you got Pollard too. I didn't see Pollard there. Pollard and Gibbs. I don't even know what you can do. I don't know what you can do. Honestly, the depth is so attractive on this. I'm upgrading your quarterback. I love Jordan Love, but you don't need all this excess of value. Love, you might not even need to trade Love. Go see every team that has double quarterbacks that shouldn't. And I think this is a 1 QB, right? I don't see Superflex anywhere. So 1 QB. Go to teams that might have Fields and T-Law. Go to teams that might have drafted 2 quarterbacks. Or just go to a team that might be interested in Love and one or two of these guys and upgrade, because you don't need all these players. Ridley, JJ Watson, DJ Moore. You don't even need Hopkins, Dotson, Pickens. You got Pollard and Gibbs and Kamara and Swift. You don't even need Javonte or Swift. Trade Javonte or Swift with Hopkins or DJ Moore. I'd even give two of those guys up to upgrade Jordan Love into Fields. And that would be the easiest, most league-winning move you could come across, to be honest with you, bro. AB, $10 hauler. Appreciate you with the $10 hauler. Man, that team was stacked. And thank you for the super chat, my buddy. My good old pal. Smitty, let me know what moves I should make preseason. Danny Dimes, there you go. Tua, not a fan of that quarterback room, although Tua could play well. Dimes could play okay, but you just know how I roll. Richardson's actually pretty good. I just saw that. Okay, wide receivers, Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Mike Thomas, Gabe Davis, Zay Flowers, Tank Dell. Running backs, Ramondre, Pierce, Sanders. Yeah, look, AB, I wish I could tell you this is as good as some of the other teams I've seen, but you're just a trade or two away. But Tyreek and Jefferson are off the hook. Mike Thomas, trade him if there's even a market. Running backs, Ramondre, Pierce, Sanders. I would trade Sanders and Pierce for Mike Thomas. Sanders and Pierce for Mike Thomas for like I just want a Walker or a Hall. You know, in this, especially Walker. You got Charbonnet already, it makes sense. Or go to the Walker owner and say, I'll give you Charbonnet and Pierce for your Pollard. And, you know, you got to throw in a wide receiver like Mike Thomas. Do it. Don't trade Jefferson or Tyreek unless you can turn Tyreek into an Olave and upgrade like Sanders into Walker. So that's probably what I'd do. Go to the Walker owner, try and give him Sanders. And if he's got an amazing wide receiver that you like near as much as Tyreek, a la Garrett Wilson, you go trade your Tyreek Hill down to Garrett Wilson to move Sanders up to Walker. Go get it done, come back. I have faith in you. You make that move, now you're on par with a lot of the other teams that I've said are home runs. You're one move away, AB. Go get it done. Take a lap, a good lap, a pat on the back lap, and say, I'm getting to work. I'm going to run some sprints right now. Get strong, get ready. Hey, Smitty, I traded JJ, Mike Evans, and Aaron Jones for Bijan and Garrett Wilson. It's a lot to give up. Mike Evans, Aaron Jones, and JJ, but I like Bijan, Garrett Wilson, especially in Dynasty because Evans has got very little value long-term. Aaron Jones, same thing. So Garrett Wilson and Bijan.
Got him.
That's a smash, bro. That's an absolute smash. Saeed, thank you for the super chat. Let's get these other super chats on screen. We've been going so long. We have 384 people in here. You guys are absolute marvels. Appreciate every single one of you. Ty Lee dropping a super chat here. Pierce dropping a super chat here. Let me put this one on screen. You guys are absolute maniacs and monsters, and I appreciate you all so much. Drew dropping a super chat. Alex is dropping another super chat. Alex, I can't thank you enough. Scotty Dew's in the house dropping a super chat. Scotty, I really appreciate you coming by and dropping one on the screen. Let's see here. We got how many more we got? We got Vane dropping one. Chris is dropping one. Thank you, Chris, for dropping a super chat. $5 hauler from Chris. $10 from Henry. Matt O coming in with the $20 hauler. We're going to make that next because $20 haulers get handled first and foremost. It's just the unfair nature of life, and it is what it is. And Matt, I appreciate you and all you do and the support you provide this channel. Beezy with a $10 hauler. Appreciate you, Beezy. Nate Dogg dropping the $5 hauler. Nate Dogg, thank you so much. Moonshots coming out to all these $10 haulers. Alex dropping a super chat. Workday Show dropping a super chat. Thank you, Workday, coming for your $5 hauler in just 1 second. And we have another $10 hauler, which we'll get a moonshot when the time comes from Eddie, I believe. Eddie, appreciate you. Michael with the $2 hauler. And I think I'm caught up to rock out. Absolute best in the business, says Michael. I think I might have already read that one, but thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Michael Horgan, thank you for the super chat, my guy. And I took care of that one right out of the gate. $10 hauler from Eric. There we go. We're caught up in terms of getting them all on the screen. Appreciate you all. We've been live for good God for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Matto, $20 super chat. Matto.
Alert. Super Chat alert.
Matto! Ladies and gentlemen, Matto dropping a Superflex. Fields, Rogers, Fire, Bijan, Gibbs, Ridley, DJ Moore, Pickens, Kincaid, Walker, Charbonnet, Javonte. Get out of here, bro. JSN came in here to flex. Who can I trade to upgrade your wide receiver? Upgrade who? I mean, Ridley and DJ Moore in a Superflex are fantastic. But yes, you could actually upgrade. I mean, unbelievable. You got Love. Use Love. It's always good to have 2 QB or 3 QBs, so I'm not saying to do this for something small, but you could potentially, this is another $10 hauler from Eric, putting it right there. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate you. Or maybe I already did that one. Eric, I think Eric might be on here. Yeah, Eric already just did that. My bad. Duplicate there. But I do have Tony dropping a $2 hauler and Sick Nasty coming in hot with a $2 hauler. Dobbs and a second round pick for Ridley. Fair? No, it's not fair, but if you can get Ridley for that, smash it, and then we'll hit that got him button. And then K3, Chase, or Bijan Waddle. I'm going to go Walker and Chase by a hair, but that's really close. Thank you very much. And Sean says, I think my question after my last super chat. I think I put my question after my last super chat. It says, Sean Richard. Yeah, drop it in the super chat, Sean. It's easier to do that. I'll put it. I got you down below, but now I gotta just put it in that. Like you should have put it in that super chat, because then I would have had it. Now I gotta go find it still, so it's gonna put you behind a little bit. So I apologize. But Damien dropping a super chat here. Anthony with a $20 hauler. Come on, Matto, I'm coming back at you. Mark Cleveland with a $20 hauler. Hang tight, Mark Cleveland. I'm coming for you. A $10 hauler from Castro. Appreciate you, Castro. Thank you so much, my guy. You are the man, the myth, the legend. Let's see here. Okay, let me move this $20 hauler over here. I'm going to handle that one next. Matto. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Like, DJ Moore upgrade using Swift. Go get St. Brown, Olave. You know, you could do that. Pickens and Javonte for St. Brown. You know, type of move. Ridley, DJ Moore, Pickens, Kincaid, Walker. Walker's your flex. You don't want to change Bijan, Gibbs, Walker. I don't want to change that. Ridley, I like that. DJ Moore, I really don't want to move either unless you're getting a St. Brown or Garrett Wilson. So I guess go after Garrett Wilson using DJ Moore, Javonte, Swift, DJ Moore. Maybe you dip down to Olave, but at that point, DJ Moore and Swift or DJ Moore and Javonte, you could argue is better than Olave because you got flexibility. So I don't know that I force anything too, and a lot of your guys are going to gain value, like I tell a lot of you. So maybe I just hang tight, you know what I'm saying? Because you got so much opportunity to increase the value. Mark Cleveland dropping a $20 hauler on screen. Mark Cleveland says, enjoyed the show. Robinson and Wilson to the moon. Mark Cleveland, appreciate you, my guy. $20 hauler, Mark.
Alert. Super Chat alert.
Thank you, Mark Cleveland, for the $20 super chat. Anthony with the $20 hauler. Anthony, appreciate you dropping it live.
Alert. Super Chat alert.
Anthony, my main man, Anthony. Hurts, St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Gibbs, Breece Hall, Ingram, Watson, Pacheco, London, Dotson, JSN, Kincaid, Charbonnet, Bigsby, 10-man PPR league. How did I do? You did great. One person wanted to make an offer for Gibbs. He has Javonte, Olave, Ridley. Honestly, I don't know that I make that trade because you got Hurt, St. Brown, Garrett Wilson. You can't get better at wide receiver, really, unless you go up to Chase somehow. Gibbs and Breece and Ingram and Watson. I love all those guys. Pacheco, London, Dotson. So Pacheco, London, Pacheco, Dotson, maybe Watson and Pacheco. All those guys are guys I would potentially move, but you don't need 2-for-1s. You're loaded. So like Anthony, almost take a lap. And this is just so you remember it. Not that I'm mad at you, not that you didn't do amazing, but almost take a lap for even considering 2 players for 1 in your situation. Like this is an experience here, a learning experience here. You don't need 2 players. He's going to try and come at you with 2 players for Gibbs. If you could get Olave and Ridley for Gibbs, now we're talking. But like even then, I don't know that I want to necessarily do that because you have so much depth. It's like then you got to make another trade. No one's unseating Garrett Wilson or St. Brown unless it's JJ or Chase, in my opinion. This guy doesn't have that. Breece Hall and Gibbs, no one's unseating those guys unless somebody's coming at you with a potential, Pollard or CMC or Bijan. So this guy's not offering that. He's not offering anything that's really unseating anything. The only thing I would want from him is I want to trade him, and he probably doesn't want it because he's so set on Gibbs. So I think you just need to find another trading partner. But if I'm you, I'm trying to use Watson, Pacheco, and Dotson, and I'm trying to get that extra player like Walker, like Olave, but you could try. Ridley's tempting, but he's got both of these guys. JT would be interesting for you, using Watson and Pacheco, using Pacheco and Dotson, using maybe, you could almost afford to do all three for a home run hitting player like Pollard. You could do Pacheco, Watson, and Dotson for Pollard. You could essentially do that for JT. You got so much depth, man, that I think you could maybe get something done. And I venture to say your waiver wire's full of players, so you got to factor that into the swap out and say, if I made this trade, I would have, and you include that waiver wire guy, because essentially you're getting a waiver wire player to fill your bench. Who should I take at 7? Thank you for the super chat, the $20 hauler. To the moon for that $20 hauler, bro.
To the moon.
Do not trade, and maybe you weren't going to, but do not trade Gibbs for 2 players. The last thing in the world you need to do is a 1-player Gibbs for 2 players. You need to do the 2 for 1. And if I'm trading Gibbs, I want Bijan or CMC, and I don't even know that I want to trade Gibbs at all. Who should I take at 7 overall in the 14-team league? Kelsey or Bijan? Easiest question of the night, and most likely you will have one of those guys. 80-90% chance one of those guys will be there. If they're not, Eckler falls, and you could go that route. Hill falls, you could go that route. But Garrett Wilson would be my secret weapon there for any reason. The weirdest combination of guys don't fall. I think I put my question in after my last super chat. I will get to that in 1 second. Let's see. 8-man PPR, T-Law, Saquon, Gibbs, Tyreek, Ridley, Andrews, Amari, Watson, Algier, London, Javonte, Demont, Dillon, and Kyler on IR. What are your thoughts? Should I make an upgrade? It's an 8-man league, so everybody's stacked. Ridley, Tyreek, Andrews is really good. I'm trading Amari Cooper. I'm trading Amari and Saquon to maybe get myself a Bijan. I'm trading Amari and probably Ridley to get myself a Garrett Wilson. I'm trading Amari and maybe Saquon to get, I don't know. I would probably do Amari and Saquon. You could go the route of Eckler if you wanted to, but Saquon's pretty good. Part of me wants you to trade like Monty and Saquon for I'd shoot for Bijan. I'd shoot for Bijan using Saquon and Amari. I think London and Javonte could maybe get you a Pollard. I think maybe Ridley and Amari could get you a Garrett Wilson. I think Amari and potentially, Algier, maybe you go after Bijan using Algier, or trade Algier to that owner to try and upgrade Amari. If he's got a player like Garrett Wilson, you could go, I'll give you Algier if you upgrade my Ridley, and I'll throw in a Amari Cooper. Like something like that, Cam, would work. Thank you for the super chat, my guy. $10 hauler from Castro. Appreciate Castro, my boy.
To the moon.
My boy. We get another 50 or so thumbs up. We give away a third thefantasyfootballshow.com membership on my Instagram. And if anybody wants to enter right now, go to my last post on Instagram, the Ridley reception video, and put fire emojis. And I'm picking 2 random people so far. If we hit 60 more thumbs up on this live stream, during the live stream, I'll give away another one. So it'll be 3. But so far, I'm giving away 2 thefantasyfootballshow.com $35 memberships for the 2023 content on thefantasyfootballshow.com. Smitty, anything better I could do? Hurts, Carr. Okay, I assume it's 1 QB. Regular 10-man. Connors. Oh, James Connors. Rough. Why is he listed in front of Pollard? Show some respect to Pollard. And it's Connor. James Connor, not Connors. Pollard and I'd trade Connor away for sure. Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen, Debo. Okay, put some respect on Debo too. These are listed out of order. Kelsey, there it goes. That's why this team looked a little bit lighter. And I say that normally you don't see that. But this team feels like it's got a first rounder in Kelsey. It's got a second rounder in Pollard, and a very good one. It's got a third rounder in Hurts. It's got a Devontae Smith. This is a really, Debo, really crafty team. Once I saw Kelsey, this team went from an 8 to a 9. But I would trade Connor. You're light at RB. You got Pollard. I don't like Gibson. I'm trading Connor and Keenan Allen for one better running back. I'm going after Hall. I'm going after Walker, and I'm doing it live, and I'm going hardcore after even if I've got to give up just even a little bit more. If I have to give up a Freiermuth for free to make that happen. If I have to give up Devontae Smith potentially, I don't want to do that. But I give up Devontae Smith maybe to upgrade my running back too. But you'd have to get like Walker and like Dotson. You know what I mean? Because Devontae Smith's got near second round value. My advice would use Connor and Keenan Allen and all you got to do is just look at Keenan Allen's ADP. Right now I'm looking at Keenan Allen's ADP. His ADP is right around number 35 overall. And if you go to the RBs, guess who's at 31? Gibbs. So you could try going after Jahmyr Gibbs. 31 overall. You give up Connor and Keenan Allen, ADP-wise, that should fit. And if you can't get him, Ramondre, Etienne, Najee, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, do it live. You've got tons of options. Castro, thank you for the super chat. Was offered Olave, Barkley for JJ. I probably would take that if you needed that depth. In a 10-man, I don't know if you will need it. But Barkley and Olave is a lot for JJ, but it just depends. 10-man leagues are stacked, and so this might be someone trying to take advantage of everybody having a plethora of depth. And if it doesn't really help you that much, like you're putting somebody like Walker on the bench, then don't do it. So 10-man, it's hard to say I'd do that though, but that's a good value for value trade, I suppose. But it might be one of those things where I'm advising you to make get your depth together, trade a Barkley and an Olave to get JJ because you have a lot of depth. So I can't answer that for sure without knowing the team. What should I fix up? 12-man, half PPR, two wide receiver, 2 running back, 2 flex, T-Law, Bijan, Walker, love it. Garrett Wilson, Ridley, Pacheco, love it. Swift, Judy, nothing, bro. No trades can be made here because none of these guys, and this isn't a bad thing, none of these guys have reached their max value yet. None of them. They're all sleeper risers. No one's paying you crap for them, but it doesn't mean they're bad. You probably got a really shitty projection from your league management. You're probably 10th or 11th or 12th in your league. Don't listen to them, but you can't make any moves. You would be underselling those guys. Every single one of them has to be a guy that gains value, right? $10 hauler. Appreciate that.
To the moon.
Previous super chat. $10 hauler here. Thoughts on a 12-team PPR, 9 slot, 1 QB, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 2 flex, tight end. Josh Allen, Jacobs, Stevenson, James Cook. I don't like Jacobs. I don't like James Cook. I'm sure Cooper Kupp, I'm staying away. Deontay, I'm staying away. I don't think Eddie's watched the show at all. Eddie, welcome back to your first show tonight. These are just a group of my avoids. I love JSN. Love JSN. Cooper Kupp, 30 years old, only had 1 elite season to his name, another 1,000-yard season, so only 2 1,000-yard seasons to his name. 1 was elite. The other was really good. And then last year he was averaging more points than anybody but got hurt. So you can't just extrapolate that out and say, well, that counted. It didn't. You lost the league if you had Kupp last year. And I'm not saying injuries don't happen. Breece Hall got hurt, and we believe in him. So, but Kupp, I sell for Olave and something like Olave and upgrade James Cook and the Walker. So go to the Walker owner, go to the Hall owner, and see if you upgrade James Cook to that player. What wide receiver do they have? Garrett Wilson, St. Brown to downgrade to. If you come away with a Walker or Hall with Olave for Kupp and James Cook, you're winning a league. That's your one move, the 2 for 2. You got to fit it perfectly and get the right players, though. It's a puzzle. $4.99 hauler here from Workday. 12-team PPR Fields, Garrett Wilson, Diggs, Cooper. I'm getting rid of Cooper personally. Brian Robinson, I'd sell. Freiermuth, I'd sell. Kamara, I love. Dotson is great value. Addison, Okay, so for me, DJ Moore, good value. Fields, DJ Moore, Garrett Wilson, Diggs, great wide receivers and quarterbacks. Gibbs, my only move here is trying to get rid of Freiermuth and Cooper for one slightly better player. So go to rankings and look at Cooper and say Amari Cooper's ADP is where? For 33 overall. So go to 33 overall on the running back rankings and just take a gander. Gibbs is at 31. You have Gibbs, so you can't do that. Ramondre's at 34. Etienne's at 38. Najee's at 42. Breece Hall's at 43. Walker's at like 48. So you should be able to, given that Amari Cooper's ADP is higher than Breece Hall, Walker, and all those running backs I just named, you should be able to trade Freiermuth if they need a tight end and they're scared about what they did. You should be able to trade, Cooper and a player like that and get that running back. That's what I would do if I was you. Very good team. Your wide receivers and everything are off the hook. Alex with the super chat, 12 team, half PPR. How are you feeling about Burrow, Hall, Charbonnet, Chase, Olave, Andrews, London, McLaurin, Quentin Johnson, Ty Chandler? I'm feeling okay about it in a 12-teamer. I mean, Burrow and Hall are really good. You're feeling pretty weak at running back too, obviously. I don't know if maybe you start one running back and that's why it makes sense. But Chase, Olave, Andrews is fire. London, I assume, is on your bench because you got a period there separating London and McLaurin. So London, McLaurin, and Walker makes a lot of sense for this team. So London and McLaurin for Walker straight up. Honestly, I would do that. I think that makes a lot of sense for you. You've got Charbonnet, and then you're a league winner. Going commando at tight end and trading away Andrews and trying to get Walker and a piece. Andrews has got higher value than Walker or Breece Hall. You've got Hall already, so you could only go after Walker, I suppose. There, I would go ahead and make that move, and I'd go hardcore after Walker. If he won't, then try and sell him Charbonnet to get another RB from him, or a huge wide receiver upgrade that you can then flip. But Andrews is a very good trade piece. And I don't want to trade him, and I'd rather you not. So I'm going to say try not to. Go after Walker using London and McLaurin. If he needs a wide receiver, he might do it. I don't know what other running backs you have. There's not a lot of value here on the bench. It's kind of thin, bro. 12 team. But there's some potential movement there, and you might have to go commando at tight end. 12 team PPR, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. Mahomes, Bijan, Najee, Breece, very good. Javonte, excess there that you could maybe trade. Ridley, Dotson, Addison, so your wide receivers are thinner than your running backs. So maybe Javonte and Dotson for a potential Olave. That makes sense to me. St. Brown, maybe it's not doable, but you could try. Najee, downgrade Najee to Walker or Hall, or you got Breece Hall. Downgrade Najee to Walker to maybe upgrade Dotson to a Ridley type. I know you got Ridley right there, but you got to look at that person's team. But your tradable pieces, Mahomes and Bijan are not tradable to me. Breece Hall, not tradable. Ridley, I'd trade him, but I'd have to go up into a St. Brown or someone like that. Very, very good team. Love the team. Tony might get some value for you. Do not panic. You got Charbonnet. I would definitely trade Javonte and Dotson or Javonte and Addison for Walker if you can make that happen. I definitely like the idea of Walker. If you could downgrade Najee into Walker because you got Charbonnet and get something upgraded, like I said, Dotson or Ridley upgraded slightly, look at those potential moves. Don't touch Bijan, don't touch Najee unless you're downgrading them to Walker or something and getting that bump. Thank you. But that's what I'd do with your team. And your team also is a team that could wait a week before you do it. Don't necessarily force anything. 14 team, 13th pick. Tua, Chubb, Stevenson, AJ Brown, Debo, Kmet, Godwin. I would trade Madison and Godwin. Madison and I keep AJ Brown and Debo probably. Chubb and Stevenson, you got to bank on. This team's banking on that. You could trade Madison and Tua for like a slight quarterback upgrade if you felt uneasy about Tua. Slight quarterback upgrades include Fields, obviously. That's an amazing move if you can get it done. T. Law, I even think, is an upgrade over Tua. Although Tua could hang with them or outscore him. It's just a matter of will Tua stay upright. Chubb, Stevenson, AJ Brown, Debo. This could win. Godwin, I would probably trade Godwin and Madison for one player, like Kenneth Walker, because you got Charbonnet. That's kind of the theme of the night, because a lot of you are drafting Charbonnet. I've told you, draft Charbonnet, snipe Charbonnet, might initiate a trade, and a lot of you are listening. A lot of you are listening, and you got an opportunity to get Walker into this running back room Okay, you throw another wide receiver in that lineup, and you say, hey, Jaden Reed, go have at it. You know, or pick up another guy that might be out there. Maybe Tank Dell's out there. You pick him up, throw him into your wide receiver 3 spot, and you say, you know what? Godwin and Madison, goodbye. Welcome, Kenneth Walker. I would definitely look to do that. Henry with a $10 hauler. Henry, appreciate you dropping your super chat, my guy. We've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes doing straight questions. I can't thank you enough. Henry, 12-man, 0.5. I have the second pick in the draft and plan on taking Bijan. Plan to take Gibbs in the third. Do I have the best available wide receiver in the second round? I think you take the best player available, and if it means you go running back, like if Pollard fell and there's no players that you like there, then I do it and I figure it out. You know what I mean? But hopefully Olave's there at the very least. Olave and Pollard could even be argued if you wanted to and you felt like you needed to go wide receiver. Don't force it, but when all things are relatively even, you can definitely do that. St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Olave, you should get one of those, so I agree with you. Tempted to take Breece in a second. Don't. Breece is going in round 4, bro. Don't even consider it, Henry. Don't listen to my rant and go ahead and make that mistake because you got excited about my talk. Breece Hall is not even a 3rd rounder, and that's good. That's great news. He's a 4th rounder. You know, so wait patiently. ETN, Walker, Ramondre, London, Swift, Ridley, Watson. Thank you for that super chat, by the way, bro. ETN, Walker's phenomenal. Ramondre, very good. London, Swift, Ridley, great wide receivers. Damian Pierce, need to pick 2 for Dynasty. Do you mean need to pick 2 for your keeper league? I don't know what you mean for Dynasty. Dynasty is where you keep everybody. So I think maybe you're not in a Dynasty league, you're in a keeper league. If I've got to pick 2 of these guys to keep and then draft, I'm going to say give me... As much as I think Ramondre outranks Walker keeper-wise, I don't know that I'm keeping Ramondre over Walker, to be honest. And you know, Ridley's probably getting drafted higher than anybody else. Like Walker, Ridley's really good. ETN and Walker's really good. I suppose if it were me, I would keep either ETN and Ridley and then redraft Walker because he falls later, or keep Walker or Ramondre. Ramondre and Ridley are your highest ADP guys, and ETN's right after that. So like being smart about it, you could go Ramondre and Ridley, but I'm tempted to go ETN and Ridley or Walker and Ridley just because I don't know that I want to get stuck with. I like Ramondre, but I feel like he's more of a late 3rd round pick right now to me, and I don't know that the ADP's reflecting that, so that's a tough call for me. It's a really, really tough call. Rate my team. Thank you for the super chat. Guys, vote in the chat what you do if you're him. Ramondre and Stevenson. Ramondre, Stevenson, and Ridley, or would you go Walker, ETN, or what combination? Please vote for him right now in the chat. Let's give him some groupthink. Landon says you didn't read my super chat. Landon, is it maybe back behind here, Landon? I don't know. Let me see if Landon. Let me just put it on the screen. Landon, I probably did read it, Landon, but let's see here. Or it's probably underway. Hang tight. Wesley, appreciate your super chat. I got a $5 hauler here. Wesley, thank you so much for your super chat. Let's see here. Wesley, thank you. Landon, yeah, Landon, you just dropped it, bro. You just dropped it like it was like the third to last super chat. Hang tight. I'm getting to you. We got a boatload on the screen here, so I'm getting to you. Young, appreciate your super chat. Young, appreciate you, my guy. We got Landon, Young, Wesley. Thank you guys all for dropping your super chats. Young dropped 2 of them just now. Okay. Wesley, hey Smitty, do I take a lap on this one? A lot of guys got sniped. 12-man. Rodgers, Kenneth Walker, Javonte, Tyreek, St. Brown, Mark Andrews, Christian Watson, Charbonnet, London. No, not at all. And I don't know that we need to force trades everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, this is a good team. Could you trade London and Javonte for one better player like Pollard or someone? Sure. Charbonnet, I'm glad you didn't get sniped on Charbonnet. This is a really, really good team. Rodgers is a good quarterback. Don't you fret at all. It's a good squad. Chris with a super chat. Chris, I just put it right there. Appreciate you dropping that. My guy. My main man. My main man. Vang. Rate my team. QB Fields. Hall, Walker. Diggs, Lamb. Flex, St. Brown. Smashed it, bro. What is this, a 4-man league? Pat Fryermuth benches Watson, Pittman, Flowers, Charbonnet, Khalil Herbert. You got Charbonnet and Walker. You listen, smart man. I like it, bro. Unless you're taking Watson and upgrading Lamb to Chase, or, you know, maybe even Garrett Wilson. And I don't even know if I want to give up Watson and Lamb for Garrett Wilson. I love Garrett Wilson, but, like, that's depth that's great to have. You know, I don't know that there's any move to make. I love Hall and Walker. You know, unless you were giving Hall and Watson for a top 12 player that's a running back, there's no real move to make here. Let those guys marinate. Let them increase in value, and then come into week 2 and let's see what we can cook up. Unless someone comes knocking at your door, that's a wait-and-see team. 12-man, would it be crazy to grab St. Brown at 5 instead of Kelsey, Hill, Barkley? I believe yes. Pick your spots to grab St. Brown. Don't force it in a league where you got the 5 pick. You play in enough leagues, Scotty Do, that you can get St. Brown in one of your other leagues. I think 5 overall is crazy. Go watch my draft Travis Kelce video on how to dominate a league going Kelsey, bro. That is the move to make. Alex, 12-team half PPR QB. Anthony Richardson and Russell Wilson. Running backs are Kenneth Walker, Jacobs, Dalvin. I'm trading Jacobs personally. Hill, Ridley, and Mike Williams. Jacobs, I don't care if it's even depth. I mean, like, Alex, you didn't give me your whole team. I'm sure you got some other guys that could fill in for Mike Williams. I'm trading Mike Williams and Jacobs for even a running back that ranks right where Jacobs is that I just like better, i.e. JT. Rather have JT. I'd rather take the gamble on JT than the gamble on Jacobs. Gibbs, I'd rather Gibbs over Jacobs. So I would give up Mike Williams to get that done. You know, that's just me. I'd rather downgrade, which is not a downgrade, that's what this means, for Walker to then upgrade Mike Williams to a little bit better wide receiver. So 2 for 2 would work for you. Keep Hill, keep Ridley, keep Walker, keep, hope you got Charbonnet. And Anthony Richardson's crafty for a team like yours that needs a swing at that to compete. You got a good team. One move away from being very competitive. 375 of you in here. Punch that thumb up button. Super chat here. $5 from Drew. Fields, Walker, Bijan, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Ridley. What do you need me for? Swift, London, Javonte, Dotson, Charbonnet, 10-man league. ESPN predicts last place because ESPN doesn't give you value for guys that have not done it yet. We are ahead of the curve thinkers. We're always going to rank. Every year, our teams are going to rank at the bottom because there's no way they're projecting what we project out of Olave, Ridley, Garrett Wilson, London, Dotson. We're young-minded fantasy football connoisseurs, okay? Your trade move here is Swift, London, Dotson, Javonte combinations to get bigger ballers into the lineup. That's it. Can you upgrade Javonte? I don't know if you can. I don't know if that's even your bench player. It looks like your lineup is completely stacked. You don't even want to move one of those guys unless you're upgrading Ridley into a Jamar Chase or JJ. So Ridley or even Olave with Swift, London, Dotson, one of those guys to get Chase or JJ, sure. If you can't do that, I'm not touching Walker. I'm not touching Bijan. Javonte, if he's a bench guy, I mean, you could consolidate Javonte, Swift, London, Dotson, 2 of those guys, even 3 for one guy, but you have to look at ADP rankings and say who's like a top 12 overall player, because that's what a combination of that would be worth. If not, because you're getting ranked last place, it's because they don't see the value. No one else is going to either. So you're going to probably have to wait until the season kicks off, week 1, week 2, when people start to evaluate your players the way you evaluate, the way we see them. And so you're kind of a team that's probably going to be left to wait, or you're going to be selling low, and I don't recommend that. We're starting Breece week 1. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see Monty. If I had to choose right now, I'd say I'd start, I guess, Breece, but we got to wait and see. Ty Lee, 10-man Dynasty League. Thank you for that super chat. Ty Lee, Dynasty Superflex. Burrow, Gibbs, Kenneth Walker, Olave, Watson, and Njoku, Okonkwo, London, JSN, Pickens, and Lamar. Bench. So you got Burrow and Lamar, very good. Bench is Sky, Sean Tucker, Trey Lance, Palmer. You can cut Trey Lance, bro. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe you hold on to him. I don't know what it looks like on your waiver wire. But this is a wait-and-see team, too. You're full of upside breakouts from the show. No one's giving you value for them, Ty Lee. Let it marinate. Let it do its thing out on there on the field on week 1, and then come back for some trades. Otherwise, you're selling low. Sorry, it's back-to-back 10-pick in Dynasty for a first ever draft. Back to back. Not sure I remember what we're talking about here, Chris. Let me search for that in just a little bit. At this point, I don't know what we're talking about anymore, so I'll have to go search for that. But thank you. Giancarlo dropping a $50 hauler. Let's go.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Giancarlo, appreciate you. My guy dropping a wad on screen if I've ever seen one. Thanks for the full league evaluation, Smitty. You bet. Thank you for the $50 hauler, Giancarlo. I left this man like 4 or 5, like 3-minute audio clips breaking down his entire team and roasting all of his guys in his league. And I meant every bit of it. I meant every single word. I spoke the truth, and he dominated the draft. Full PPR 10-man, my Bijan Lockett, Evans for Pollard Diggs. Bijan Lockett, Evans for Pollard Diggs. Yeah, I'd do that. Unfortunately, I'd have to send Bijan away on that. That's a really good trade, I think. Young, $10 hauler. Appreciate you, my boy.
To the moon.
Young, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy, the man. Team is Fields, Gibbs, Bijan, Cook, Herbert. D. Adams, I don't love, but you trust your gut. Olave, Evans, Lockett, fantastic. Lockett's a good play to trade. I'm keeping Olave. Lockett, Evans, and Adams are good players to trade. Dalvin Cook's a good player to trade. Hawkinson's a good player to trade. Rate my team. I sent full PPR 10-man 9th pick trade to Adams, Evans, or Lockett for Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra. So yeah, I mean, if that's a slash meaning and or I would say give me Garrett Wilson for Adams and Evans. Absolutely. I'd give up Adams, Evans, and Lockett, quite honestly, for Garrett Wilson and like a side piece. You know, Amon-Ra, probably not all three, but I would do Adams and Evans or Adams and Lockett for Amon-Ra. But I definitely do the Garrett Wilson. I want Garrett Wilson very badly. Landon dropping a super chat. Landon, appreciate your patience and a $10 hauler. Landon to the moon. Landon, my guy, dropping the 10 wad. Landon says, when is the earliest you have Hurts redraft? And I have had him the last 2 years and he showed out. Do I give him faith for the pick? Faith for the pick, or pick someone that can fulfill his room? Landon, I guess what I'm seeing here is you want to maybe go second round Hurts and you're wondering if that's too early. I think Fields in round 4 or Burrow in 4 would crush and is better value than Hurts in 2. But if you're sitting there on the board and nobody are on the clock and no one on the board tickles your fancy and you're forcing like a Ramondre and you're not feeling it, you're forcing a player you don't love and you're just drafting it, that's when you go Hurts. But if you're sitting there and Gibbs is there and you're like, I'm getting Gibbs here, mother effers, I'm taking Gibbs to the bank, and then you can go ahead and maybe draft like Fields or Burrow later, then you're crushing it. That's how you're patiently dominating your league. So it's all who's on the board when you force that pick. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to force it. You don't want to force it. You just don't want to force it. You got to do it live. Bella, check yourself dropping a $2 hauler. Sponge dropping a $20 hauler on screen. We might be able to open the phone lines in a second. We're almost at the end here. We got Giancarlo dropping that 50 wad. Just unbelievable, Giancarlo. One more time to the moon, dropping the 50 wad on screen. Thank you, Giancarlo. You are the man, the myth, the legend. Gene, my man. My main man, Gene. My main man. Main Gene. Appreciate you, Gene. Racing Boy dropping a $4.99 hauler. Say Word dropping a $10 moonshot hauler. Appreciate you, my dude. Say Word. Bella, check yourself dropping another super chat, probably related to the other one. Phone lines are down. Smitty been doing super chats for phone lines aren't open yet. Phone lines aren't open yet. We're almost there. Phone lines are about to get opened here, I think. Bella Check Yourself says, by the way, that was a dynasty. Okay, so let's go to Bella Check Yourself's team. $5 hauler. Traded Charbonnet for Godwin. Traded Godwin and T-Law for Sun God. Okay, Godwin and T-Law for Sun God. Love that. Got Joe Burrow, Garrett Wilson, Calvin Ridley. Smash, smash, smash. That's some creative maneuvering if I've ever seen it, and I Smitty approve every single bit of it. So great job. Say Word says, hey Smitty, here I hear of 0 wide receiver, 16 team keeper, Lamar Jackson, Allen, Pollard. I don't know if that's Josh Allen and Lamar. Pollard, Breece, Rashad, Dylan, Higbee, Jackson, Tank, Reed, Quinton, Big Fail, Jefferson, KJ Osborne, Calvin Austin. Okay. Ever hear of 0 wide receiver? So that's what you did in a 16-teamer. A 16-teamer is hard, bro. So it wouldn't be so hard on yourself if this was your team. I mean, JSN and JJ. Is that right, JJ? Do you have JJ? Did I read that right? Oh, maybe you don't have JJ. Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Yeah. That's hard. I mean, that is hard, but the 16-teamer is brutal. So it's super flex, though, right? It's got to be, because you got LJ and Allen. I think that's right. Lamar Jackson and Allen, Pollard, Breece. I mean, JSN. What are you gonna do, bro? I mean, you gotta have holes somewhere in a 16-teamer. So Rashad White and like a Quentin Johnston for go crafty wide receiver, you know, like Dotson, or you know what I mean? Like, you get that in there and you're a lot better off. So I would like that. Should I trade? Thank you for the super chat, but I would definitely go for that wide receiver, Chris Watson. Should I try to do a trade Keenan Allen, Aaron Jones, Madison to get Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, and Breece? I wouldn't even ask for Mike Williams. You're getting greedy there. Garrett Wilson and Breece for those three. You'd be lucky to get that, and you're getting greedy, racing boy. You got to know when to pull back on the greed, or you're going to run them away. And then when you pull it off the trade, they're still going to say no because they're in no mode. You can't over ask and ask for Mike Williams. I would do that trade without Mike Williams. $20 holler from Sponge.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Sponge, my man, Sponge. Still want to get a draft grade. I had the 1.2 12-man full PPR, two flex QB. Okay, T-Law, Jordan Love, love that. Bijan Gibbs, smash. Javonte, Breece, Charbonnet, wide receivers, Olave, Pickens, Dotson, Sky Moore, Dell, Okonkwo, very, very good. Only move I could even imagine, and I don't think anybody's going to upgrade QBs, but like you get a Fields using Javonte or something like that, but I don't think that's going to happen. Using Javonte potentially, just because I love your 3 RBs, Bijan, Gibbs, Breece, and I love the depth that Javonte gives you, but Javonte and Dotson, or Javonte and Pickens for one, you know, Olave or something. And even that is hard to do, because what if Javonte's a top 10 running back? But it's something I'd consider. Or Pickens and Dotson together for an Olave is something that I would strongly consider. So I think that's, we might open the phone lines here for a second. David, hang tight real quick, David. I think I'm almost cleared on some of the super chats. And you can keep the super chats falling in. I'm not saying don't super chat anymore. But I have tried to clear the phone line out so that I can answer some phones. So hang tight real quick, David. I'm going to go to you in 1 second. Chris says, let me see if I can get Chris's super chat. Chris did say this right here. Chris said, what did he say? Sorry, it's back-to-back 10-pick dynasty for our first ever draft. And then it's ETN Walker. Okay. Need to pick 2 for dynasty. Back-to-back dynasty. So I think my advice still applies. It's like, you know, Chad, if you could vote on Chris's, like, what 2 would you keep? ETN Walker, Ramondre, London, Swift, Ridley, Watson, Dameon Pierce. ADP says Ramondre and Ridley, but would anybody go Walker and Ridley? I kind of feel like I'd lean that way. I don't know why. I you know, if I'm drafting, that's just the way that I would potentially want. Sean Richardson dropped this question with the super chat. Sean, I think I found it, so I appreciate you waiting patiently. But yeah, try and include it next time just so I can have it for you quick. Hurts, Pierce, Dobbins, AJ Brown, Ridley, Kincaid, Josh Allen, benches, Javonte, Dotson, Ayuk, Addison. Just switch to Superflex. I hate when people switch to Superflex. Like, that's not fair to people that have drafted. I hate when commissioners do that. It's so corrupt. Hurts, Pierce, Dobbins, AJ Brown, Ridley. You know, Pierce and Dobbins are light. AJ Brown and Ridley are good, but you know, you're light at RB. Dotson's very good value. Ayuk's very sellable right now. Addison's very sellable. So, you know, would I like a Jordan Love on the cheap? Yeah. Pierce and Dotson for a slight upgrade at RB. I'm loving going after Hall and Walker in these formats. I'm using JK and Pierce to get just Hall, JK and Pierce to get, you know, Walker, throwing Addison in there, you know, to get those RBs. Pollard is a great running back. Sean, appreciate your super chat. And this one right here is from Dirty. I think I got his question. Clock, you're taking Pollard, Stevenson, Gibbs, Olave. I already answered this one. Thank you. Appreciate you dropping that super chat. And I think the final 1 or 2 super chats, and then I can hit David on the phone line here. for the first time real quick. You got Racing Boy dropping a $4.99 hauler. Well, the guy doesn't want Keenan if he keeps Mike Williams. Yeah, that's tough then, but you got to potentially, I mean, I would look at a different move on his team, but you might have to go to another owner too and try a different player, but same concept. You know, if you got a different potential piece, different trade, let me know. Pierce says just traded Monty for Kenneth Walker. That's what I'm talking about. When people say you can't pull off some of these moves, look what he just did. I would give up Monty and Godwin to get Kenneth Walker, and you just did it straight up, just as an example of what I would overpay to do. And the final super chat of the moment. Oh no, Money just came in here. Money Mitch dropped a $2 hauler. Andrews for Breece. Debo London. I have Chig. I would do it honestly if you feel comfortable at tight end and you put Chiggy in there, then I'm not too worried about that, to be frank with you, bro. But I would try and get more just because you can. And traded Pollard for Jahmyr Gibbs and Justin Herbert. Thoughts? I think you smashed on that one because I think Gibbs is quietly as good as Pollard, but of course the ADPs don't match up. And we are caught up on super chats, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate every single one of you.
Let's go, mashed potatoes.
It only took your boy Smitty 3 hours and 59 minutes, so 4 exact hours to catch up on the super chats. And now we are here opening the phone lines for just a brief moment because it's 9:20 p.m.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
Okay, it's late. 4-hour show. Hey, this is like the kickoff of the season, so it's been an unreal 4 hours with you guys. David, what can I do for you? You're live.
What's going on, Smitty?
What's up?
Man, that's a long super chat, bro. I was listening on the way to the gym, got a 2-hour workout in the gym. You're still doing super chats.
Bro, I haven't rested. And I thank God, I thank all of you for having this kind of success on the channel where we probably hit 21K just on this show alone from the 20K. But I wouldn't be here without you guys. So just everybody know, as this show grows and we get bigger and bigger, first of all, I'm never turning away from the crowd. I'm never turning away from the format. This is a phone call show. All off season long, we're doing phone calls. We're still doing phone calls now. We'll have phone call segments. We'll have phone call shows. I don't want anybody to think they're not going to get their phone call fixed or that I'm going to get too big to respond to you guys. But there are certain parts of the season where we get into super chat mode, especially like on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Just so happens we're cooking early here, but you can feel that this is the time frame. We already have the phone lines full, like 8 people, so everybody can mute unless I'm talking to you. Please mute. We got 9 people on the phone line already. Please mute yourself unless you're speaking, if you could. So Buddy just joined. Mute yourself. Jet, please mute yourself. David, everybody, Bella, check yourself. Rax Poker. Currently, who am I talking to right now? David, right? David, go ahead as quick as you can. I can't do like super big full lineup evaluations, so just give me like as quick questions, guys. I can't do stories and like tell me about your grandma and all that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to run somebody real quick, Smitty. So I called you last week, gave you my Yahoo lineup. You know, Smitty approved. Well, I had my home draft Saturday. I was kind of in a dilemma, man. I had the 5th pick, had PPR. Tyreek was available, but I wanted Bijan, so I took Bijan at the 5th pick. But I was still able to get A.J. Brown, Calvin Ridley, Christian Watson, Christian Kirk as my receivers, and Bijan and Kenneth Walker and Fields as my quarterback. So I'm kind of like, Tyreek was there, but I got Bijan. Just what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I love that approach. I don't think anybody should be worried at all about getting Bijan at 5, at 1, at 2. I would take Bijan number 1 overall. Wouldn't bat an eye. I could care less what people say to me. I could care less what people tell me that their league mates do when you're doing that, because it's a fire move, especially if it's a 2 wide receiver league. But even if it's not a 2 wide receiver league, it's still a fire move, because to me, he's LT. Gustavo, muted if you could. Anybody that's on the phone line not talking right now, please mute. It's a fantastic move, bro. You did a great job. Who was your 2nd and 3rd round picks, real quick?
So I took Bijan first, A.J. Brown, and then I had to get Fields, man, in the 3rd round because quarterbacks were going crazy. But then I got Calvin Ridley and Walker.
Yeah, Walker's, yeah, you'd smash it. You smash it up and down the board. You literally have, every player you have could be argued to be a round earlier, and you just went the whole way down to round 5 that way. So it's like you smashed it. I appreciate the call. I got to move on, David. I appreciate you. Go take a lap, a victory lap. All right, later. I'm going to go quick. I can't hear like entire lineups and go through draft grades right now, guys. So you're going to have to think of a question that's short and concise because we've been live. This is going to be a 4.5 hour show by the time I'm off. So it's got to be quick questions. I can't do full roster evaluations. Jerry, you're live.
Hello.
What's up?
I just want to say, I'm not going to say Ross Grease said it, but I just want to say I think I killed my dynasty last night. I got Robinson and Gibbs.
Yeah,
first 2 picks.
Nice. What was your third pick?
Stephon Diggs, Christian Watson, Justin Herbert.
Yeah, you crushed it. And you did a mix of like Diggs, Herbert. Like 2 years left. Like, let's go ahead and rent a player for 2 years and not be so focused and closed-minded on like, look, I got to have a guy who's 22 years older. He's out of here. So that's a good move. I like that, bro. Smash it. You're going to win this year. You got a lot of future ready to go. So good job.
Yeah, I'm excited. I appreciate it.
All right, Jerry, appreciate it. Sorry to make such a quick call.
Later.
All right, later. Oscar,
no problem.
Oscar, you're live. Make it quick. Make it snappy. Go, bro. Gotcha.
Smitty!
What's up?
First and foremost, wanted to call and congratulate you, man. It's awesome to see all the support, all the advice you're giving to people. I actually managed to do my draft in the midst of all this. I just wanted to ask a quick question. In a redraft 10-man league, I ended up getting Fields as my QB, but I didn't get a backup to him. Is that something of concern, or is it just something to pick up in waivers when the time comes for like bye week?
The answer to that depends on your league. And 40 more likes, and we'll do another giveaway on my Instagram. If you go to my Instagram and you guys click the last post, it's about Ridley. It's a Ridley catch, amazing Ridley video. In that comment section, if you put a couple fire emojis, you'll be entered to win a free The Fantasy Football Show content membership on The Fantasy Football Show. And we're giving away a third one if we hit 500 thumbs up on this video, and we're 40 away. So please hit that thumb up button. The question was, what was the player? Just remind me and it'll trigger it. What were we talking about?
Yeah, just in terms of getting a backup QB on the redraft.
Yeah. So it depends on your league. Is Love out there right now? Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a plethora of quarterbacks. I would say play to the strengths of your league and the tendencies. But if people scoop them up, like I'm not sitting around without a backup quarterback. In fact, I might have a video here soon saying that I take 3 quarterbacks in a lot of leagues. It depends on your depth. It depends on the league. It depends how rich the free agent pool is. Sometimes Carr and Love are out there right now because nobody picks up backups. So in those leagues, I might play that extra running back or wide receiver on my roster game, or the Jets and Dallas defense, and then rotate those every week based on matchup. So it really depends, but there are leagues where I literally roster Fields, Aaron Rodgers, Love, and that gives me flexibility for all kinds of moves, and I don't even have to make a trade. It's not like I'm taking them like super, early or something. I'm just saying, you know what? I don't need an extra wide receiver 6 right now. I'm just going to go ahead and take Love, who's blowing up, and someone gets an injury, and I'm taking my team to the moon because I'm trading and doing some moves. Or if I get hit, let's say I drafted Cooper Kupp, I'm going to go ahead and trade Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp gets hurt, let's say, knock on wood, he gets hurt, he's out for the year, and now all of a sudden you got Fields, people want him, you got Love and Aaron Rodgers because you were super smart, and now you can trade Fields away for Amon-Ra St. Brown to replace Cooper Kupp, and you got Aaron Rodgers and Love, whereas if you didn't have Love, now you just have Aaron Rodgers, and you're like, well, what if Aaron Rodgers doesn't make it? Aaron Rodgers and Love together is a much better proposition of going without Fields in the rest of the year. So that's my take on that. So you just got to look at your league, the tendencies. But I don't feel comfortable not having a backup, bro. I don't care what the league's doing. But like, do I roster 3 QBs in that format when Love's on the wire and Carr? No. And if it's an 8-man league, definitely no. You're good to go.
Okay. And then lastly, would you drop McKinnon for Love to get as a backup QB?
I like McKinnon, so no. But not if you're telling me Carr and Love and all those guys are on the waivers. That tells me it's a small bench and small league and all that. But no, McKinnon's a league winner. It sounds like you don't have room. That's why. So, but
yeah, I got some pretty good RBs on the roster.
Yeah.
So
I'd wait.
Just on sitting on the bench.
I'd wait unless there's like, one or two good quarterbacks left on the wire at any one point. Then you got to grab Love. You got to grab those guys. All right. Later, Oscar. Appreciate you. All right. We got to go quick. Got to go quick. It's gonna be 20-second questions, guys. I'm hanging up after 20 seconds. Jet, you got 20 seconds to go. You're live.
My quick question is, should I make a trade for Deuce Vaughn, or I'm trading away Deuce Vaughn and Tyreek Hill for Joe Mixon and Drake London?
Hell no.
Okay.
Deuce Vaughn and Tyreek Hill for Drake London and who? Joe?
And Mixon.
No. Joe Mixon's a fourth rounder and he doesn't deserve to be. He's a paper tiger.
Yeah, I don't even like.
Yeah. No.
I'm Oklahoma.
Yeah, don't always keep the best player in the deal when you're talking about shady little, 2-for-1 maneuvers. Okay, Jet, appreciate you. No way. All right, later. Sorry, Jet, I already hung up on you. I apologize. Bella, check yourself. 20 seconds, go. You're live.
Yo, what's up, Smitty, man? Just got a dilemma, man. So my team is pretty good. I think I'm ready to win now. I got Joe Burrow, Gibbs. I also have Wilson, Ridley, Sun God, Tank Dell, and I have Zay Flowers. But my second quarterback is J.K. Dobbins. But I don't know what to do to like upgrade because I don't want to get rid of nobody. I also got Andrews as my tight end. So it's like,
there you go.
Should I just rock with JK and hope he can handle that second running back spot?
I mean, it's not a horrible idea, but you could always wait until week 1. But JK.
Yeah, I don't want to get rid of Flowers or take down. Plus, this is dynasty. So I got Watson, Ridley, Tank Dell, and Flowers. I don't know.
But
I don't want to get rid of none of them.
If you can get Walker, Hall for Andrews in a dynasty, I'd do that. So I would do it. I'd even give JK in that. Because I don't know what JK's future value.
I traded Charbonnet.
Well, I don't know
for Chris Godwin, and then traded T-Law. Yeah,
I know. But I mean,
I'm just gonna have to bet on JK for a little bit, I guess.
Maybe wait until week 1 or something like that. But you could trade Andrews later. Maybe Andrews needs to ball out. Yeah. All right, hey, I got to run, Bella. Appreciate you, man.
No doubt, bro.
All right, Rax Poker, you got 20 seconds. Go. Make it. I'm serious about this 20 seconds, guys. I know some of you don't think I'm going to hang up, and I don't mean disrespect, but I got to roll through. We got literally 12 people on the line. So Rax Poker, go.
All right, no worries. I'm just calling in to let you know I pulled it off. I got Jahan Dotson and Zach Charbonnet for Khalil Herbert and Devontae Foreman.
Bro, what do you mean you pulled it? You mean you hold on a second.
Got him. Hell yeah, I got him. That's what I called in for.
Well, what are you? Hold on, I got another. I'll give you a double.
Got him.
Can you repeat that back one more time for the people that were so enamored and blown away by what you said that didn't quite hear it? Go ahead.
That's exactly why I called in. I got Jahan Dotson and Zach Charbonnet because I got Walker for Devontae Foreman and Khalil Herbert.
I mean, I love Herbert. I want to just say that. But
I love Herbert too.
But you needed Charbonnet. You got Dotson and Khalil. I like that. That's a good move, bro. But I got
Bijan Robinson and Ken Walker.
I do want people to know I love Khalil Herbert. He's potentially a midseason monster, and I say that, I mean, he's on the midseason monsters already. But the reason I say he's a midseason monster is because we've got no guarantee as to what his week 1 workload's going to be. He could be an absolute monster, but there is potential risk. And for that, if you got Walker, you need Charbonnet, and you didn't take a bath on this trade. You got Dotson, who's an absolute, monster in himself. All right, bro. Appreciate you. Later, Rax.
All right. See you.
All right, you got Buddy. You got 20 seconds, Buddy. Don't miss your shot and go 21 seconds, and I hang up. Go.
All right, I got Kent Walker, Javonte Williams, Herbert, and Charbonnet. I have Christian Kirk as my wide receiver 4. Should I package him with one of those running backs for an upgrade at running back?
So name your running backs one more time.
Yeah, Ken Walker, Javonte Williams, Khalil Herbert, Charbonnet, and I have Eli Mitchell.
Okay, Javonte and Kirk for I mean, like the thing that's tough about Breece Hall is like he's almost got the same value as Javonte in a way, but I would do that. And Kirk almost has the same value. Like you're giving up 2 players, but I would rather have Hall. I would rather have Ramondre, I suppose. I would definitely rather have a wide receiver like Olave or Ridley. You know, you've got Walker already, you said?
Yeah, I've got Walker.
Yeah, so like you can't go that route. But yeah, that's what I would do, bro. You know, past that, you know, kind of let it ride a little bit too. Don't force anything early. Just let the season play out a little bit too. Everybody's trying to force everything. They think they got to lock it in by week 1. A lot of the guys that we tout on the show are only going to gain value. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, absolutely.
Patience
is
the game.
Ramondre, you said Breece Hall, and you said somebody like Ridley.
Like Olave, I like Debo a lot, but some would say Kirk's better than Debo, and I understand that, but I don't necessarily agree.
My wide receiver room's pretty stacked at the moment.
Okay.
There probably won't be.
Yeah. What about your quarterback?
Yeah, so
Quarterback upgrade, maybe. You know, it depends on who your quarterback is.
I've got Jalen Hurts and AJ
Okay.
Brown.
Then the answer is no. All right. Later,
Yeah.
later,
All right,
bro.
appreciate you, buddy.
Later. This is Buddy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Later, buddy. Later. All right, Spiffy, buddy. You got 20 seconds, Spiffy. I'm hanging up. You better shoot your shot appropriately. 20 seconds. Go.
I'm shooting my shot as best as I can. Yeah, so I got offered a trade. We had draft yesterday. The trade is I will be sending away Keenan Allen, Justin Herbert, and Stephon Diggs.
Keenan Allen, Justin Herbert, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, for Justin Jefferson, Breece Hall, and Joe Burrow.
Smash. Oh, come on. Did you send this out in Dreamland?
No, they sent it to me.
So you're getting Burrow for Hurts. I'm sorry, Burrow for Herbert.
No.
You're getting Burrow for Herbert, and then name the other 2 upgrades 1 for 1.
Keenan Allen and Stephon Diggs I'm giving away.
Okay.
For JJ and Breece Hall.
Come on. Is your mom like, you know, just giving you whatever you want? Like, can you go to her in this league and be like, hey, Mom, just trade me those guys. I want them.
No. It's a competitive league. Man.
Is this a competitive league? Is this one of those shark leagues, bro?
Man, this is the same league that, remember, we've been trying to do all those trades last year with kids.
Come on. You're wasting everybody's time, Spiffy. Of course you make that trade. Go do it live. Get it done. Why haven't you hit the button yet? Your mom's probably watching right now, and she's going to withdraw the trade right now. So hurry up. Go.
Mom, don't withdraw. Don't withdraw, Mom.
Mom, don't.
Keep
all right,
it
later. Spiffy, out of here. Call back with the confirmation that it's done tomorrow, okay? Later. Oh,
all right.
The fact that somebody waits on that, is unbelievable. Gustavo, you got 20 seconds. I'm sorry, bro. Go.
Hey, Smitty. How are you? I just wanted to know. I have Joe Burrow as my main quarterback. One of my guys wants to, one of my leagues wants to have it. I asked him for St. Brown and for Javonte, and he said I'm crazy. So I want to know, what can I ask for Joe Burrow?
All right, hurry up, because you're Gustavo, and I appreciate you. I'm going to give you a little bit more time. Name his team real quick. So Joe Burrow, who's your other quarterback?
My other one is Anthony Richardson, but I believe in Anthony Richardson.
Okay. So give me his team real quick. I got to go. So hurry up.
I'll give the guy's team. He has Barkley, Javonte Williams, Keenan Allen, St. Brown, Ertz, and D. Smith. And then on his bench, he has Steve Bigsby.
Okay. I don't care about that. So is it a 1 QB?
Yeah, no, he wants a QB because he has Aaron Rodgers, so he wants a backup.
Is it a 1 QB?
Yes, 1
Okay,
QB.
so offer him for St. Brown straight up. You know, I mean, it's that simple.
So St. Brown straight up.
I mean, St. Brown goes over Burrow. Gustavo? You're asking for
I want St. Brown.
I know, but you're asking for Javonte on top of it. You're telling him, "Hey, let me kick you in the nuts, and then let me kick you in the nuts again." You know, don't get greedy. Okay, call back. If you got to throw in something small, call back and we'll discuss it tomorrow. All right, later. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
Kyle, you got 19 seconds. Gustavo took one of your seconds. Go.
Alrighty, my wide receivers are strong. Running backs weak. Do I trade Chase and Njoku for Bijan and Goddard?
Chase and Njoku for Bijan and Goddard. Yes, I take that because I would trade. Yeah, I would trade. I would draft Bijan over Chase in some context. So 100%, you get a huge tight end upgrade. I don't trust Njoku. Goddard's top 5, 6. Yeah, smash. As long as your team can handle that. But yeah, okay. All right, call in again tomorrow. Grant, you're live.
Smitty, 2 trades I want to get your approval on. 1, I traded Jahan Dotson straight up for Brian Robinson.
No, you didn't.
I got Jahan Dotson.
Oh, you just said it the other way around.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I got Dotson.
All right. Congratulations. You smashed it. Okay, next one.
Second, I traded Rashad White and Michael Thomas for James Conner.
Both you lost.
Hey, I'm going to call back tomorrow. I want to talk about something else. I know we're going quick. I got to make up for my time. The hang-up that you gave me last week.
You both kicked each other in the nuts on that last one. I don't care about either one. All right, later, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, go trade James Conner. All right, we got a couple more super chats. Phone lines are closed. I opened it up for a little bit. Appreciate you all. I think that was good. I mean, that's more phone calls than any other show takes all season long. We did it. We did a freaking 15-call phone sesh. $10 super chat by Russell. Just emailed the Keeper League draft results we game planned this morning. When you get a drop it off. Okay. Appreciate you. Quick call tonight. I'll see what I can do. I've been live for 4.5 hours, so I don't know if it's going to be a call tonight, Russell, but I'll look at it and respond to you in an email. Appreciate you. But definitely could maybe set something up tomorrow, potentially. So appreciate you. Scotty, you got 20 seconds, bro. I'm on the way out the door. 20 seconds. Go, pal.
Yeah, this one was pretty crazy if you think I'm going to give him under St. Brown for Joe Burrow, bro.
That was you?
Yeah, bro. I got fucking Devonta Smith. I got Javonte. I got Breece Hall.
Family show, bro.
I got other players, bro.
Yeah, I think, I think if you want Burrow, though, you're going to have to pay. You try and work Gustavo over, and he's had enough of it. He's tired of you stepping all over him, bro, trying to tell him what to do with his trades. So he's standing up for himself. And quite frankly, I appreciate what he's doing because you're constantly telling him what he needs to do with this team. But I do believe that, maybe he gives you a little more with St. Brown or Burrow for St. Brown, but he's not going to trade you Burrow for a bunch of backups on your team. I know that's what you're trying to do. But, you guys can make a trade work. We'll set up a little phone call where both of you get on the line and we'll work up a trade that you both love, okay?
So you're saying that Javonte or Breece Hall is not worth it for Joe Burrow?
Breece Hall? I would take Breece Hall for Joe Burrow. Yeah.
Okay, so that's my point.
Yeah, tell him I'd do that, but not Javonte. You didn't say Breece Hall. His thing was St. Brown and Javonte. He didn't say Breece Hall. I don't think.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Yeah, trade Burrow for Hall straight up is fine. I think that helps you both out.
There you go. See. Okay.
All right. Go do it live. Announce it tomorrow on the show. Later, Scotty. I gotta go. Later. All right, Joey. Appreciate you. $4.99 holler. How do I do somebody 12 team? Fields, Bijan, Walker, St. Brown, Ridley, Goddard, Sutton, Swift. Smashed it. Nothing to really trade here. These are all risers, like we keep talking about. There's nothing you can do but let this marinate and go out there and do it live. So no trade suggestions there. You have to let that team go out and prove itself. This is a $10 hauler, $10 haulers.
To the moon.
Shots, thank you very much. King dropping it live. Burrow, Jacobs, Chubb, Tyreek, Watson, Komet, DJ Moore, Tua, Dobbins, Lockett, Godwin, Kincaid, B-Rob, Zay. Rate this team. I can get rid of this timer now. The phone lines are closed. No one's calling in. I'm sorry. Watson, Komet, DJ Moore. I mean, this team's good. I don't love Jacobs at all. I don't love Chubb, but I don't mind him. I'm not a J.K. Dobbins owner. I feel like maybe I'm not a Godwin fan. I'm not a Lockett fan. I feel like you just came back, King, to the show, and you've been on a hiatus, so you don't have a lot of the content absorbed. Not that you need to follow everything I say. I'm not saying I know it all. Trust your gut. But for me, it's like I like Chubb a lot. I love Burrow, Tyreek, and Watson, and Chubb. That's pretty good. But am I trading J.K. Dobbins? I like DJ Moore. Am I trading J.K. Dobbins and Jacobs for like a Walker? You bet your bottom dollar I am. Am I trading Lockett and Dobbins for obviously a Breece Hall or Walker, but even a Debo, absolutely. That's what I would do. I would start with those kinds of moves, King. You can definitely bring more options to the table. Thank you, Russell. And again, we could probably schedule a call for tomorrow. I'll email you once I see it. Thank you for the super chat. King, thank you. And the final super chat of the night by EAZ. Got T-Law, Walker, Dobbins, Chase, Olave, Hawkinson, Ridley, but got sniped for Charbonnet. B-Rob, Elijah Moore, Mitchell. Yeah, you can't let Charbonnet get swiped. You got one job to do. T-Law, Walker, Charbonnet makes you sleep well at night. Dobbins, look, your team's fire. Dobbins, I'm trading. I don't know that you can really move much at all. What does he have? He could give you Charbonnet and somebody for Dobbins, somebody you like. Like maybe he doesn't see the value of a Dotson or a Pickens or someone like that, and then that way you're taking a bath in his eyes, but you're really not. That's probably what I would first and foremost do. Past that, there's again, you're like a lot of teams that are following show players on the Moon Men list, the Mars Men. They're on the rise, so it's not like you can really get anything right now in a trade for the guys that are on the rise. Do I attempt to get Pickens for Amari? I think that's not enough. Pickens is like a 6th, 7th rounder. Amari's a 4th rounder. A guy I don't like in the 4th round at all. I mean, Smitty disapproved. Amari Cooper, who the hell's drafted Amari Cooper in the 4th round? I don't understand it at all. So, but do you take a bath on the trade? No. Pickens is a 6th, 7th rounder that I love quietly more, but you got to get more. This is like you can get a Kamara and Pickens, you know what I mean? So you have to get more, Racing Boy. You have to get more. Vampy dropping a $5 super chat to end the show. Huge night for the channel. Thanks, Smitty. We still got 345 people in here. We need 19 more thumbs up before this live stream ends, and I'm giving away three The Fantasy Football Show memberships on thefantasyfootballshow.com. I'm giving away 3 of them. All you got to do is go to, if we hit this number again, or even if we don't, we're giving away at least 2 of them. But we've given away one at 200. I think we said 200. Or no, I'm sorry, 300 thumbs up. We're giving away one at 400 thumbs up, and giving away another one at 500 thumbs up. So I'm giving away a total of 3. If we just get 18 more thumbs up right now, there's 340 of you watching. All you got to do is hit this. You'll see a Calvin Ridley video. This is not an accurate, updated grid of my Instagram, but like this first one will be a Calvin Ridley video. Go in there and drop a couple fire emojis to qualify, and I will be literally giving away 3 memberships at random to 3 people with fire emojis in there. If we hit another 7, we're at 493. If we hit 500 likes on this video, which is the most we've ever had while we're live, 500 likes on a video live is crazy. We're giving away 3. Actually, I'll do 4. Because this is the first time we've ever hit 5. I'll do 5. I'm doing 5 for 5. 500 likes, 3 more. We're giving away 5 memberships. All you got to do is go to my Instagram, the recent Calvin Ridley post. I'm going to pick 5 people that are dropping fire emojis. So drop a fire emoji in the comments. If you tag somebody, it might even get my attention more. Tag buddies. I'm probably going to be more apt to see that if you're tagging buddies. I'm picking 5 people because we just hit 501 likes on the live stream. That's the first time we've ever hit 500 likes while we're live.
Mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy. Unbelievable. Thank you, Vampy, for that super chat. I will see you all later. Exhausted, but in a good way. 4-hour, 27-minute live stream. See you all later. On that note, let's go. New York Jets. Jets season. Breece Hall season. Garrett Wilson season. Aaron Rodgers season. Maybe even Dalvin Cook season. There might be room for him. You don't know. Let's go. See you tomorrow. Live whenever news breaks. Don't forget, I'm live whenever news breaks. I'm live Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. This is the 8 p.m. Eastern show. We're still live right now. It's freaking 12:47 p.m. Eastern. This is the 8 p.m. show. We've been live for 4 hours and 27 minutes. We're live whenever news breaks, right here. So out of it. We're live at 8 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. We're live whenever news breaks. So tomorrow you'll probably see me. And starting on Sunday night, we're going to get, right here is when we're starting. Sunday night, we're going to be on this schedule for the Graveyard Show. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's the football week. Thursday night football, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night football, Sunday, and Monday night football. Every day that when football begins for the week on Thursday and when football ends, we're live at 1 a.m. every single show, which will be hard to do because that would start right now. Like, so we'll have to figure out how we're gonna even do that. I don't know. We'll see. But we just bleed into it, I guess, a little bit. I don't know how it's gonna work when we go over this much 4-hour show, 4.5-hour show. And don't forget, I'm live for 24 straight hours. Well, it's really up to you. We're gonna have a very moderate $100, which we would have crushed tonight. $100 an hour super chat goal to trigger another hour, and you see how long you keep me live on opening Sunday. 1 hour before kickoff, I go live at 1 hour before kickoff, whatever time zone you're in, and literally keep me live for over 24 hours by just hitting $100 super chat goal per hour. And you'll watch me watch the shows, the games all morning, all afternoon, the Sunday night game. Then we go live while we're still live on the Waiver Wire show. So hang with me all Sunday, opening day, week 1 kickoff. We will be doing it live for 24 straight hours if you guys force me to go 24 straight hours. I will see you all later. Appreciate you. And this last super chat from Russell J says, Graveyard show to the moon. Appreciate you. You to the moon. You to the moon, Russell. My main man. My main man. Appreciate you. See you all later. I'll leave you with the New York Jet little hype video. Okay? Come on, man. Pick up.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey man, it's Davante Adams again. Call me back, bro.
In your eyes, the light that in your eyes, complete your lives. Your eyes.
Garrett Wilson and the boys.
Your eyes.
Rogers has new toys.
Your eyes.
The lights, the heat.
Your eyes.
The Jets fan complete.
Your eyes.
You don't want to test Sauce Gardner's heat.
Your eyes.
I want to watch Breece Hall's quick feet.
Jets country, let's ride.
See you all later. Appreciate every single one of you. You guys absolutely rock. You're the best followers and viewers on the planet Earth. This is the best show in the world. I'm very biased toward that, but it's because of all of you. It's because of all of you. Thank you, Blackbeard, for moderating. Thank you, Sick Nasty, for moderating. Thank you, Travis Rowe, for moderating. If Terry's in here, if any of my other mods are in here, I'm sorry if I haven't noticed anything. It's been a wild night. Blackbeard's my guy. Travis Rowe, my man. Bill. Bill's the man. The man, the myth, the legend. Bill, appreciate you all. D-Town in the building. D-Town, appreciate you. Romario, my man. Comma in the building. Comma, appreciate you. Appreciate you all. Bailey, appreciate you. Shamrock in the building. Shamrock, appreciate you. Belichick yourself, appreciate you. Reebok, my boy Reebok in the building. Daniel, you're the GOAT, Daniel. Frank the Tank, appreciate you. Joel, Frank the Tank, Joel. And we are out. Starling, appreciate you. Peace out. See you all tomorrow.
Breece Hall is 8 foot tall. He will always answer the mother freaking call. Don't let him fall. In the third, don't stall. Just give Batman the freaking football.
He's Breece. He's Breece.
He does a hull of a job. A hull of a job. A hull of a job.
Breece Hall, please report to the moon.
He does a hell of a job.
Get Breece.